Douluo, signing in at the beginning of Yan Lingji. Chapter 1. I really didn't mean it. Douluo continent. Star forest. Where is this? Xiaoming woke up from his daze. He found that he was lying in a grass field, and the leaves of the grass stung him a little itchy. I was kidnapped? It shouldn't be. No, why are my hands so tender, and this body? After coming back to his senses, Xiaoming looked at his body in disbelief. At this time, his rough and dark skin had turned into delicate and white skin. Obviously, this is the body of a child. Have I traveled through time? Xiaoming, who had read many time travel and rebirth articles, immediately realized this problem. Except for time travel, there seems to be no other explanation. Wait a minute. Where do these women's clothes come from? Standing up and scanning the surrounding environment, Xiaoming suddenly found a bunch of unusually colored objects right in front of him, which looked like women's skirts. The skirt is very pretty and has a light fragrance. This is... Xiaoming cast his eyes forward. As far as the eye can see, a naked and graceful body is bathing in the pool in front. This is a first-class beautiful girl. The skin is like white jade, glowing with a radiant luster. The hair like splashing ink is silent and flicking, floating on the water, with a soft and delicate beauty. The facial features are exquisite, like jade carvings, the beautiful jade necklace, and the white skin are even more charming, bright and moving, as beautiful as a fairy. This is nothing more than a legendary fairy. This is definitely the most beautiful woman Xiaoming has ever seen. In comparison, those internet celebrities on Earth are simply Rouge fans. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and among the rippling waves, Xiaoming could vaguely see Bai Ji's body hidden in the water. This... I can't look at it. Xiaoming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Xiaoming didn't expect that he, an old single, would have such good fortune, and the nervousness and anxiety he had just traveled through immediately dissipated a lot. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Xiaoming began to calm down. After feasting his eyes, he felt that he had to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Otherwise, the woman would not be able to enjoy herself after taking a bath. Creak. Unfortunately, when Xiaoming turned around to prepare, he accidentally stepped on a dead branch. Who? Upon hearing the noise, the face of the woman taking a bath changed. Turning his head, he happened to see Xiaoming, who was about to run away. It's over. Xiaoming suddenly turned pale, turned around awkwardly, and waved to the woman, "Hello." "Ah. Rogue." Frightened, the woman quickly covered her body. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the clothes beside Xiaoming were quickly attracted. "Sister Fairy, this is a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I definitely didn't see anything." "Well, I'll leave first." Xiaoming explained and ran away. He could see clearly that just now the woman had attracted the clothes more than 10 meters away with just a wave of her hand. With such ability, it would be easy to kill him. "Boy, don't run. I'm going to kill you." An angry voice came from behind, with a hint of chill, making Xiaoming feel numb. "Run quickly, or you will die." Xiaoming's heart sank, and he couldn't help but speed up his steps. "Asshole!" Seeing the peeping thief running away quickly, she couldn't help but cursed in shame and anger. She didn't know why outsiders suddenly appeared here. "You know, this is the inner area of the Star Forest and is inaccessible." And she had already checked it twice before coming to take a bath. There must be no one here who is right. Could it be that he was lying in ambush here early in the morning and he didn't notice it? But no matter what, we can't let him get out alive. Otherwise, I might not be able to see anyone in the future. Putting on her clothes quickly, she flew towards Xiaoming at an extremely fast speed. "Damn it, this is such a cheater." Xiaoming looked up and couldn't help being startled. The woman was still getting dressed just now, but now she was almost catching up with her. The strongest sign-in task system is being bound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the most powerful sign-in task system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing into Douluo continent, Stardo Forest. Obtained the reward, the Puppet Martial Spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package. Douluo continent? Could it be that I traveled to Douluo continent? Boy, let me see where you are running now. Just when Xiaoming was doubtful, a cold voice came from behind Xiaoming. At the same time as the voice sounded, a sense of crisis arose spontaneously that made Xiaoming's scalp numb. As if instinctively, Su Ming slipped and avoided the blow. Boom! In front of Xiaoming, a large tree with a radius of more than 1 meter was instantly split in half. Wait, you can't kill me. I'm just a child, how can you attack a child? Knowing that he couldn't run away, Xiaoming quickly stalled for time. As expected, when she heard Xiaoming's words, the woman was obviously stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that it was just such a young child who was spying on her. Seeing that the woman was stunned, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, sank into his mind, and said loudly, "Open the novice gift package." Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and obtaining the puppet flame spirit girl. Do you want to attach it to become the first soul ring of the puppet spirit? Yan Lingji? Yan Lingji from Tianxin Juji? One of the goddesses of Chinese comics. Happiness came so suddenly that Xiaoming couldn't help but get excited. Is this my golden finger? Hurry up, don't you see I'm being hunted? Ding! The addition is successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming a soul master. The current strength is level 11. System? What is the strength of the person opposite? Xiaoming thought for a while and asked. The woman opposite is a 20-level Great Soul Master. So strong? Then let's convince people with reason. Xiaoming couldn't help but think from his heart. Sister Fairy, this is really a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean to see it. No, I didn't see anything. Considering the strength of the opponent, Xiaoming had to give in. With some confidence in his heart, Xiaoming raised his head and took a closer look at the woman. The woman is wearing a long white dress. At this time, because the water vapor on the body has not yet dried, the dress clings tightly to the body. Under the outline of this dress, the graceful and exquisite curves are displayed. Humph, what a smooth-tongued boy! You've known it since you were a child and peeked at girls taking baths. Will you do it again in the future? The woman in the white dress snorted coldly. Even if I kill you, it will be done in justice to prevent you from harming other girls in the future, child. I'm wronged, I really didn't see anything. Xiaoming said while secretly mobilizing his soul power. After systematic indoctrination, he has completely mastered the method of using soul power. It can be said that in terms of the use and control of soul power alone, he is definitely not inferior to any soul master who has been cultivating soul power for decades. Humph, it's all over if you just don't see it. Don't worry, I won't kill you because you are still young. I just gouge out your eyes. The woman snorted coldly and said with narrowed eyes. Didn't I accidentally watch you take a shower? Are you going to dig out my eyes? Damn, with your small body, I won't even look at you. Chapter 2 Demon Fox vs Fire Charm. Boy, what are you talking about? If I don't kill you today, my name, Hulina, will be written backwards. The woman's charming face turned white with anger at this time. She had always been looked up to by others in Wuhan Palace, but she never thought that one day she would be treated like this. Hulina? Your name is Hulina. Xiaoming's eyes widened. Isn't Hulina the saint of Wuhan Palace? He had just arrived in Douluo continent and met such an important figure in the original work. The key is it still so beautiful? Could this be the girlfriend God sent to him? according to the formula of fantasy novels. But why did he travel to the Douluo continent in the body of a child? He is still not good at this moment. Miss, I think it is necessary for us to sit down and talk. Zhao Ming smiled slightly. Hulina is so beautiful. Although he can't do it now, when he grows up, he might be able to chase her. Moreover, Hulina is still very young now. When she gets older, she will be even more beautiful. We have nothing to talk about. Hulina didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhao Ming, so she directly released her martial spirit. Obviously she wanted to get rid of Zhao Ming as soon as possible. Hulina's martial spirit is a demon fox. As the martial spirit is released, fox-like pointed ears grow on her head, and a fluffy fox tail grows on her hip, emitting a red light. Suddenly charming and infinite. Under him are 2 yellow soul rings. One of the soul rings is light yellow, and the other is dark yellow. She had only obtained this soul ring in the past few days. In fact, she came to the Stardow forest this time to obtain her second soul ring. It seems that I'd better get rid of you first. Zhao Ming said. Feeling the aura exuding from Hulina, his face became a little solemn. He is still not sure whether Yan Lingji is Hulina's opponent. If not, let alone the future, he has to explain it here today. Close your eyes, and the soul power surges out. At this time, Zhao Ming could clearly feel that his physical fitness was getting stronger. Vision, hearing, strength, speed, all of these are enhanced in the lightning. And under his body, a dazzling orange soul ring began to rise slowly. Orange soul ring, this obviously does not belong to the soul ring system of Douluo continent. In Douluo continent, there are only white, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold. 6 different colors of soul rings. This is. Obviously, Hulina was also stunned. She didn't know there were such strange soul rings in the world, and her men's offensive also slowed down. But soon, something even more surprising happened to her. With the release of Zhao Ming's orange soul ring, an infinitely delicate woman appeared in front of him. Even from her perspective as a woman, she had to admit the allure of this suddenly appearing woman. And Zhao Ming was even more sluggish. That is a stunning woman wearing a purple gauze skirt. 3,000 waist-length hair are dancing gently in the breeze, and the fragrance is fragrant. Her eyes are bright and lively, her eyebrows are trimmed and her nose is straightened, her cheeks are pink and she smiles. She is absolutely beautiful. The scattered sunlight shone through the leaves on her face, making her skin even more crystal clear and as soft as jade, and her light blue eyes filled with charm. Yan Lingji is very beautiful, with perfect curves and a pair of beautiful long legs. So beautiful! Zhao Ming couldn't help but say. Zhao Ming's voice seemed to attract Yan Lingji's attention. Yan Lingji slowly walked over and bowed slightly to Zhao Ming, Master. A voice as gentle as a cuckoo, but without any emotion at all. Puppet is a dead thing without emotion. This is just a puppet, don't think nonsense. What a weird martial spirit. It seems that I have to take you back and hand you over to the teacher. A surprised voice came, and Hulina had already launched an attack. Fox Fire Order. This is the second soul skill that Hulina recently acquired. The Fox Fire Order can instantly increase her attack power by 50%, and a corrosive fox fire with extremely high temperature will appear. Stop her! Seeing Hulina coming straight towards him, Zhao Ming was shocked. But soon, Zhao Ming felt relieved. Because Yan Lingji was already blocking Hulina's attack in front. I saw Yan Lingji take out a ruby-like hairpin stuck in her hair that was pulled up high, and her long black hair fell down like a waterfall. And the hairpin in her hand instantly turned into a long sword filled with flames. The flaming sword met the sharp fox claws, and flames suddenly burst out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Ming quickly stepped back more than 10 meters, staring nervously at the battle in front of him. System? Will Yan Lingji be Hulina's opponent? I don't know. The system's cold voice sounded. I don't even know this, what do I need you for? Zhao Ming couldn't help but curled his lips and said angrily. If I were useless, you would have been killed by Hulina. The system retorted. Ahem, yes. Zhao Ming coughed slightly awkwardly. By the way, do you have all the information about Yan Lingji? This does exist. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yan Lingji's information appeared in Zhao Ming's mind. Yan Lingji. From the 9 songs plane of Tianxing. Very strong and highly capable of growth. Yan Lingji was born in Baiyu. When she was a child, a fire destroyed Yan Lingji's home, causing her family to be destroyed. One of her brothers was alive and dead. Ability: manipulate fire spells, good at performing fire attacks, fire charm, can use flames to cause hallucinations, and can also enter other people's memories. Weapon: fire hairpin, internal force is released externally to form a slashing arrogance. Character evaluation: passionate as fire, tender as water. The thing Yan Lingji used just now should be the fire spirit hairpin. Can you control flames? Can you also use fire charm? Zhao Ming murmured, while thinking about some of Yan Lingji's abilities in Tianxing Jug. How strong is Yan Lingji? Zhao Ming suddenly asked. Puppet is essentially the host's soul skill. She relies on the host's soul power to launch attacks. The soul power she can exert is the host's own soul power. The system explained. Is that so? When he breaks through the titled Douluo, he will have 9 soul rings and 9 puppets. Moreover, they all used his soul power to attack. In other words, they are all at least as powerful as titled Douluo. Isn't this against heaven? When you become a god and fill up your soul rings, you won't have 10 puppets. Then when fighting against others, wouldn't it be possible to directly create 10 puppets? With 10 puppets, wouldn't it be possible to challenge the god realm directly? Be obedient. This is a bit scary. But if you use your soul power like this, you still have to suck yourself dry? Zhao Ming suddenly felt a little shivering. Withdrawing his thoughts, Zhao Ming began to pay attention to the battlefield between Yan Lingji and Hulina. Zhao Ming noticed that although Hulina's attacks were fierce, the attacks were often resolved by Yan Lingji. Faintly, Hulina felt like she was being suppressed. After all, Yan Lingji has been practicing fire control since she was a child, and her proficiency is much better than Hulina, who has just obtained the Fox Fire Order soul skill. Moreover, the fire sword formed by the fire spirit hairpin is no less sharp than Hulina's fox claws. Therefore, Hulina was a little anxious for a while. The things that happened again and again today made her calm fighting spirit, which was cultivated in Wuhan Hall, start to become anxious. Normally, if she encountered this situation, Hulina would fight calmly until all of Zhao Ming's soul power was exhausted. However, her mood had long been disturbed by Zhao Ming's anger. The first soul skill, the Demon Fox Charm. Hulina didn't want to drag it out anymore, she decided to use her first soul skill. As a control soul master, her first soul skill is mental control. She believed her charm would allow her to end the fight quickly. But her idea is destined to fail. Fire charm. Yan Lingji gave a soft drink, and a glimmer of light flashed in her lifeless eyes. Competing with Yan Lingji, the result can be imagined. Hulina groaned, her mouth dripping with blood. She lost control of her body, took 2 steps back, and then fell to the ground. Suffering severe mental trauma, she was obviously unable to fight at this time. How is it possible that my charm has been broken? Hulina turned pale and murmured to herself. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would lose to the charm technique that he was proud of. In fact, Hulina is not weak. Zhao Ming can see that the damage caused by every soul skill Hulina launches is much more powerful than the damage caused by Yan Lingji. But the actual effect is not good. For Hulina, there are only 2 soul skills available. After all, soul masters need soul rings, but there are no such restrictions in a plane like Yan Lingji where she practices martial arts. Apart from anything else, regardless of whether Yan Lingji's magic formulas are strong or not, they are definitely more numerous than Hulina's. This is just the Tianxing plane. If we break through this plane gap, it will be even greater. Anyone like Yunyun or Medusa. They know at least 20 or 30 kinds of fighting skills ranging from weak to powerful, yellow level, mysterious level, and earth level. After all, every time they become stronger, they will change their fighting skills to more powerful ones. In addition, when the soul skill is released, the soul ring will also light up. Doesn't this tell others what you are going to do next? But the skills are really not that easy to observe. There is a big difference in combat experience and character. Unlike humans, puppets do not experience emotional fluctuations and are much calmer in battle. Chapter 3 Vitality. Xiaoming clapped his hands and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Not bad. Little brat, what do you want to do? Let me go. Feeling that her whole body was being tied tightly, Hulina couldn't help but turn pale with fright. What do I want to do? What do you think I want to do? Let me go, you little hooligan! Hulina yelled angrily. What little hooligan? A girl like you wants to have breasts but no breasts and a butt but no butt. I don't care about that. Xiaoming said with a smile while squinting his eyes. But, you have said so now. It seems a little unreasonable for me not to do something to you. You dare! Hulina was a little angry. I tell you, I am the saint of Wuhan Palace, you'd better be honest. TCH, who are you trying to scare? You are the saint of Wuhan Palace, and I am the Pope of Wuhan Palace. As Xiaoming spoke, he moved towards Hulina with a smile. Ah, little gangster! You, please stop! Hulina screamed immediately, never expecting that she would be bullied like this in broad daylight. You should scream. Even if you scream until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you. You! Hulina only felt ashamed and angry. Now she only hates why she has to take a bath in the Star Forest. Can't you just be patient and wash it after you go out? Based on the nature of those people, they would never dare to disturb me while I was bathing. So I guess they don't even know that I'm missing now. Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears flowed down. Seeing Hulina crying, Xiaoming also felt that he had played too much. After all, I am at fault for treating others like this after seeing their bodies. Hey! This ring is not bad, I want it. Just when he was about to let Hulina go and run away, Xiaoming noticed that on Hulina's finger, it seemed to be the legendary storage soul guide. You, what are you doing? That's my ring. Hulina opened her eyes, and the man didn't know when he had snatched the ring from her hand. This is the storage soul guide. Xiaoming's eyes gleamed. Xiaoming had only seen this kind of thing in novels. I never thought I would have such a treasure one day. This ring was originally too big for Xiaoming. However, as soon as Xiaoming put it on his finger, the ring quickly shrank until it completely matched Xiaoming's finger. This is a pink ring. It looks a little weird on Xiaoming's hand, but for Xiaoming, practicality is the most important thing. Hey, I have to run away quickly. This girl is definitely not alone when she goes out to hunt for soul rings. When he later finds out that Hulina is tied up by him like this, he will definitely not end well. Hey, Nana, I'm leaving first. Xiaoming took a few steps and felt that it was not worth it, so he did it again. Looking at Hulina's soft red lips, she pressed them directly. It smells so good. Xiaoming felt a little carried away. Hulina's lips were soft and slightly fragrant. Shameless! Hulina said through gritted teeth, her face flushed with anger. She didn't expect that her first kiss would be revealed here. Wife Nana, how can you talk to your husband like this? This makes me a little sad. When I feel sad, I want to do something more extreme. You dare? Hulina widened her eyes and said loudly. Something more extreme, right? No, absolutely not. What am I afraid of? Xiaoming said disdainfully. What do you want? Hulina was on the verge of crying. She was unlucky to meet such a person. Hey, call me a good husband. Maybe I won't embarrass you when I'm in a good mood. Xiaoming said with a smile. What did you say? This is impossible. Hulina was as angry as a little tabby cat, her fur bursting out. Forget it, today I will show you what cruelty is. No, I call. Seeing that Xiaoming was about to attack her again, Hulina gritted her teeth and said, Okay. Old man. No, there's no sincerity at all. Xiaoming shook his head. The voice should be gentle, the expression should be smiling, and the eyes should be affectionate. You. Hulina felt like her lungs were going to explode. But if you don't do what he says, you may suffer even greater losses. Good husband, Hulina said as loudly as possible. What a good wife. I'll leave first. This ring is your gift to me as a token of love. Don't worry, I will be responsible for today's events. Wait for me for 10 years, and when your hair reaches your waist, I will definitely come to marry you on the colorful auspicious clouds. Xiaoming said with a smile and ran away quickly. Asshole! Don't let me see you again, or I will kill you. Hulina said angrily. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Hulina recovered some soul power and used force to break open the vines tied to her body. After a while, after quickly tidying up, Hulina returned to the base of the soul hunting team of Wuhan Academy. Nana, why have you been gone for so long? I was about to go out to find you. A tall man in brocade clothes said to Hulina. Seeing that Hulina was back, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was keenly aware that something was wrong with Hulina at this time. Brother, I'm fine. Hulina shook her head, looked at the sky on the right and sighed slightly. Okay, let's move on and try to find a suitable soul ring for Xiaoyu today, said a titled Douluo from the spirit hall. One day later. At the edge of the star forest, Xiaoming was lying on the ground, looking at the sky helplessly. And beside him is a delicate woman. The woman is wearing a purple gauze skirt, which outlines her perfect figure. Her waist is slender and her legs are slender. Just looking at her from a distance makes people secretly curse her, a witch. Although Xiaoming only stayed in the Star-Do forest for 1 day, this was a huge shadow for Xiaoming. An ordinary 10th level soul master ran out of the star forest. Who could know the danger? It can be said that if there was no system to remind him, he would have died long ago. Ding! The main mission is being distributed. Ding! Join Nodding Academy and gain Xiaowu's favor. Task reward, a random martial spirit. Xiaowu? Xiaoming's eyes lit up and he showed a meaningful smile. Xiaowu is very beautiful. Especially Xiaowu, who is taller and has a pair of beautiful long legs. How great would it be if he could catch such a girl? At that time, he could lie on Xiaowu's beautiful long legs and tell Xiaowu jokes, making Xiaowu happy every day. How happy would that be? When reading the original work, Xiaoming felt sorry for Xiaowu's tragic experience. Xiaowu is so beautiful and innocent, yet she is chased by the cunning Tang San. It hurts to think about it. Now that he has traveled through time, he will definitely not let something like that happen to Xiaowu in the future again. Open the system panel. Xiaoming said. Host, Xiaoming. Soul Power, Level 11. Martial Spirit, Puppet. Soul Bone, None. Puppet, Yan Lingji, Vitality, 1. Sign in, no sign-in location has been released yet. Mission, join Nodding College and gain Xiaowu's favor. Looking at his own panel, Xiaoming couldn't help but frown. System, what is that life force next to Yan Lingji? The initial state of the puppet produced by the system is a dead thing without emotions. But once the puppet's vitality is full, the puppet will completely wake up and be absolutely loyal to the host. What did you say? Can the puppet wake up? Xiaoming asked with excitement on his face. Xiaoming was still a little sad after obtaining the Yan Lingji puppet. Although Yan Lingji is beautiful, she is lifeless. How great would it be if you could wake up? She is his puppet now and will listen to him in everything. Isn't that true? Zhao Mingming raised his eyes and looked at Yan Lingji beside him. Beautiful Yan Lingji, her beautiful long legs are so beautiful, you can have fun in the new year. Maybe she will become his wife in the future. But then again, is it really okay to abandon your wife in a fight? Isn't that just like a go-getter? Is this really good? Chapter 4 Notting College. Notting City is just an inconspicuous remote town in Douluo continent. However, even it is a small city. There were also people coming and going inside, and it was very lively. The soil and water support the people. As a world that focuses on cultivation, the overall appearance of the men and women here is much better than on Earth. Many girls have slender waists and beautiful faces. But Xiaoming was not very interested. After all, pretty Xiaowu will soon be chased by him. Xiaoming walked on the streets of Notting City minding his own business. Look east and look right. It feels like appreciating the customs of another world. Notting College is well known in Notting City because Notting College can cultivate soul masters. And soul masters, even ordinary soul masters, are absolutely noble. Xiaoming casually inquired about the location of Notting College from passers-by, and Xiaoming headed directly in the direction of Notting College. Notting College is located in the west of Notting City. From a distance, Xiaoming saw a tall arch. The arch was 20 meters wide and 10 meters high. It was made of hard rock. There were 2 iron gates below, which looked extremely strong. Stop, what are you doing? Xiaoming had just walked to the door. In front of him, a young man guarding the door stopped him. I'm coming to Notting College to register. Xiaoming curled his lips. Sign up? Where are your supporting documents? The young man said softly. Seeing Xiaoming's well-dressed clothes, he couldn't help but slow down his tone. However, Xiaoming frowned. He always felt that this scene was a bit strange. He remembered, wasn't this the guard who made things difficult for Tang San in the original work? I don't have the certificate from Wuhan Palace, but I do have this. Xiaoming smiled slightly. The soul power radiates out from the body, with powerful soul power fluctuations. Why are you here without proof? Hearing that Xiaoming did not have proof of Wuhan Palace, the young man said unhappily. However, he stopped mid-sentence. Xiaoming's soul power fluctuated very strongly, although he could not determine Xiaoming's specific soul power. But he knew that a new student with such strong soul power fluctuations must be a genius. And his origin must be extraordinary. Master, what I just said may be a bit rude, please don't take it to heart. The guard looked at Xiaoming with a smile and said with respect on his face. After working as a janitor at Notting College for so many years, the first thing he learned was to appreciate the beauty of tea. Xiaoming, he knew, was definitely not someone he could afford. It's okay. By the way, what's your name? Master, the younger one's name is Li Qi, and he is the guard here. The young man said flatteringly. Li Qi, have you seen a person named Tang San recently? Xiaoming was looking forward to it. He didn't know if Tang San was here. He didn't want Tang San to come earlier than him. In that case, Tang San might have gotten to know Xiaowu before him, and maybe even slept together. This is what he doesn't want to see. Tang San? No. Is this the young master's friend? Li Qi asked curiously, writing down the name in his mind. You are overthinking, he and I are not friends. Xiaoming smiled slightly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, which was caught by Li Qi. Master, don't worry. We will treat him well. The guard said sinisterly. I didn't say anything. After saying that, Zhao Ming had already walked away. It turns out that when I read the novel, Zhao Ming had been unhappy with Tang San for a long time. Now that we have come to the Douluo continent, the first thing we should do is to beat Tang San. Neither Tang San nor the master and the master are good friends. It can be said that the final success of these two people is due to the love that exists deep in the hearts of Jian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong. Because of Bibi Dong's love for the master, her heart softened again and again. It can be said that her repeated indulgences allowed the master to develop a sharp weapon that could kill him. Because of Jian Rongxiu's love for Tang San, after inheriting the position of God of Angels, she did not have the heart to kill Tang San but instead let him go, allowing him to obtain the position of God of the Sea. In the end, he made himself irrecoverable. It can be said that Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu failed not because Tang San was too strong, nor because the master was too smart. They lost to love. Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu's mother and daughter were beaten to death by the master and Tang San's master and apprentice respectively, and they were even beaten with a hammer. You can obviously announce the ending directly, but you have to make it look like he has practiced in a thrilling way. If Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu hadn't let loose, they would have been nothing. To be honest, Tang Daodu is not as good as Xiao Huo next door. Xiao Huo, at least Hun Tiandi didn't let anything go. Before Tang Daodu became a god, Jian Rongxiu was already a god of angels. If he hadn't been unable to let go, he would have killed him directly. Don't talk about Guanyin tears, it only slightly hurt Jian Rongxiu. But Tang San used all his strength at that time. If Jian Rongxiu had been a little bit more hateful, Tang San would have died long ago. Tang San traveled across time carrying the Tang sect's hidden weapon Beija and the Tang sect's unique skills. My father is the youngest titled Douluo in history. The sect is the #1 sect in the world. My aunt is the master of Yuexuangsuan. He also has the talent of twin martial arts spirits, and his teammates are basically either from big families or extremely talented. Tang San is simply a plug-in among plug-ins, but he still needs the enemy to show off in order to win. What's the use of such a protagonist? Xiao Huo next door is a bit more awesome than him. But, now he is the protagonist of Douluo continent. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. There is no room for two protagonists in one world. Tang San can only be a tragedy in his hands. Near the entrance of Notting College, there is a sign with a map of the college. Zhao Ming took a rough look and found that the college was mainly divided into several areas, the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. Following the instructions on the map, Zhao Ming walked towards the teaching building. The academic affairs office is on the first floor of the main teaching building. The person responsible for receiving new students is a middle-aged teacher who looks to be in his 60s, and there are 2 young teachers under 30 who assist him. Every year, not many people in Notting City, including nearby villages, have the qualifications to become soul masters. Notting College can only accept 40 or 50 children every year. Therefore, the teachers in the admissions office are quite free. Zhao Ming attracted the attention of the 3 teachers as soon as he appeared. "Teacher, I'm here to sign up." Zhao Ming walked to the desk of the old teacher in the middle and said, "Come to register? Are you alone?" "Right. Okay, please show me your Wuhandian certification." The old teacher said seriously. "Teacher, I don't have a certificate from Wuhan Palace. Do you think I can use other certificates? There is no proof of Wuhan Palace? Are you making a fuss? Boy, leave quickly and don't disturb us. Mail." When the young teacher next to him heard that Zhao Ming had no proof of Wuhan Palace, his face turned dark on the spot. After all, in Notting City and its surrounding areas, all children of school age complete their martial spirit awakening in the Spirit Hall. Therefore, All children who can become soul masters will have a certificate proving the awakening of their martial soul. It records their innate soul power, martial soul, etc. This is also an important basis for Notting College to recruit students. Although I don't have the soul awakening certificate from the Wuhan Palace. However, I am a soul master. Xiaoming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Snap! Waves of energy ripples appeared with Xiaoming as the center. The spirit power of the spirit master level was released, making the three of them stunned. Soul master? This is the energy fluctuation of a soul master. Have you obtained a soul ring and become a soul master now? After swallowing deeply, the three of them stood up in shock at the same time. Child, reach out your hand and let me see. The elderly teacher said with a trembling voice, his face full of joy. Xiaoming understood and put his right hand on the table. The elderly teacher gently squeezed Xiaoming's hand and said excitedly, Soul Master. He is really a soul master. Director Su, is this true? The young teacher asked in disbelief. It's not that he doesn't believe there are geniuses in this world, it's just that he can't believe that such a genius comes back to Notting College. If such a talent were known to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, they would probably beg him to join. This is true. His bone age is normal, and his soul power is also the fluctuation of an 11th level soul master. Chapter 5, Teach Wang Shang a Lesson. Genius. This is a peerless genius. Release your martial spirit and let me see. That's not necessary. I don't want to expose my martial spirit just yet. Xiaoming refused directly. Now that he has revealed his cultivation as an 11th level soul master, anyone who is not a fool will agree to join the academy. He doesn't want to expose his martial soul yet. After all, his martial spirit is somewhat special, and it would not be good to expose it rashly. However, Director Su did not make things more difficult on the issue of Wuhan. Instead, he showed a meaningful smile. Such a genius can only be possessed by those big families. Only those disciples from big families would have scruples about exposing their martial souls. At this time, the image of Xiaoming, a son of a powerful family who went out to practice, was established in Director Su's mind. I understand. I understand. Director Su said inexplicably. What do you know? Xiaoming was a little confused. However, there is a form here that you need to fill out. We need to collect some basic information. Director Su handed Xiaoming a piece of paper, which contained nothing more than some information such as name and gender. This is your thing. The college distributes it for free. You live in a room in the dormitory building. The teacher in charge there will arrange for you to study. After registering Xiaoming's student status, Director Su handed Xiaoming a brand new school uniform. Then he explained, the first dormitory is the best student dormitory of our Notting College. The best students of our school are in it. One house? No, I want to go to 7 houses. Xiaoming shook his head. He didn't come here to study. If you want to study, wouldn't it be great to go to Tianshui College? Tianshui College has a strong faculty and is a good place for in-depth study of soul master knowledge. Besides, if he were not in Kishi, Xiaowu would definitely sleep with Tang San according to the plot. How can you bear this? Kishi? That's where work-study students live. It's a mixed bag. A young teacher next to Director Su advised. It's okay, I just like it there. Xiaoming waved his hand. Okay, let's go to Kishi. Seeing that Xiaoming insisted on staying in Kishi, Director Su and the others said no more. Then I'll go check out the dormitory first. After settling the registration matter, Xiaoming turned around and walked out of the academic affairs office. None of you can tell anyone what happened today. We finally got a genius from our college and we can't let other colleges poach him. Well, that's natural. This kid probably has innate soul power that only exists in legends. Only a genius with innate soul power can obtain a soul ring so quickly and break through as a soul master. Yes, I think so too. Director Su stroked his beard and said with a smile. But why did this kid go to the smoky 7th room instead of the nice 1st room? I don't understand. Geniuses always think differently from us ordinary people. If they think the same as us, is it still called a genius? Besides, if people were normal, they wouldn't come to a school like ours. The dormitory building is not far away and is easy to find. There is only one dormitory building in Notting College, which is shared by teachers and students. For a remote city like Notting City, there are not many people who can awaken martial souls and become soul masters. One dormitory building is enough to accommodate all the students and teachers. There are only 7 student dormitories in total. Because the students in the Junior Soul Master Academy are relatively young, for better unified management, students of each grade live in a large dormitory. There are only about 40 students in each grade of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory building hold 7 large dormitories where students live. Each dormitory is responsible for a teacher. However, there is an exception. That is Kisha. Kisha is a dormitory specially prepared for work-study students. The people who live here are of no age. Divided. They have only one thing in common, that is, they are both poor work-study students. Poverty and weakness, this is the impression others at Notting College have of Kishi. Walking along the aisle towards the location of Kishi. The faint smell of feet made Xiaoming feel like he was back in junior high school. The door was open, Xiaoming walked to the door and looked inside. The space of Kishi is not small, but there are nearly 50 beds inside. But most of the beds were empty, and only 11 beds had bedding on them. New here. Before Xiaoming could speak, a thick voice sounded. This man was about 2 heads taller than Xiaoming, and his body was very strong. Xiaoming had to raise his head to see his appearance clearly. At this time, he was blocking the middle of the road. Obviously, he wanted to give Xiaoming a blow. For such a guy, there is no need to say much, just conquer him. Go away. Xiaoming said angrily. Oh, you have a bad temper. My name is Wang Sheng, and my martial spirit is Zhan Hu, the future fighting spirit master. I am also the leader here. Boy, what is your name? What is my martial spirit? My name is Xiaoming, and I am also a fighting soul master. Xiaoming said lightly. In fact, if Wang Sheng was more careful, he would be able to spot the difference in Xiaoming's words. One is the current fighting soul master, and the other is the future fighting soul master. It's a pity that even the other members in the dormitory didn't realize the meaning of Xiaoming's words, let alone him. Even if he discovered it, he would just assume that Xiaoming said something wrong. After all, who would believe such a young soul master? Is that so? Then you can hang out with me from now on. Upon hearing that Xiaoming was also a combat-type soul master, Wang Sheng patted Xiaoming on the shoulder and said with a look of relief. Didn't you understand what I just said? Xiaoming said playfully. What? Wang Sheng looked at this new boy in confusion. I just said. Labor and management are really soul masters. Clenching his fingers into a fist, soul power surged into Xiaoming's right fist. While shouting loudly, Xiaoming's fist also hit Wang Sheng's chest and abdomen with lightning speed. Pfft! Wang Sheng's chest was instantly smashed into a small crater by Xiaoming, and then he quickly recovered. And his body flew backwards quickly and hit the bed closest to him. Wang Sheng, Level 9 Soul Warrior. Xiaoming, Level 11 Soul Master. The gap in soul power between soul warriors and soul masters is absolutely terrifying. This is true even between level 9 and level 11. However, Xiaoming's puppet martial soul is not like other combat-type soul masters, which can greatly increase his physical fitness when adding soul rings. Otherwise, Wang Sheng would be even more miserable after his punch. After all, his body does not need to be exported. Instead, he relied on his own puppets to launch attacks. Other soul masters can obtain power from the soul ring to strengthen themselves, but Xiaoming can only get a very small part of the energy, and most of it will be used on puppets. However, this is the right thing to do. If the energy is absorbed by yourself and the puppet cannot exert its powerful strength, then your martial soul will become useless. Are you a soul master? Wang Sheng's horrified voice sounded. At this time, he had been helped up and looked at Xiaoming in horror. That kind of power, he had experienced from Boss Xiao, it was a powerful power belonging to a soul master. I offended a soul master for no reason? Wang Sheng just wants to slap himself hard now. There was nothing he could do about being at odds with Boss Xiao, but it was his problem with Xiaoming. Chapter 6 Planning. What? Do you still want to be my boss now? Xiaoming found a clean position and said to Wang Sheng with a smile. The smile is very bright. But in Wang Sheng's eyes, he looked like a devil, which made him a little scared. Xiaoming was so powerful and defeated him easily. What kind of cultivation level could Xiaoming have? I'm afraid he can't even compare to Boss Xiao. No, you are the boss now. Hello, Boss Xiao. Wang Sheng was so frightened by Xiaoming that he shook his head. Yes. Not bad. Little saint. I found that you still have a bright future. Xiaoming patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder and said as easygoing as possible. He has always been an honest person, and he doesn't understand why Wang Sheng is so afraid of him. What about you? Xiaoming squinted his eyes and looked at the others. Hello, old and new. Other colleges in the dormitory also reacted at this time and said. He didn't seem dissatisfied, but rather looked forward to it. Boss, actually I didn't mean to target you just now. Every working study student here has to face this. We working study students are looked down upon by other students, so we must unite. Wang Shenghanen with a smile, he explained to Xiaoming. Xiaoming smiled, don't worry, I don't take it to heart. Wang Sheng observed Xiaoming's expression carefully and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he really didn't seem to take it to heart. Boss Xiaoming is so powerful and he is still in Qixi. If he really has little shoes to wear, he will be finished. Boss, you look like you are only 6 years old. Have you broken through to become a soul master so early? You are too powerful. Wang Sheng touched his head honestly, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. I am born with full soul power, so I can break through faster. Xiaoming said nonchalantly. Innate full soul power is the standard for time travelers, and he has just reached the average level. This is not very cool. However, although Xiaoming didn't think it was anything, these nodding college students didn't think so. Xian'e Shanmen soul power. All the students shouted loudly. What does innate full soul power mean? It means that you can directly obtain the first soul ring. And they need to cultivate to the 10th level before they can obtain soul rings and become soul masters. This is the difference. Afterwards, the gap between the two became more obvious. Innately full of soul power, in their hearts, they can at least suddenly reach the realm of soul sect or above in the future. In their hearts, soul sect is already a super strong person. Is he born with full soul power? That's it. Wang Sheng said to himself. Originally he was a little confused as to why Xiaoming was practicing so fast, but now he finally understood. Xiaoming's talent is not comparable to theirs. Okay, I won't tell you any more. Xiaoming clapped his hands and said, since you all recognize me as the boss of the 7th room, you must abide by my rules. Do you understand? Xiaoming said, looking at everyone in the dormitory. Understood. Many members of Qixi said in unison with a chill in their hearts. So, wash all the dirty clothes, dirty shoes and socks in your dormitory for me. The dormitory is being cleaned today, from the ceiling to the floor. Okay, let's do this for now. Xiaoming had no idea about managing Kishi, but the dormitory must be clean and tidy, and they were not allowed to wear naked clothes in the dormitory, as this would sting his Xiaohu's eyes. But when he and Xiaowu develop a good relationship, he will move out here. According to the plot, Xiaowu will be here soon. He also had some expectations in his heart. What is Xiaowu like? In the original work, Xiaowu has a pair of beautiful long legs. Although it is definitely impossible now, she is still a loli. Now that he has cut off Xiaowu, he can slowly develop feelings for her and wait for her to grow up. He knew that when Xiaowu ate the lovesickness for him, Xiaowu would become even more beautiful, and her pair of beautiful long legs would become even longer. At that time, he could also live a happy life. At that time, he can practice with Xiaowu. When he was tired from practicing, he would lie on Xiaowu's beautiful long legs and tell some jokes to make Xiaowu happy. When Xiaowu is tired, she can lie in his warm arms. They practiced together, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. When Xiaowu makes him a loving breakfast, he can hug Xiaowu from behind. When Xiaowu encounters danger, he can also fall from the sky to protect the baby Xiaowu. Everything is so happy and beautiful. Xiaoming smiled and looked at the busy Kishi students around him. Now he is the boss of Kishi. And Tang San, even if he came, couldn't defeat him. Tang San was despicable and shameless. He absolutely could not let Tang San harm his baby Xiaowu. Now that he is here, Xiaowu belongs to him. And Tang Daodu is destined to be a tragedy. Eat, sleep, and play Tang Daodu. Show off, flirt with girls, and attack Tang San. If he couldn't do these things after traveling to the indigenous world, he would have wasted his time travel ticket. Supervising the members of the 7th house to clean the dormitory, Xiaoming established a few more rules. They were not dissatisfied at all with Xiaoming's rules. They were even a little happy. Xiaoming established rules for them, which shows that Xiaoming regards them as his own. Xiaoming is so powerful, they will also benefit from Xiaoming in the future. With boss Xiaoming here, no one will dare to bully them in the future. Chapter 7 Humiliation. Nodding College. Academic Affairs Office. What did you say? A 6-year-old soul master. The master slammed the table and stared at Director Su in disbelief. Yes, I tested it myself yesterday. I am undoubtedly an 11th level soul master. Director Su said with a smile. Looking at each other with Tang San, the master's face was full of surprise. 6 years old, 11th grade. Isn't it obvious that this is another person with innate soul power? Is this a gift from God to me? I met 2 geniuses with innate soul power in a short period of time. Is this the compensation that fate gives me? Although I, Yu Xiaogang, have a broken martial spirit and have suffered all the humiliation, my future students will definitely become famous in the mainland. At this time, in his heart, Xiaoming has become his student. Where is he now? The eyes suddenly lit up on the decadent old face, and the master shouted excitedly. He is also assigned to the 7th house like Tang San. Director Su frowned. After receiving Director Su's answer, the master pulled Tang San around and walked out. Pfft, look at how anxious he is. Doesn't he want to take that kid Xiaoming as his apprentice? I guess so. Should we stop him? Forget about that kid Tang San, Xiaoming is a real genius. We can't let him be destroyed in the hands of the master. That's enough, the master is the dean's friend. Don't judge yourself. Although no one has proven that his theory is correct, no one has proven that his theory is wrong. Director. Even if he is a friend of the dean, he cannot just accept students from our college as apprentices. After all, he is not a teacher in our college. This is poaching our college. Yes, I think the only teacher for Xiaoming's child is you, the director. Director Su frowned upon hearing this. That's right. When will students from our college be allowed to be accepted as disciples at will? Forget it about Tang San, this kid is a useless martial spirit after all. But that kid Xiaoming, although he didn't know his martial spirit, knew very well that he was definitely a genius. Forget it, forget it. If Xiaoming is willing, then we can't control him, Director Su said. But my dissatisfaction with the master deepened. Teacher, is that person also a twin martial spirit? Tang San asked with confusion on his face. I don't know, but it's very possible. From ancient times to the present, there are only a handful of recorded geniuses with innate soul power. Most of these people have twin martial spirits. If there is only one martial spirit, then that martial spirit must be a very powerful martial spirit. As they walked, the master explained to Tang San. They walked very quickly, and the master was obviously very familiar with this place, and he directly led Tang San to Kishi. At this time, Xiaoming was lying on the bed, with his legs on the bed frame, extremely leisurely. Yesterday, he had found out clearly that the enrollment period for Notting College was only 3 days. Counting from yesterday, only today and tomorrow will enroll students. Therefore, if that girl Xiaowu doesn't come tomorrow, she will come the day after tomorrow. For this reason, Xiaoming has arranged everything in advance. Brand new and beautiful bedding, the only lavender bed curtain in the dormitory. To be safe, he also bought a big bag of carrots. This is the beauty of knowing the plot. Master. Just when Xiaoming was imagining the wonderful life with Xiaowu in the future, a surprised voice came from the dormitory. Master? What master? In a daze, Xiaoming seemed to understand something and looked out the door. A middle-aged man and a child were standing at the door. The middle-aged man has short hair and an ordinary appearance. He is slightly hunched over and reveals a sense of decadence and laziness. The children's clothes were simple and even patched in some places. He has short black hair and dark skin. Master and Tang San? There was a hint of smile on Xiaoming's lips. Hello, my name is Xiaoming. The head of the 7th house. Xiaoming said as he walked forward. Are you Xiaoming? Grandmaster and Tang San both said in surprise at the same time. You know me. Director Su just mentioned you to us. You are truly a hero from a young age, the master praised. By the way, my name is Tang San, and I am also from Kishi. This is my teacher, you can call him master. Tang San pointed at the master and said. Master? The master who is known as the first person in martial arts theory in the continent. Xiaoming pretended to be surprised. There was even an exaggerated expression on his face. These are just false names. The master shook his head, but he couldn't help but feel complacent in his heart. In his opinion, since he knew his name, he would definitely not refuse if he offered to accept him as his disciple. No, 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 the master's scholarship is famous all over the world. Although he is no longer in the martial arts world, the legend of the master is still circulating throughout the continent. Okay, okay. Well said, the master said loudly. He didn't expect that he still had such a young fan in the martial arts world. Then are you willing to become my teacher? The master said excitedly. No. Will. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows and slowly spit out 3 big words. Good disciple, then let's. Wait, what did you say? In the middle of speaking, the master's words stopped abruptly. His face even showed an ugly look of constipation. Poof! Haha! Seeing this scene, the members of Kishi couldn't help laughing. Frowning, the master couldn't help but ask, why? Don't you want to learn martial arts theory from me? There is no other reason. It's just that my martial arts is too bad and I'm afraid I won't be able to catch the eye of the master. Is this the reason? The master breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, there are no useless martial arts in this world, only useless soul masters. Even if your martial soul is inferior, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will eventually achieve something. Really? Of course it's true. The master said righteously. Then may I ask why master hasn't broken through to soul master yet? Is the master the legendary useless soul master? Then forget it, I don't need a useless person to teach me. Xiaoming shrugged and said. You. The master stroked his chest, his face turning blue and white. He finally saw it. The man in front of him was humiliating him. But he couldn't refute it. Shut up, you are not allowed to slander my teacher. Tang San couldn't help it and looked at Xiaoming angrily. At this time, he had no good impression of Xiaoming at all. Slander? I didn't slander him. There is no useless martial spirit, only useless soul masters. This sentence was said by the master himself. You think so, right? What the boss said is right, the master himself admitted it. Yes. I heard from the teacher in the class that the master's martial spirit will make you fart, which is of no use at all. It's not too big a deal to watch the excitement, they all cheered. At this time, Xiaoming's image in their hearts had risen to an extremely high level. Pfft! Being so humiliated, the master finally couldn't bear it anymore, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Xiaoming looked at Yu Xiaogang, who fainted on the ground without any sympathy. Yu Xiaogang is a waste of practice, and he also plays with the feelings of other girls. In order to understand the classics of Wuhan Palace, he deliberately got close to Bibi Dong, who was the saint of Wuhan Palace at that time. After acquiring the knowledge, he trained Tang San to sell the Wuhan Palace. In addition, Yu Xiaogang's research on martial arts is so in-depth, but he can't see Lu Erlong's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex bloodline. Who would believe it? You call yourself a master, can't you see this? Their martial soul fusion skills are due to their close blood relationship, can't he see this? Don't be ridiculous, Yu Xiaogang just wants to be with Lu Erlong, so that he can become the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle. But what Yu Xiaogang didn't expect was that Jian Sunji would be so almost dead. After Kyung Sunji died, he could return to Bibi Dong. Being despicable, he took the pure and unsuspecting Lu Erlong back to the Yu family and asked the Yu family to break them up. Now that he is at Notting College, he is probably just thinking about waiting for Qiandao Lu to die or for Bibi Dong to become stronger so that he can return to Bibi Dong. A despicable waste like Yu Xiaogang got benefits by wandering between Tang San, Lu Erlong, and Bibi Dong. No matter whether Tang San is awesome or Wuhandian is awesome, he can always be against the wall. With Yu Xiaogang like this, others couldn't tell what was going on with him. As a person of the same kind, Xiaoming could naturally see clearly. However, although Xiaoming considers himself despicable, he will not attack those who love him deeply. His despicability will only be directed at his enemies. Chapter 8 Long-Term Mission, Kill Tang San. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the long-term mission and killing the Son of Destiny, Tang San. In Xiaoming's mind, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Tang San, the Son of Destiny, has developed hatred for the host. If he doesn't kill him, it will cause disaster. Mission reward, unknown. Kill Tang San? But Tang Hao is a problem. Xiaoming frowned. Now Tang Hao might be watching somewhere. I'm afraid I don't have a chance to do it. But this mission is a long-term mission and there is no time limit. What are you doing here? Tang San looked coldly at Xiaoming Dao, who was slowly walking over. Me? What else can I do? I just heard you say that the master has accepted you as his disciple. I think you are still young, so don't go astray. Xiaoming said lightly with the corners of his mouth raised. You don't have to worry about my affairs. If you still have trouble, please show some respect to my teacher. Tang San said bitterly. The milky white soul power gathered in his hands, turning his hands into white jade color. He was already ready to attack Xiaoming. Is this the Xuanyu hand? Xiaoming looked at the changes in Tang San's hands with some curiosity. But Xiaoming has no idea of fighting Tang San now. Jia, help the mistress send the master back to the house. Xiaoming turned around and shouted to a thin boy. Okay, boss. The master, who was called by Xiaoming, quickly came out and carried the master away with Tang San. The master's dormitory is also in this building, but it's on the top floor. Boss, this new kid seems to have some complaints against boss. Seeing Tang San and the others leaving, Wang Shendao. It's okay, maybe what I said was too extreme. Xiaoming shook his head. Boss, you did nothing wrong. If this kid Tang San dares to attack the boss in the future, I, Wang Sheng, will be the first to teach him a lesson. Wang Sheng patted his chest and said. Having just witnessed Xiaoming's methods, he realized that this new boss was definitely no ordinary person. Both his talent and his mind are excellent, and he will definitely become a powerful figure in Douluo continent in the future. Therefore, he was ready to be Xiaoming's loyal licking dog. After offending Xiao Chenyu, he gradually understood that only geniuses and lickers could have a superior life in this academy. His last senior was also from Kishi. He just licked a second-generation soul, and then lived a good life with a second-generation soul after graduation. Little saint, you are very good. I admire you very much. Xiaoming patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. Although Wang Sheng is not very talented, he is quite to his liking. It might not be a bad idea to give him a hand in the future. At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside. Is this Kishi? Everyone looked towards the door at the same time, their eyes suddenly straightened. I saw a pretty little girl standing at the door. The pretty little face is white and rosy, and the pink color looks like a ripe peach, which makes people have the urge to take a bite. Although her clothes were very simple, she looked very neat. Her long black hair was combed into a scorpion braid hanging down over her hips. A pair of big watery eyes showed curiosity. In her hand she held a brand new school uniform. Xiao Wu. Xiaoming's eyes widened. Seeing Xiao Wu's true appearance, Xiaoming couldn't help but complain about the animation of Douluo in his previous life. Such a beautiful girl was turned into a village girl, it was really eye-catching. Although Xiao Wu doesn't look like a grown-up now, her lowly dance is also very good-looking. How to say that poem? Dress with cat ears, small mouth and big eyes. Short hair is very pretty, long hair is also flowing. You can give candies and play kissing. What are you looking at? Xiao Wu saw Xiaoming staring at him lewdly at a glance, and said angrily. Ahem, I'm sorry. I'm Xiaoming, the head and eldest son of the 7 houses. What's your name? Xiaoming stepped forward and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and said with a smile, My name is Xiao Wu. My martial spirit is rabbit. A very cute little white rabbit. What about you? When she smiles, 2 figures appear on her face. The cute little dimples are indescribably moving. My martial spirit is a puppet. You may not have heard of it. Xiaoming said with a smile. Puppet? Never heard of it. Xiao Wu shook her head in confusion, but didn't dwell on it. By the way, you are so young, how can you be the boss here? Because I defeated them all, I am the boss of this dormitory. Xiaoming smiled. That's it. Then if I defeat you, wouldn't I be the boss of Kishi? Xiao Wu showed an excited expression. Putting the school uniform aside, he showed a bit of excitement. Of course you can, but I'm afraid you are no match for me. I have already broken through to become a soul master. Xiaoming shook his head. What? Have you broken through to the soul master level? Are you born with full soul power? Xiao Wu said in surprise. Only one with innate soul power can break through so quickly. Yet. Xiaoming nodded. Then I won't fight you now. I'll wait until I break through to the soul master level in a few days before I fight you. By then I will be the boss of the dormitory. As he said this, Xiao Wu raised his little fist. Okay. I'll wait for you. Zhao Ming said nonchalantly. Xiao Wu is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, so she is also innately full of soul power. But it is impossible to defeat him. After saying that, Zhao Ming walked to his bed and slowly lay down. Oh, my new bedding is so comfortable to lie on. After waiting for a long time, when Xiao Wu made no movement, Zhao Ming took the initiative to seduce her. Bedding? Seeing Zhao Ming lying comfortably on the bed with his legs crossed, Xiao Wu felt a little embarrassed. She didn't prepare these things when she came. The work-study students were all poor children, and they were much more sensible than the descendants of nobles. A few clever students immediately said, Xiao Wu, you can use my mattress first. I'll just spread the quilt half down and half cover you up. Another person said, Xiao Wu, then you can use my quilt. I can barely use the mattress. Seeing other people taking the initiative to throw an olive branch to Xiao Wu, Zhao Ming didn't take it seriously at all. Xiao Wu looked at the bedding of these work-study students. Although it couldn't be said to be dirty, most of it was in tatters. But Zhao Ming has a brand new quilt, and the style is much more beautiful. And there are also carrots she loves to eat. Xiao Wu's eyes widened and she couldn't help but walked forward and took a whiff. It was the scent of carrots. Since she left the Stardow forest, she hasn't eaten carrots for a long time. Reluctantly withdrawing her thoughts, Xiao Wu's eyes fell on Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming. I'll discuss something with you. What are we discussing? Zhao Ming smiled slightly, knowing that the rabbit had taken the bait. Just wait and see, the ancients will not deceive me. Xiao Wu said, looking at your bedding is quite big, it won't be a big problem for two people to cover it. How about this? If we put the beds together, wouldn't we both be able to use them? Use them together? Isn't that bad? I'm not a casual person. Zhao Ming quickly shook his head. Are you not a casual person? Then I am just a casual person? With that lustful look in your eyes just now, no one would believe you. Xiao Wu snorted dissatisfied and said, I don't care, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I'll force myself on you? Okay then. Zhao Ming was secretly happy, but he remained calm on the surface. Come and help me pull the bed over. Why are you standing there in a daze? Xiao Wu said dissatisfied. I'm not a power soul master, where do I get my strength from? I also need to respect the boss, you know? Forget it, I won't hold you accountable today. Zhao Ming shook his head and moved Xiao Wu's bed over with all his strength. Hey, can you do it? Align it. Poke it through the hole. These beds can be put together. Xiao Wu said angrily. Zhao Ming took a closer look. Sure enough, these beds can be assembled. But Xiao Wu's words felt strange. Chapter 9 Xiao Chinayu. After wasting a long time, Zhao Ming put his and Xiao Wu's beds together. Zhao Ming's bedding was an adult size, and it was really big, covering 90% of the two beds. Why is your bedding so big? Xiao Wu said in surprise. Zhao Ming's quilt was folded just now, but she hadn't realized it yet. I like to kick the quilt and roll on the sheets, so of course I have to buy a bigger quilt. Zhao Ming smiled and looked at Xiao Wu. Real or fake? Xiao Wu was a little confused. She looked at their two beds, placed her own baggage in the middle, and then cut out a line with her hands. Did you see it? This line is the border. If you dare to come over, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Wu raised her little fist and said in a pretentious manner. I don't know. I just told you that I like to roll on the sheets when I fall asleep. I can't guarantee what will happen then. Zhao Ming shook his head and explained. Zhao Ming was a little funny. This scene reminded him of the 38th line with his female classmate in elementary school. Those who cross the line are beasts. If you don't cross the line, you are worse than an animal. Which one do you choose? You. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. She felt as if she had entered a wolf's den. But looking at other places, nothing seems better than this. Humph, you'd better be honest. Wang Shendao, it's time to have lunch, boss. Xiao Wu, let's go together. Wang Sheng said after looking at the time. When Xiao Wu heard that he wanted to eat, he immediately jumped up and said excitedly, okay. What's delicious? Wang Sheng and other working study students looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What can we, working study students, eat well? Just buy some cheap meals in the canteen. The excitement on Xiao Wu's face suddenly froze. Does it cost money to eat? Is it the soul coins or something? If it weren't for the fact that she seemed to have some relationship with the boss, I'm afraid Wang Sheng would have cursed others. Why would he have to spend money on meals? Who gives a free lunch? But he could also naturally see that she was probably short of money. If you call me boss, then I can't be stingy. I'm treating you today, so you can eat whatever you want. Xiaoming glanced at Xiao Wu and said proudly. There was a lot of money in Hulina's space ring. Xiaoming counted it and found that there were about 3,000 gold soul coins, which was enough for Xiaoming to spend. Other than that, it's just some underwear. But Xiaoming had no idea about these clothes. Xiaoming is not that kind of person. If he can live a happy life after chasing the treasure Xiao Wu, how can he have any other dirty thoughts? Hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly smiled and patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. Only then did she realize that in the human world, gold soul coins are needed. A group of 11 people left Kishi and headed towards the cafeteria under the leadership of Wang Sheng. The canteen is in the teaching building and passes through the entire playground. At this time, the playground was already lively, and many students wearing college uniforms could be seen walking towards the teaching building, obviously going to eat. The cafeteria of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is large enough to accommodate 6 classes and teachers, totaling more than 300 people, for meals. At this time, there was already a queue at the canteen window. The cafeteria is divided into 2 floors. There are 300 seats in the lobby on the first floor alone. Aren't these the poor guys like Wang Sheng? Xiaoming and his group had just entered the cafeteria when a discordant voice came over. The sound came from the second floor. Xiaoming looked towards the sound, and a group of people were looking at them condescendingly. A poor man is a poor man. I'm afraid he will never be able to eat on the second floor. Who are you? What's so great about the second floor? Xiao Wu suddenly became angry when she saw someone provoking them in a condescending tone. What a beautiful little Lolita! It's a pity that she is a work-study student. Wang Sheng, I have to go to dinner now. I'll let you go this time. A handsome male student, about 11 or 12 years old, said with bright eyes. Who said we can't go to the second floor to eat? Today I'm treating a guest, and we'll all go to the second floor to eat. Xiaoming said calmly with a cold look in his eyes. The fees on the second floor of the Notting College cafeteria are relatively expensive. Generally speaking, the people who eat here are the children of the nobility. Ordinary self-financing students and working study students cannot afford the meals on the second floor. Wang Sheng, why did you become a little brother? This is not like your style. Can't you even beat this kid? The student asked in surprise. Who is he? So crazy? Xiao Wu asked angrily, her jade legs wrapped in tight trousers making fists on the ground, a little eager to try. His name is Xiao Chenyu, and he is the one with the highest cultivation level in the school. He also took the lead in bullying our work-study students. Wang Sheng said in Xiaoming's ear. You can bully others if you have a high level of cultivation? Doesn't the school care? Xiao Wu's pupils widened and she asked in confusion. How can the school care about this? In the Soul Master Academy, they will not care about this as long as there are no big problems. Wang Sheng was a little helpless. Don't worry, since you call me boss, I won't leave you alone. Brothers, let's go up. Zhao Ming stepped directly onto the stairs to the second floor. Oh, you really got it right. But do you have money to eat? Don't suffer for the sake of saving face. Xiao Chinayu said contemptuously. They are all my little brothers now. You'd better show some respect. Zhao Ming frowned as he walked up to the second floor. Otherwise? What? You still want to beat me? That's fine. If you beat me, I'll give you face. Otherwise, why? Xiao Yuxuan smiled wildly. Then I will teach you a lesson today. Zhao Ming said coldly. After saying that, he took one step forward and unleashed his Soul Master level soul power. Are you also a Soul Master? Feeling Zhao Ming's soul power at this time, Xiao Yuxuan's expression changed. He didn't expect that this guy who looked like a new student at first sight would actually be a Soul Master. The expressions of other students on Xiao Yuxuan's side also changed. There was originally only one Soul Master among the students of Notting College, and that was Xiao Chinayu. And now there is another Soul Master who is still so young. Hey, so what about the Soul Master? I think you are so young, you should have just obtained the Soul Ring. How can you compare with me? Xiao Chinayu said coldly. While saying this, Xiao Chinayu released his martial spirit. A layer of green light emerged from Xiao Chinayu's body. In the flash of green light, the muscles of his body began to expand, his eyes gradually turned light green, his arms slowly raised, his claws moved forward, and his nails became sharp. Stand up! A white soul ring rose from beneath his feet, exactly like a martial soul possessing him. Xiao Chinayu, 6th grade student, martial soul, wolf. 11th level, 1st level battle soul master. Zhao Ming, 1st year student, martial soul, puppet. 11th level, 1st level battle soul master. When Zhao Ming thought about Wu Hun, everyone around him showed doubts. Apparently none of them had heard of this kind of martial spirit. However, soon, they were even more surprised. As the soul power slowly surged, the unique orange soul ring under Zhao Ming was exposed. Orange soul ring, what is this? The students opened their mouths wide and looked at Zhao Ming as if they were looking at a monster. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Chinayu cursed in his heart. Boss, destroy him. He is just a first-year student. I think he is just making up his mind. A senior student couldn't help but said. Shut up! Xiao Chinayu said angrily and loudly. How is this possible? The appearance of the soul ring on Zhao Ming's body can be said to have subverted these students' understanding of martial arts. Moreover, first-year students, who are only 6 to 7 years old, have cultivated to the realm of soul masters in the 1st grade. This has never happened in the entire history of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. What's more, his martial spirit seems to be unheard of. Chapter 10 Yan Lingji takes action. Xiao Chinayu's father is the city lord of Notting City, which is why he dares to be so arrogant. For him, as long as he doesn't go too far, even the teacher rarely cares about him. Since I was a child, I have watched my father's various actions in official circles. Because he was somewhat tainted with the atmosphere of officialdom, he first thought of Zhao Ming's background. His father once gave many warnings and instructions. In this world, there are some big families that cannot be offended. They are even more terrifying than the imperial royal family. The royal family will also worry about face issues, but those big families don't need it at all. Provoking them will bring disaster. Are you really a work-study student? Xiao Chinayu couldn't help but ask. Zhao Ming nodded lightly. In his opinion, as long as Xiao Chinayu is subdued, there will be a lot less trouble at Notting College in the future. It can not only solve the problem of work-study students being bullied. On the other hand, you can also establish your own prestige. Let's do it. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. For Xiao Chinayu, if he retreats now, his prestige in front of his younger brother will be greatly reduced in the future. Therefore, no matter what the opponent is, he has to rush forward. But he still kept an eye on it. Even if I defeat this first-year work-study student, I can't hurt him. Otherwise, even if the person opposite is just an ordinary person, the teachers at the college will not let him go either. In the past, those people didn't care. That's because the people you bully don't deserve to offend you. And the person in front of him now is too talented. If he causes any problems with him, those guys won't give him face. Xiao Chinayu was the second person Zhao Ming fought against. The first time was with Hu Lina. At that time, Yan Lingji completely defeated Hu Lina in terms of attributes, which allowed Zhao Ming to unexpectedly defeat Hu Lina, who was already level 21. Otherwise, if it were any other great soul master, Zhao Ming would definitely be dead. Zhao Ming actually learned from the system that Yan Lingji's true strength is only about level 16 to level 17. After all, the Tianxing world where Yan Lingji is located is a low martial world, and the things Yan Lingji masters are not the strongest. In addition, it can use his soul power to attack. It's pretty good to have this strength. But it is definitely enough to deal with a small character like Xiao Chinayu. Xiao Chinayu quickly rushed towards Zhao Ming. After possessing a soul ring, his power is simply not comparable to that of other ordinary students. As soon as Xiao Chinayu's body jumped out, the soul power from his body had already enveloped an area of 3 square meters around Zhao Ming's body. Xiao Chinayu is very clear about his advantages. As a beast martial spirit, the damage caused by the power of the explosion and the extremely fast speed is extremely considerable. But soon, his lunging body suddenly stopped. Because a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Long flowing black hair. An extremely delicate face. A curvy body. A weak and slender waist. Xiao Chinayu was stunned for just a moment. Seeing that he was about to hit her, Xiao Chinayu quickly braked. But at that speed, how could Xiao Chinayu stop his body as he pleased? Under the influence of inertia, Xiao Chinayu could only fall forward and hit the floor directly. Lying down in front of Yan Lingji. The strong wind blew, and the corners of Yan Lingji's skirt were slowly blown up, revealing her long, snow-white, round legs. What a nice view! 2 lines of blood gushed out from Xiao Chinayu's nostrils, but he didn't feel it at all. Instead, he stood blankly with a faint smile. Death! A delicate voice came from Yan Lingji's throat, and then she stepped on Xiao Chinayu's face. Wait, don't kill him! Zhao Ming's expression changed and he quickly issued instructions to Yan Lingji. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's instructions, Yan Lingji stopped pressing her feet downward. He stepped on Xiao Chinayu's face and did not continue. I didn't expect Xiao Chinayu to be subdued so quickly. But this is best. Slowly walking to Xiao Chinayu, Zhao Ming said, "Are you convinced now?" However, Xiao Chinayu did not answer his words, but was a little dumbfounded. Zhao Ming was a little confused. But soon Zhao Ming realized what Xiao Chinayu was looking at. At this time, Xiao Chinayu was facing upward, although he was stepped on by Yan Lingji. However, it did not affect his sight at all. At this time, his eyes were fixed on Yan Lingji's small white leg that was not covered by her skirt. You idiot! Zhao Ming was furious and kicked Xiao Chinayu away. Labor and management themselves haven't even enjoyed it yet. How dare you kid to have illusions about my puppet? Zhao Ming felt MMP in his heart. After being kicked away by Zhao Ming, Xiao Chinayu finally reacted. The eyes looked at each other between Zhao Ming and Yan Lingji. This is your martial spirit? Xiao Chinayu asked in horror. Zhao Ming nodded and said nothing. I'm sorry for what happened today, and I won't target you again in the future. I didn't expect Xiao Chinayu to be so easy to talk to, but since he took the initiative to give in, Zhao Ming will naturally not trouble him again. As soon as the orange soul ring flashed, Yan Lingji disappeared. Taking the martial spirit back into his body, Zhao Ming looked around. At this time, whether it was the first or second floor, the stairs were crowded with people, including students and teachers. Among these people, he also saw two acquaintances, Tang San and the master. Obviously they are all here to see the show. At this time, they had different expressions, some were shocked, some were jealous, some were afraid, some were resentful. However, there is no doubt that after today, Zhao Ming may become famous at Notting College. Chapter 11 Salty Pig Hands. Boss, you are too strong, Wang Sheng said excitedly after Xiao Chenyu and others left. Just what Xiao Chenyu just said was still fresh in Wang Sheng's mind. They will never harass their work-study students again. This is absolutely great news for them. Hee. You're pretty awesome. I guess I saw you right. Xiao Wu smiled, revealing two small dimples. The look in Zhao Ming's eyes was even more inexplicable. Well, if I don't have two brushes, how can I be your boss? Zhao Ming said a little funny. That's right. Forget it. Let's go eat quickly. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose. At this time, she could smell the aroma of the food in the cafeteria on the second floor. The canteen on the second floor is different from the canteen on the first floor. Dishes can be ordered individually here. And the ingredients are also very different. On the second floor, you can even eat some soul beast meat occasionally. Of course, the premise is that you can afford the money. Generally, only the teachers in the academy can occasionally afford those precious ingredients. Apart from that, there are people like Xiao Chenyu. They are all sons of aristocrats. They have rich families and can afford to eat. Zhao Ming took the menu and looked at it. The dishes in it easily cost several silver soul coins, and some even reached the price of more than a dozen gold soul coins. Even the cheapest chicken stewed with mushrooms costs 2 Gintama coins, so it's no wonder they can't afford it. Zhao Ming casually ordered some dishes. Then he threw the menu to Xiao Wu and the others. When Wang Sheng and the others saw the prices on the menu, they were frightened on the spot and refused to order. However, Xiao Wu was not polite, and followed the more expensive dishes on the menu. This braised rabbit head looks pretty good. It should taste good, Zhao Ming suggested as he watched Xiao Wu flipping through the menu. I'm going to die. Bunny is so cute, and you actually want to eat bunny. Xiao Wu opened her beautiful eyes wide and said fiercely. Don't you know that my martial spirit is a rabbit? You actually want to eat a rabbit in front of me. Xiao Wu, you ordered tiger palm in front of me. Wang Sheng reminded from the side. But he was just joking. Although his martial spirit was tiger, he had no taboo against eating tiger. Xiao Wu was stunned by what Wang Sheng said, and then said angrily, can it be the same? What's the difference? Wang Sheng asked doubtfully. The tiger is the devil that eats rabbits. Of course it's different. The only meat dish Xiao Wu ordered was tiger paw. After all, his own tribe had been decimated a lot by the tiger clan. Naturally, she wanted to eat it back. But it was impossible for her to tell Wang Sheng and the others these things. Boss, let me toast you. Thank you for standing up for us working study students. Wang Sheng said, holding up a glass of wine. The wine their students drink is rice wine, which they can drink even at their age. Zhao Ming smiled slightly. Since you call me boss, this is what you should do. Xiao Chenyu and the others should not trouble you in the future. If they still dare to bully you, just tell me and I will teach them a lesson. After saying that, he also picked up his drink and drank it in one gulp. The alcohol content of rice wine is not high. However, I can't stand the crowd. Wang Sheng started, and the other members of Kishi raised their glasses to toast Zhao Ming one by one. Since Zhao Ming defeated Xiao Chenyu and made Xiao Chenyu promise not to bully working study students again, Xiaoming's status in their eyes has even begun to rival or even surpass their teachers. Although they only knew Xiaoming for a day or two, they already recognized this boss from the bottom of their hearts. During this meal, Xiaoming didn't even use his chopsticks, he just drank. Xiao Wu also drank a few drinks and found it boring. Just patronize the food on the table. With a table full of food, more than 10 people managed to eat everything. For the work-study students, they have never eaten such delicious food. Touching her bulging belly, Xiao Wu was very satisfied with today's dinner. But just when Xiao Wu was about to leave the table, a hand grabbed her, and then his whole body fell on her. Xiao Wu was startled and was about to push the person away. But she found Xiaoming staring at her sleepily. The boss must be drunk. Wang Sheng looked at Xiaoming Dao, who was walking a little unsteadily. Xiao Wu, you don't drink enough. You can help the boss to the dormitory. We all drank too much. Wang Sheng said, and began to stagger, looking like he would fall down accidentally. The other sensible members of the 7 houses also said the same thing. Looking at them all walking unsteadily, what else could Xiao Wu say? He had no choice but to help Xiaoming to the dormitory alone. Xiaoming's whole body was leaning against her, especially his head, which was directly pressed against her body. In the nasal cavity, the man's warm breath kept spraying on Xiao Wu's neck, making her feel a little itchy. This was a feeling she had never had before, which made her feel a little panicked. Hey! Little girl! Give me a smile! In a daze, Xiaoming teased Xiao Wu's delicate chin. Xiao Wu was stunned. The pupils are wide open. Xiaoming, you'd better take care of your hands. If you move around again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Xiao Wu opened Xiaoming's hand angrily and roared. However, how could Xiaoming, who was drunk, have the sense to listen to this? The little hands continued to move around. Xiao Wu threw Xiaoming to the ground angrily, and then walked directly towards the dormitory alone. After walking for a while, he seemed uneasy and returned along the road. Looking at Xiaoming, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, Xiao Wu felt helpless. I had no choice but to continue moving Xiaoming into the dormitory. During this period, Xiaoming never had that kind of situation again, which made Xiao Wu feel relieved. But in her heart, Xiaoming had been quietly classified as a pervert by her. To her, Xiaoming was a pervert for telling the truth after drinking. There is something to think about every day, and something to dream about at night. Even if he didn't mean it just now, he was still thinking about something bad. Chapter 12. This is just a dream. After 20 years, Xiaoming gradually defeated all forces, unified the continent, and founded the Destiny dynasty. Xiaoming was also revered as the Shenwu Emperor. And this year is called the Year of Destiny. It is the 6th year of destiny, the weather is going well in Douluo continent, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and live a happy life. Xiaoming also began to gradually distribute the rights in his hands. Enjoy yourself in peace. Douluo continent. Harem. Your Majesty, how do you think I dance? After the dance, Yan Lingji walked up to Xiaoming and exhaled softly. At this time, she was wearing tight hot pants and a close-fitting tank top, and her figure was extremely seductive. Due to excessive exercise, there is a thin layer of sweat on the body, and the charming fragrance is constantly exuding. My beloved concubine is deeply in my heart. You are deeply in my heart. Xiaoming said infatuatedly as he held Yan Lingji in his arms and let her sit on his lap, feeling the warm and fragrant soft jade. Humph, your Majesty is biased. Isn't it bad at dancing? Not far away, Cai Lin was wearing a black short skirt, dancing to the Pure Land dance to cheerful music. However, seeing Yan Lingji being held in Xiaoming's arms, she quit on the spot and said in amusement. Looking at Medusa in such a little daughter's posture, Xiaoming couldn't help but be fascinated. Fei dances well. It's so beautiful. Come into my arms. With that said, Zhao Ming stretched out his right hand and took Medusa into his arms. Your Majesty must be too hot, he's sweating so much. I'm here to help your Majesty cool down. It was Yun Yun who spoke. She was wearing a purple palace dress and looked at Zhao Ming tenderly. Holding a golden cattail leaf fan in his hand, he patiently fanned Zhao Ming to cool down. On the other side, Ling Qingzu was dressed in a white dress with a fairy spirit. She was also holding a brocade woven fan to fan Zhao Ming. Concubine Yun, Concubine Qing, you have all worked hard. Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel touched when he saw the beauty thinking so much about him. As long as we can solve the emperor's problems, we won't have to work hard. The two shook their heads and said in unison. Okay, that's well said. I'm very relieved. Your Majesty, come and eat some fruit. Zhao Ming turned around, and it turned out to be Qian Rongxiu. At this time, she was wearing a white low-cut palace dress, and she bent her body so that Zhao Ming could see her white breasts. He picked up a small piece of fruit with a bamboo stick in his hand and fed it to Zhao Ming's mouth. However, Zhao Ming was not happy anymore and looked at Qian Rongxiu thoughtfully. Your Majesty, I hate you, you know how to bully others. Qian Rongxiu's face turned red. He gently took a piece of apple and fed it to Zhao Ming's mouth. Zhao Ming was crowded with people, and those who could not serve him all looked annoyed. Zhao Ming took a look and saw that Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Huo Wu, and others all showed unwilling expressions. My beloved concubines, don't worry, I will not be partial. There will be opportunities in the future. Zhao Ming comforted. Awake to hold the power of the world, drunk and lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. This may be the highest realm of life. Zhao Ming couldn't help but think. Etc. That's not right. Where is Xiao Wu? Where is my dancing concubine? Zhao Ming's eyes widened. Looking around, there was no trace of Xiao Wu. Your Majesty, I am here to give you a pat on the back. A clear voice sounded from behind Zhao Ming. But the sound was a little strange, it seemed like he was gritting his teeth. Beloved, be gentle. Hiss. Zhao Ming couldn't help but cry out in pain. The dancer doesn't seem to be exerting much force, so why do I feel so much pain? Zhao Ming said in confusion. Dancing concubine, come down. I don't need you to beat your back. Zhao Ming said bitterly. Get down there, you're so big. Xiao Wu suddenly cursed. In the nodding college dormitory, Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Ming who had crossed the line and still held her tightly, her face turned blue and white. That's okay. This guy even talks about a dancing concubine, which is simply disgusting to the extreme. It's simply unbearable. Xiao Wu raised her fist, preparing to punch Zhao Ming again to wake him up. How dare you, the dancing concubine, dare to speak to me like this? I have thought about it, and I will put you in the cold palace to reflect and reflect. When will you figure it out and know where you went wrong? Come out again. Zhao Ming muttered. Lang Gong? Do you still want to throw me into the cold palace? Xiao Wu felt that her lungs were about to explode. He raised his fist and greeted Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming also gradually felt something was wrong. Why is it that Xiao Wu was dragged away and it feels like someone is still beating me? Zhao Ming woke up from the pain. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a big fist hitting him. Be obedient. With a tilt of his head, Zhao Ming quickly dodged the blow. And the fist instantly hit the bed board, making a huge noise. Hey, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Zhao Ming said with wide eyes. What am I doing? I still want to ask you. See for yourself what is going on. Xiao Wu said angrily. Zhao Ming looked and saw that he was lying on Xiao Wu's bed. His legs were pressing on Xiao Wu's body. Ahem, it turns out I was dreaming just now. Grandma's dream was too real, as if it reflected the future. Will he also live such a wonderful life in the future? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ahem, it was just an accident. I didn't mean to get drunk yesterday. Besides, I've said before that I like to roll around when I sleep. Xiaoming explained sarcastically. Humph, then I'll give you another chance. If something like this happens again, don't blame my fists for not having eyes. Xiao Wu said angrily. Okay. I'll try my best. Xiaoming shrugged, obviously not taking Xiao Wu's words seriously. Give me some votes. Give this standalone author some motivation. Chapter 13 Official Class. Today is the official day of class. Xiaoming and Xiao Wu walked towards the classroom wearing brand new school uniforms. In the 7 houses, only Xiaoming and Xiao Wu are in the 1st grade, and the others are at least in the 3rd grade. As for Tang San, ever since the master was humiliated in Kishi, Tang San never went to Kishi again. Xiaoming estimated that Grand Master should have found a place for Tang San. There are not many students in Notting College, and there is only 1 class per grade. The class bell rang, and Xiaoming and Xiao Wu rushed to the classroom. As soon as he walked to the classroom, Xiaoming attracted a lot of attention. Apparently someone recognized him as the person who beat up the college boss Xiao Chenyu yesterday, and their eyes revealed respect and fear. Those who haven't figured out Xiaoming's deeds yet look at Xiaoming with envy. Everyone has a love for beauty, even if they are still young. Although there are a few pretty girls in the class, they pale in comparison with Xiao Wu. The classroom is very large, but the seats in the front are already full, so Xiaoming and the others can only sit in the back. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Xiaoming and Xiao Wu sat down in the last row. At this time, the teacher who was attending class had not yet come, and there was a brief silence in the classroom due to the arrival of Xiaoming and the others. It immediately became noisy again. Look, I'm about to be killed by their eyes. Xiaoming smiled and said in Xiao Wu's ear. Xiao Wu was not used to Xiaoming's intimate gesture, but she didn't feel like saying anything. The man's unique breath hit her ears, making her a little embarrassed. That's why this girl is so naturally beautiful. Xiao Wu said. But their eyes are so annoying. This is still the beginning. In 2 days, I guess they will write you a love letter and ask you to express their love. Xiaoming said with a smile. Ah? Really? Xiao Wu was stunned and said in a panic. However, I do have a way to get rid of the harassment of this group of people. Xiaoming continued to lure. What can I do? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Be my girlfriend. Xiaoming whispered in Xiao Wu's ear. What? Xiao Wu's face turned red. Is this a confession to me? Although she usually looks carefree, in reality she is still a blank slate emotionally. When I suddenly received such a request, I felt a little overwhelmed. No, it's not good for your health. Xiao Wu said loudly, her face turned red. Xiao Wu almost shouted. The sound was so loud that the noise in the entire class was muffled. Both boys and girls all looked towards Xiao Wu. The girls were okay, but the boys were all heartbroken. Looking at Xiao Wu, whose face was red, even though they were young, one could tell that there was something unusual between Xiao Wu and Xiaoming. Seeing everyone looking at her, Xiao Wu felt a little embarrassed. He rolled his eyes at Xiaoming angrily, as if to say, it's all your fault. Xiaoming shrugged helplessly, admiring Xiao Wu's red face in front of him with interest. She is worthy of being the #1 girl in Douluo continent. Looking at it, Xiaoming wanted to take a bite. But Xiaoming understands why he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. In his opinion, Xiao Wu should no longer be able to escape from his grasp. As for Tang San, haha, there is no hope. At this time, Tang San's impression in Xiao Wu's heart was probably not as deep as that of Qi Shi's students. Due to his own deliberate disruption, the two of them had few opportunities to meet. And even if Xiao Wu met Tang San, he would not panic at all. A scumbag or a straight man, which one would you choose? In previous lives, so many women have told us the answer. In the original work, there is no outstanding boy at Notting College. Xiao Chenyu, the most talented person, has only just broken through to become a soul master. There is a huge gap between Xiao Wu and the others. Therefore, Xiao Wu has no choice. Coupled with staying with Tang San, the relationship gradually built up over time. As fellow time travelers, brother Xiao Yan next door was able to capture sooner at the age of 5. Although I don't have that condition, I can't embarrass the time traveler. At this moment, a young teacher walked in. Xiaoming knew that person. He was the teacher who was next to Director Su of the Academic Affairs Office that day. Feeling Xiaoming's gaze, the young teacher smiled at Xiaoming. That day, he was also present when Xiaoming defeated Xiao Chenyu. Although Xiao Chenyu did not show his strength that day due to his own reasons. But even if he tried his best, he probably wouldn't be Xiaoming's opponent. Such a powerful genius. Now he pays much more attention to Xiaoming than other students. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Hai, and I will be the class teacher of this class from now on. I am mainly responsible for the Soul Power Theory course. I hope that everyone can actively cooperate with me, practice hard, and bring glory to the college and our class. If you have any questions about Soul Power Theory, you can come to me. Young teacher Zi introduced. Today is the first time that the class has met. Let's get familiar with each other and introduce ourselves. Starting from the first row on the left. In the first row on the left is a short girl who looks a little shy. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Lily, my martial spirit is a wolf, and I am a fighting spirit master. I hope that I can learn from each other and make progress together with you in the future. Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoming. Finally it was Xiaoming's turn. Xiaoming stood up, finished speaking briefly and then sat down. Although classmate Xiaoming is the same age as you, he is already an 11th level soul master. You must also work hard and don't be pulled too far. Lu Hai encouraged. Level 11. Soul master? Real or fake? Hearing Lu Hai's words, all the students couldn't help but exclaimed. Quiet. Xiaoming is indeed a soul master. Yesterday he defeated Xiao Chenyu, the number 1 person in the academy. Lu Hai said with a smile. I saw it yesterday and I can prove it. A woman sitting in front said loudly. Okay. Everyone, be quiet. If you want to know anything, you can ask after class. Next, continue. Chapter 14 The Beauty Returns Home. After a round of self-introduction, Lu Hai frowned. Why does it seem like there is someone missing? Teacher Lu, what should Tang San do with the master? Xiaoming reminded. Oh, I remembered. Lu Hai suddenly realized, but his brows still did not relax. Although Tang San had asked him for leave in advance, he didn't come on the first day of class, which made him feel really uncomfortable. Although it is said that he is going to obtain the soul ring. But there's no need to be so impatient. At least it's not too late to leave after the first class. Looking at Lu Hai's frowning brows, Xiaoming smiled slightly. The master and Tang San are both people with high IQ and low EQ. How can they understand the ways of the world? Peers are enemies. Lu Hai has never been too interested in the master's theory. Hate Wu Jiwu, he naturally didn't have much favorable impression of Tang San, the master's disciple. Teacher, Tang San may be in a hurry, so you don't have to worry. Xiaoming smiled slightly and explained for Tang San. Hey! Lu Hai looked at Xiaoming in surprise. He has always been aware of the dynamics of their group of students. He naturally knew about the conflicts between Xiaoming and Tang San and even the master. He didn't expect that Xiaoming would actually speak for Tang San. Although he wouldn't do anything to a kid like Tang San, Xiaoming's actions undoubtedly aroused his affection. Both talent and strength are excellent. If you are not arrogant or impetuous, you will become a great person in the future. In his opinion, someone with such a broad mind would definitely not take the initiative to turn against the master or even Tang San. The master must have deliberately sought trouble and forced Zhao Ming to become his disciple, and then the conflict arose. Thinking of this, Lu Hai couldn't help but feel a little more disgusted with the master. He has no control over eating and drinking, but if he wants to bully his students, please forgive him for not agreeing. Hey, let's start class now. Take a deep breath and calm down the dissatisfaction in your heart. Zhao Ming saw the changes in Lu Hai's expression. He would naturally like to see Tang San and Grandmaster being able to get in trouble. The courses at Notting College are not onerous. After all, the main task of a soul master is to practice. Every day, they only have 2 or 3 hours of classes, and the rest of the time is spent practicing on their own. But for Zhao Ming, this was quite satisfying. During this period, the relationship between Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu also heated up rapidly. The two went to school together, went back to the dormitory together, and slept together. It can be said that we just need to go to the toilet together. However, on the system interface, the task of gaining Xiao Wu's favor was still shown as unfinished. This made him a little anxious. Autumn, the weather in this season is the most comfortable time. The air is cool but not chilly. At this time, the sky had darkened, the sky was clear, and the stars were hanging high. Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu walked side by side on the college playground. The atmosphere is comfortable and peaceful. At this time, few students and teachers can be seen outside the dormitory building. Tianhe cultivation is the tradition of soul masters. Zhao Ming, look, there are so many stars in the sky. Xiao Wu jumped up and down happily. She did not lack the liveliness that a child of this age should have. Yes, it's beautiful. Zhao Ming nodded. It is said that there are as many stars in the sky as there are people on the ground. Everyone has his own star. As long as we do more good deeds and do meaningful things, our star will become brighter and brighter, and when we die, the star will fall and turn into a shooting star, giving its last light to the world and adding the last bit of beauty to the world. And when those who have unfulfilled wishes or have people to protect, they will turn into stars and silently guard the people they want to protect. Is what you said true? Xiao Wu couldn't help but be immersed in the legend Zhao Ming spun. His eyes could not help but be filled with mist. If you believe it, there will be something. If you don't believe it, there will be nothing. If you believe it, you can find the person who protects you in the sky. Zhao Ming gently hugged Xiao Wu's waist. Let her rest her head on your shoulder. Zhao Ming, I understand, thank you. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, she suddenly said solemnly. It's okay, as long as you are happy. Zhao Ming said softly, stroking Xiao Wu's hair gently. If you bloom, the breeze will come. If you are well, it will be sunny. If you are happy, it will be the end. Suddenly remembering a sentence from his previous life, Zhao Ming murmured. If you are well, it will be sunny. Recalling these words, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly became gentle. Dai Zhao Ming. Hey? What are you doing? Staring at Xiao Wu's autumn-like eyes, Zhao Ming's heart moved slightly. Didn't you say you wanted me to be your girlfriend last time? I agreed. Xiao Wu said softly. Okay, I will take good care of you all my life. Zhao Ming said, holding Xiao Wu's hand. By the way, it's already getting late. I'm going back to rest. Xiao Wu said quickly. Now she is like a little girl who has done something wrong, enjoying this unprecedented excitement but feeling uneasy and nervous. Well, let's go. Zhao Ming said gently. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, Martial Spirit, Ancient Phoenix. Please vote. Chapter 15 Ancient Phoenix. The Ancient Phoenix. Just by hearing this name, Xiaoming could feel a powerful aura from ancient times. Hey! Taking a deep breath, Xiaoming opened the system panel and looked at the basic information about the ancient phoenix. Ancient phoenix. An extremely powerful ancient divine bird, the absolute king in the sky. Both the Nine Nether Bird and the Nine Nether Bird have their bloodline in their bodies, and their unique immortal flames surpass the Nine Nether Fire and the Nine Nether Fire, making them immortal and immortal. The ancient phoenix reached its ultimate level, becoming immortal and immortal. In Douluo continent, the bloodline strength of the ancient phoenix is slightly higher than that of the dragon god. However, the phoenix became extinct in Douluo continent 3 million years ago. Hey, my dear, the ancient phoenix was able to achieve immortality at its peak. He couldn't help but marvel. The most powerful being in Douluo continent is the dragon god before he was dismembered. This ancient phoenix was more terrifying than the dragon god at its peak. I found a treasure, I found a treasure. Xiaoming couldn't help but be excited. Murmured. In ancient times, humans had not yet risen. At that time, Douluo continent was still dominated by spirit beasts. At that time, even the dragon clan was not the most powerful soul beast race. And the strongest soul beast is the phoenix. An existence that claims to be immortal. Xiao Wu, I love you. She couldn't help but ran forward, caught up with Xiao Wu who had already walked away, and kissed her crazily on the face. Xiaoming, what are you doing? Xiao Wu stared at the crazy Xiaoming with wide eyes. It's okay, I just want to kiss you. Xiaoming smiled slightly. Could he not be happy to have obtained a powerful prehistoric spirit beast that had long since become extinct and became a martial spirit? Don't make trouble. It's not like there won't be opportunities in the future. Xiao Wu's face turned red and she rolled her eyes at Xiaoming. Okay, let's go to bed first. Hee hee. Xiaoming chuckled, holding Xiao Wu's hand and walking towards the dormitory. When Xiao Wu and Xiaoming returned to the dormitory, it was getting late. Everyone in the dormitory has gone to bed. After washing himself briefly, Xiaoming hugged Xiao Wu and fell asleep. But Xiaoming was not that big-hearted and could sleep, so he directly aroused the system panel. Host, Xiaoming. Soul Power, Level 11. Martial Spirit, Puppet, Ancient Phoenix. Soul Bone, None. Puppet, Yan Lingji, Vitality, 2. Sign in, no sign-in location has been released yet. Mission, kill Tang San, the Son of Destiny. No time limit. System, can my ancient phoenix spirit obtain a spirit ring in the system? Xiaoming asked curiously. No. In order to cultivate the host's hands-on ability, this system will not provide any items for the host's second martial spirit. The system said coldly. If you don't give it, you won't give it. Xiaoming was a little helpless. He didn't want to fool around with such a powerful spirit by just getting a few spirit rings. At least one must have 100,000-year soul ring to be worthy of him. If he wants to kill 100,000-year soul beast, he must at least have the cultivation level of Soul Emperor or Soul Saint. At that time, he is probably past the best age to show off. The three elements of a time-traveling Douluo, showing off, flirting with girls, and torturing Tang San, none of them can be missing. The host can go to the far north to obtain the soul ring of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. This system can help you seal the power of his soul ring. The system said mysteriously. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm? That million-year-old soul beast? Xiaoming asked in shock, isn't that Huo Yuhao's plug-in? I stole someone else's plug-in. What should they do? How could I do such a shameless thing? Just asking, do you want to go? The system said angrily. Go. I must go, but are you sure about the system? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is an ice soul beast, and the ancient phoenix is a fire soul beast. Ice Silkworm, a scummy ice-based soul beast, is not the ultimate ice, and the harm to the phoenix is Extremely low. Tianmeng silkworm is a spiritual soul beast with strong spiritual power. It can barely become the phoenix's first soul ring. But a reminder, in 3 years the Tianmeng silkworm will be captured from the far north by Dishan's group of ferocious beasts. Then it will be difficult for you to take action. 3 years. Xiaoming couldn't help but his face twitched. After a good night's sleep, Xiaoming was woken up by Xiao Wu's shout. Before he even opened his eyes, he could feel a pair of warm little hands rubbing his face. Are you awake? Seeing Xiaoming wake up, Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. You are making such a fuss, can I not wake up? Xiaoming smiled. Humph, who told you to sleep in? Xiao Wu pouted and said angrily. It's not like you, the little goblin, are too annoying. Xiaoming scratched Xiao Wu's nose and said with a smile. What are you talking about? Quickly pack up and let's go to class. Xiao Wu said with a blush on her face. Star Forest. At this time, this land, the forest of the strongest soul beast on earth, is covered with dark clouds. Deep in the sky, there seems to be something that is breaking out of its cocoon and being reborn. An ancient and mysterious wave is coming from there. Situations like this appeared one after another in the soul beast gathering places across the continent. It seemed to be venting the birth of the soul beast emperor. The black clouds in the sky slowly burned into masses of black flames, and waves of mysterious and terrifying bloodline pressure dispersed towards the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a giant bird burning with strange black flames soared into the sky. The loud and clear phoenix call shook the world at this moment. All the soul beasts raised their heads in shock, only to see a black phoenix with black flames burning all over its wings soaring high in the sky, a mysterious and ancient wave, carrying a noble and majestic air. It spread overwhelmingly, covering the whole world. The soul beast's emperor Rui Beast Three-Eyed Golden Ni, Ditian, Xiangjun, Baiji and other soul beasts in the core circle of the Star Do forest all looked at this scene in shock. They could feel the strong suppression of their bloodline. If they hadn't been highly cultivated, they would have been kneeling on the ground long ago. At this moment, Guyuina, who had been sleeping in the star forest, suddenly opened her purple eyes. This feeling of bloodline suppression? How could a soul beast be able to inflict such bloodline suppression on me? Suppress. Bloodline suppression can only be applied by upper blood vessels to lower blood vessels. But the dragon god is already the most powerful soul beast in the world. At that time, the dragon god was defeated by the 5 supreme god kings of the god realm, and was divided into 2 by the law enforcers of the god realm, giving birth to the golden dragon king and the silver dragon king Guyuina. Although she is not a complete dragon god, she is also a silver dragon king with the body of an ordinary dragon god. Is there any soul beast in this world more powerful than her? No, that's right. Ancient Phoenix? Suddenly standing up, Guyuina looked at the mysterious black bird in horror. Others can't recognize it, but she can. That is undoubtedly the ancient Phoenix. Ancient times. That was the era of soul beasts. In that era, countless powerful soul beast races were born. That ancient Phoenix is one of them. These soul beasts are all ancient ferocious beasts. The existence of their dragon clan is far less ancient than theirs. Immortal. Immortal fire. Immortality. Phew. I said that even if they suffered that catastrophe, their race would not be extinct. It is indeed true. It is indeed true. Chapter 16 The Strange Movements of the Soul Beasts. What on earth is that? It can cause so much pressure on us. The beast god Ditian was wearing a black robe. He looked to be in his 40s, with a handsome and resolute appearance. On his forehead, there was a strand of blonde hair hanging down one side of his cheek. At this time, it was looking at the sky in horror. The Black Dragon King, the original body of Emperor Tian, has been cultivated for nearly 800,000 years. He is the #1 soul beast in mainland China. He is also revered as the beast god by many of the ferocious beasts in the Stardew forest. Of course, he also has another important identity: he is the guardian of the Silver Dragon King. Not far away from him, many ferocious beasts took the form of humans, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, with different shapes. Among them are the leader of the Emerald Swan clan, the 500,000-year-old ferocious beast Bridget, and the 400,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear King Xiangjun. 300,000 hell three-headed dogs, the Red King. These are the most ferocious beasts in the Stardew forest. It's just that few people living in the inner circle have seen them. After all, humans have only explored the inner reaches of the Stardew forest so far. As for the inner circle, they absolutely cannot enter. Even the Spirit Hall is definitely not willing to fight these spirit beasts easily. Even if the Wuhan Palace hunts down 100,000-year-old soul beasts, it will only target the inner soul beasts. However, at this time, these soul beasts standing at the pinnacle of the continent all showed frightened eyes. Although I don't know what it is, the suppression from the bloodline is real. It looks a bit like a phoenix, but there is absolutely no way a phoenix can put such great pressure on us, said a woman in a green dress next to him. This person was Bridget, the leader of the Emerald Swan clan. The Phoenix clan is only about the same as us. They will never be so powerful. Dityen shook his head. No need to guess, you all come in. Just when they were confused, a crisp but majestic voice came from the ground. Your Majesty. Dityen was ecstatic and said respectfully. Star Forest. Inner Circle Underground. This is a silver-white hall. Above the main hall, Guyuina sat on the chair woven by Bai Yu. Guyuina, who transformed into a human form, has long silver hair. The long silver hair is not only smooth, but also has a texture like silver crystal. The flowing silver hair flows automatically without wind, coupled with the delicate face and purple eyes. It is simply a masterpiece of the creator. Below, a pair of breasts are exaggeratedly raised, but the waist is so thin that it can only be grasped. The round buttocks are smooth and not fat, coupled with long and slender legs. It's so hard to move your eyes once you see it. Gain one part and you will be fat, lose one part and you will lose weight. What a beautiful figure! My lord! What exactly is that? In ancient times, humans had not yet appeared. At that time, the world was completely dominated by spirit beasts. Guyuina recalled, her tone full of pride. And many ferocious beasts also followed Guyuina's words and fell into memories. It was so good then. At that time, our soul beasts had two super races. They were the ancient phoenix and the sky-swallowing giant beast. Their power was recognized by the soul beast race. At that time, they represented the supreme combat power of the soul beasts. Even the dragon god cannot compare to them. But one day, the phoenix and the sky-swallowing giant beast went to war. That battle involved this soul beast race. In the end, the phoenix and the sky-swallowing beast died together. The entire soul beast race suffered heavy casualties. From that war until now, the soul beast race has never been able to catch its breath. Guyuina said, her voice began to tremble. If it hadn't been for that battle, how could their soul beasts have declined? How could the dragon god fight alone and finally reach the point of being split into two? People like Dityen have not lived so long, so naturally they don't know the secrets of their soul beast race. Now that I hear it, I can't help but feel excited. If these powerful soul beasts still exist in the world, will they still care about human beings and the divine world? What on earth is going on? How could such a powerful soul beast suddenly start a war? Mr. Xiang said tremblingly. These secrets from ancient times made his heart tremble. It is said that the reason why the ancient phoenix and the sky-swallowing behemoth started a war was because of a woman. The woman was attracted by both the sky-swallowing behemoth and the phoenix. In addition, the two beasts did not like each other, so they became entangled. An unprecedented catastrophe. A beauty is a curse. A beauty is a curse. The Red King couldn't help but said angrily. Ahem, Lord, that's not what I meant. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the Red King quickly covered his mouth and said sarcastically. Silver Dragon King Guyuina glanced at him angrily. Knowing that he didn't mean it, he didn't blame him anymore. What does the Lord mean? Dityen said with a thought. What just appeared in the sky is the ancient phoenix. Guyuina said. The ancient phoenix cultivated to the end and became immortal. I originally suspected that it might not be dead, but now it seems that it is indeed the case. Who? All the beasts were shocked. The ancient soul beast that was originally just a legend has appeared. My lord, is that really the ancient phoenix? The beast said in shock. Yes, it is indeed the ancient phoenix. Guyuina nodded. This ancient phoenix may be the predecessor who fought with the sky-swallowing beast 3 million years ago. It seems that it was seriously injured in that battle. Although it was reborn using the secret of their race, its aura is still very weak. Guyuina frowned. The most important thing is that the place where the ancient phoenix appeared seems to be the chassis of human beings. Guyuina said lightly. Human chassis? Isn't this senior in danger? Dityen said nervously. That's not the case. How could such a powerful soul beast be in danger so easily? But this is indeed a trouble. Guyuina thought for a while and said. Why don't I go and invite the person who destroyed our Douluo forest? Dityen said with a thought in his heart. This is a good idea. But you can't go there. Guyuina shook her head. The ancient phoenix has always been fond of women. Bridget, no matter what method you use, you must protect the safety of the ancient phoenix. If you have a chance, bring it to me. Guyuina looked at Bridget and said. As the leader of the Emerald Swan clan, Bridget can be said to be the most beautiful woman in the Douluo forest in terms of appearance. In terms of strength, as a 500,000-year-old ferocious beast, although their race's talent is healing rather than fighting, they are not afraid at all when facing titled Douluo. In addition, with their race's healing talent, they don't have to worry about anything happening to the ancient phoenix. Lord, I will complete the mission at any cost. Bridget said firmly. She knew exactly what Guyuina meant. But she didn't refuse. It knows what this super soul beast means to the current soul beast race. Now that the dragon god has disintegrated, the soul beasts are suppressed by humans. Even if Guyuina makes the dragon god return, he will not be a match for the god realm. Only a strong man like the ancient phoenix can save the soul beasts and lead the soul beast clan to rise in the world. At this time, her heart was filled with longing for the future. So what if I sacrifice one of its beasts for the sake of the soul beast race? Please vote. Chapter 17 Guyuina. There's something wrong with this. Dishan frowned and said reluctantly. In the Douluo forest, they all knew that Dishan liked Baiji. One is the most beautiful woman in the Douluo forest, and the other is the most powerful person, and can be regarded as a talented woman. As for the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, in order to avoid being hunted by the gods, she did not hesitate to dissipate most of her divine power and seal her own cultivation. Although she is very powerful, she is basically unable to use her own power. Once you use your power, you will attract the attention of the gods. Back then, the dragon god made a big fuss in the god realm. Split in two by god Shura. Half became the Golden Dragon King, and half became the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King is now suppressed in the god realm. She finally escaped. Needless to say, no one except Bridget is qualified for this job. Guyuina's cold voice revealed no doubt. Yes, Lord. Dityen nodded. In the face of great right and wrong, any affection between children can be abandoned. Having lived for 800,000 years, he is not the kind of person who doesn't understand things. Bridget's body is an emerald swan, which has strong vitality and is incomparable to all soul beasts in terms of healing. But the Emerald Swan clan is similar to the Ice Silkworm clan. Their vitality is very fragile and they have almost no fighting power. But as a powerful soul beast known for its healing ability, their relationship with others in the soul beast world has always been very good. As an emerald swan whose strength exceeds 500,000 years, Bridget has always been sought after by many ferocious beasts in the core circle of the Stardew Forest. Can said that almost all the powerful soul beasts of the opposite sex here have thoughts about Bridget. Sister Nana, how about I go? At this time, a clear and sweet voice sounded. The one who spoke was a small spirit beast. She is the only soul beast here that exists in beast form. What's even more surprising is that this soul beast only has 1,000 years of cultivation. But being able to stay with these beast kings who are easily 200 to 300,000 years old. That is a soul beast, and the soul beast's body is not big. It is about 2 meters long and about 8 feet tall at the shoulders. In the Stardew Forest, where such spirit beasts are generally very large, they are not that big. But the whole body is covered with golden hair, and the whole body seems to be translucent crystal, full of strange texture. The overall shape is like a lion, but its 4 claws are like dragons, and there is a ball of golden flames under each dragon claw. The mouth is also longer than that of the lion soul beast, and there seems to be fine golden scales under the hair. In addition to its normal eyes, it actually has a third eye, and that eye exudes endless auspiciousness. Ancient auspicious beasts have their own soul beast habitat. All soul beasts grow at twice the normal rate. The chance of breakthrough after 100,000-year soul beast reaches the bottleneck is doubled. This kind of ability is incredible. It is basically impossible for all spirit beasts to attack it. It even had to be offered as a treasure. No. Before Guyuina could say anything, all the ferocious beasts refused in unison. It took 100,000 years for such an auspicious beast to appear in their star forest. If an accident occurs, it may even affect the future development of their Stardew Forest. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Rui Xiao said a little aggrievedly. Although she has a transcendent status in the Stardew Forest, she is also extremely restricted. Since her birth, she has never left the inner confines of the Stardew Forest. Naturally, I am somewhat curious about the human world. Okay. This task will be handed over to Bridget. After a pause, Guyuina said decisively. Okay, you all go down. Bridget stays. Guyuina said softly. Yes. The ferocious beasts shouted respectfully, and then quickly left the hall. After many ferocious beasts left, Guyuina looked at Bridget and said, "You should know what to do." "I know." Bai Ji gritted her teeth after hearing Guyuina's words. "Okay. This is one of my dragon scales. You can rely on this dragon scale to find him. Then just follow him," Guyuina said lightly. After saying that, he took out a silver-white scale from his arms. Looking at this scale, Guyuina's face turned slightly red, but Bridget, who lowered her head, did not notice anything strange about Guyuina. "Yes, my lord." Bridget took the scales respectfully and put them in an exquisite box. "Then get ready to go." Guyuina said calmly, "Your cultivation level is more than 500,000 years. As long as you deliberately hide it, it is impossible to discover you unless you are a powerful titled Douluo above level 95. Guyuina thought for a while and said. His eyes gradually retracted as Bridget left, and he sighed lightly. "Oh! I hope I didn't do anything wrong." After saying that, all his clothes were taken off, and his flawless body was exposed to the air. The flawless skin like white jade becomes more radiant under the illumination of this silver-white hall. However, there was a reddish scar on that snow-white skin. Obviously, this is where her dragon scales fell off. Chapter 18 Xiaowu's disgust. "There's something wrong with this." Dishan frowned and said reluctantly. In the Stardew Forest, they all knew that Dishan liked Bai Ji. One is the most beautiful woman in the Douluo forest, and the other is the most powerful person, and can be regarded as a talented woman. As for the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, in order to avoid being hunted by the gods, she did not hesitate to dissipate most of her divine power and seal her own cultivation. Although she is very powerful, she is basically unable to use her own power. Once you use your power, you will attract the attention of the gods. Back then, the dragon god made a big fuss in the god realm. Split in two by god Shura. Half became the Golden Dragon King, and half became the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King is now suppressed in the god realm. She finally escaped. Needless to say, no one except Bridget is qualified for this job. Guyuina's cold voice revealed no doubt. Yes, Lord. Dityan nodded. In the face of great right and wrong, any affection between children can be abandoned. Having lived for 800,000 years, he is not the kind of person who doesn't understand things. Bridget's body is an emerald swan, which has strong vitality and is incomparable to all soul beasts in terms of healing. But the Emerald Swan clan is similar to the Ice Silkworm clan. Their vitality is very fragile and they have almost no fighting power. But as a powerful soul beast known for its healing ability, their relationship with others in the soul beast world has always been very good. As an emerald swan whose strength exceeds 500,000 years, Bridget has always been sought after by many ferocious beasts in the core circle of the Star Forest. It can be said that almost all the powerful soul beasts of the opposite sex here have thoughts about Bridget. Sister Nana, how about I go? At this time, a clear and sweet voice sounded. The one who spoke was a small spirit beast. She is the only soul beast here that exists in beast form. What's even more surprising is that this soul beast only has 1,000 years of cultivation. But being able to stay with these beast kings who often live for 20 or 30 years. That is a soul beast, and the soul beast's body is not big. It is about 2 meters long and about 8 feet tall at the shoulders. In the Douluo forest, where such spirit beasts are generally very large, they are not that big. But the whole body is covered with golden hair, and the whole body seems to be translucent crystal, full of strange texture. The overall shape is very similar to that of a lion, but the four claws are like dragons, and under each dragon claw is a ball of golden flame. The mouth is also longer than that of the lion soul beast, and there seems to be fine golden scales under the hair. In addition to its normal eyes, it actually has a third eye, and that eye exudes endless auspiciousness. Ancient auspicious beasts have their own soul beast habitat. All soul beasts grow at twice the normal rate. The chance of breakthrough after 100,000-year soul beast reaches the bottleneck is doubled. This kind of ability is incredible. It is basically impossible for all spirit beasts to attack it. It even had to be offered as a treasure. No. Before Guyuina could say anything, all the ferocious beasts refused in unison. It took 100,000 years for such an auspicious beast to appear in their star forest. If an accident occurs, it may even affect the future development of their Douluo forest. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Rui Xiao said a little aggrievedly. Although she has a transcendent status in the Douluo forest, she is also extremely restricted. Since her birth, she has never left the inner confines of the Douluo forest. Naturally, I am somewhat curious about the human world. Okay. This task will be handed over to Bridget. After a pause, Guyuina said decisively. Okay, you all go down. Bridget stays. Guyuina said softly. Yes. The ferocious beasts shouted respectfully, and then quickly left the hall. After all the ferocious beasts left, Guyuina looked at Bridget and said, "You should know what to do." "I know." Bai Ji gritted her teeth after hearing Guyuina's words. "Okay. This is one of my dragon scales. You can rely on this dragon scale to find him. Then just follow him," Guyuina said lightly. After saying that, he took out a silver-white scale from his arms. Looking at this scale, Guyuina's face turned slightly red, but Bridget, who lowered her head, did not notice anything strange about Guyuina. "Yes, my lord." Bridget took the scales respectfully and put them in an exquisite box. "Then get ready to go." Guyuina said calmly, "Your cultivation level is more than 500,000 years. As long as you deliberately hide it, it is impossible to discover you unless you are a powerful titled Douluo above level 95. Guyuina thought for a while and said. His eyes gradually retracted as Bridget left, and he sighed lightly. "Oh! I hope I didn't do anything wrong." After saying that, all his clothes were taken off, and his flawless body was exposed to the air. The flawless skin like white jade becomes more radiant under the illumination of this silver-white hall. However, there was a reddish scar under the flat belly. Obviously, this is where her dragon scales fell off. Her fingers gently stroked the wound, and the numbing feeling made her tremble suddenly. Chapter 19 Those Broken Memories. "Xiao Wu, come back. You are no match for him." "I can still continue," Zhao Ming shouted from behind. "Believe me. I'm very strong." Xiao Wu turned around and smiled sweetly at Zhao Ming. "But you are definitely no match for him. His methods are very insidious." Zhao Ming paused and said. "Insidious?" Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. She knew Zhao Ming's strength. Relying on the energy of the puppet, only soul masters of level 15 or above can affect him. Although the person in front of him looks very powerful, he has just broken through to the soul master level. How could he be Zhao Ming's opponent? Could it be that he used some despicable means? Thinking about it, she looked at Tang San carefully. He is taciturn, which shows that he is a deep-minded person. "Humph, I see you are not very old. Why do you do so many sneaky things?" Xiao Wu said with an evil look in his eyes. "What? What kind of sneaking around? What did I do?" Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a confused expression. He didn't know why he was given such a big label. However, at first glance, Xiao Wu had a close relationship with Zhao Ming, and they looked very much like a couple. Such a young couple. He really couldn't figure out how someone of his age could have such thoughts about falling in love. Talk about love at such a young age, she must not be a good girl. Tang San thought to himself and shook his head. The contempt in Tang San's eyes was naturally caught by Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu is usually careless, she is actually very thoughtful. Seeing Tang San despise her, she felt very angry. "Boy, you are so crazy. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, Wuhan, 2, a 12-level first-level battle soul master." After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's expression changed. He didn't expect that the Xiao Wu in front of him was also a soul master, and one level higher than him. But she looked about the same age as him. Could it be said that she was also born with full soul power? Xiao Wu's body lit up with a red light. Under the faint red light, her eyes began to turn red, her ears slowly grew longer, and soft white hair stood up from the side of her head. Her figure seemed to have become taller, and the soft soul power aura fluctuated around her body. The spirit ring rising under his feet was the same as Tang San's, also a yellow century-old spirit ring. Not only Tang San, but also Zhao Ming was stunned. But unlike Tang San, Zhao Ming knew Xiao Wu's strength. After all, she is a 100,000-year soul beast, so she can create her soul ring by herself. You can become a soul master at any time if you want. However, this was the first time Zhao Ming had seen Xiao Wu, a bunny girl. After releasing the martial spirit, Xiao Wu's height suddenly increased a lot. But a large part of this section comes from the legs. Slender and tender, the long legs become straighter and more attractive after the transformation. There are also the pair of rabbit ears with fine white fluff, and the big red Kazilan eyes. She is truly a bunny girl. It's a pity that wearing Notting College's school uniform trousers made these long legs covered in dust. If such long legs are paired with a short skirt or hot pants, how sexy would it be? Xiao Wu is so beautiful, what about the other two? In the original work, the three Shrek sisters have different styles. Xiao Wu's long legs, Zhu Zuking's childlike face and big breasts, Ning Rongrong's delicate skin that can squeeze water. Oops! What are you thinking about? I, Xiaoming, am a serious person. You can't keep thinking about these messy things. Not good for your health. Xiaoming quickly slapped away all the messy things in his mind and stared at the battlefield between Xiao Wu and Tang San. I saw Xiao Wu stamp her right foot hard, and her whole body quickly shot towards Tang San's position. Before Tang San could react, Xiao Wu had already approached Tang San's position. The toes popped out instantly and kicked directly towards the mistress's chin. It didn't look very powerful, but it was very fast, which startled Tang San. The body moved to the left to get out of the way of the kicking foot. At the same time, he used the Xian Gong and quickly grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle with his right hand. Just when Tang San's right hand grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt a slip in his hand, and he missed the inevitable grab. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wu's kicked leg moved sideways and was already on his shoulder. Facing Tang San's bumping right shoulder, she gently blocked it with her hands, used her right foot to lend strength on Tang San's shoulder, and raised her other leg, climbing onto Tang San's other shoulder. He clamped Tang San's shoulders between his legs and twisted them hard. Tang San could only follow Xiao Wu's angle and rotate in the air. He didn't expect that he would fall into a disadvantage so quickly, which made him startled. I don't care to say so much at this time. The first soul ring under his body lit up, and 89 thick vines wrapped around Xiao Wu, trying to control Xiao Wu. However, how could Xiao Wu, who was good at jujitsu, be so easily controlled by Lan Yinko? He twisted his body quickly and avoided the blue-silver grass with each shocking movement. The flexibility of this body is incredible. While dodging Tang San's blue-silver grass attack, Xiao Wu also locked Tang San's body tightly. With her toes on Tang San's body, Xiao Wu forcefully threw Tang San to the ground. After Tang San fell, Xiao Wu was not ready to continue fighting. Hehe, I'm pretty good. After defeating Tang San, Xiao Wu looked at Xiaoming with some pride and said. Xiaoming nodded, raised his hand to touch her soft long ears, and nodded, our Xiao Wu is great. The rabbit's ears were the most sensitive and turned into a martial spirit. The effect also appeared on Xiao Wu. The little girl's pretty face suddenly had two blushes and she slumped limply in Xiaoming's arms. You should go back to the dormitory first. I still have something to say to him. Xiaoming said with a sneer while stroking Xiao Wu's soft hair. Ah! Xiao Wu was stunned and looked at Tang San coldly, if you dare to hurt him, I won't be as polite as today. After saying that, Xiao Wu walked away obediently. In her opinion, Tang San, who was injured by her fall, could not pose any danger to Xiaoming. System, I have a way to complete the task. However, I need some help from you. Xiaoming smiled lightly and said in his heart. Xiaoming stated his plan to the system word for word. You are too cruel. But I like it. You are indeed the host I like. After hearing Xiaoming's plan, the system teased with satisfaction. No poison, no husband. This is within the scope of the system rules. So, I can help you. After receiving the system's answer, Xiaoming looked at Tang San with a sneer. Tang San, twin martial souls. The first martial soul is blue-silver grass, and the second martial soul is clear sky hammer. He was born in the Holy Soul village. He has a drunkard's wife at home, named Tang Hao. Am I right? Xiaoming stepped on Tang San's face and said calmly. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Tang San's expression changed. Who are you? How do you know about me? Looking at Zhao Ming in horror, he suddenly realized that this person had been targeting him since he came to Notting College. Did he have a premeditated plan? It doesn't matter who I am. However, I do have something I want to share with you. Zhao Ming said slightly. Now he couldn't help but be curious about Tang San's reaction after getting these broken images. Tang San. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 20 Xiao Wu is mine. What exactly do you want to do? Tang San's expression changed slightly, and he used both hands to break free from Zhao Ming's feet. However, after just 2 rounds of fighting, his body had no remaining strength. Don't even think about using the hidden weapon, I'm watching. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the hidden weapon hidden in Tang San's sleeves. Zhao Ming said coldly. From the beginning, Zhao Ming was closely wary of Tang San's hidden weapons. This weird thing is extremely lethal. What if Tang San used a hidden weapon without him noticing? There was a real possibility that he might be injured. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Tang San broke into a cold sweat. The hand that touched the sleeve arrow began to slowly lower itself. He didn't know why Zhao Ming discovered his method even though it was very hidden. Zhao Ming didn't say much, and kicked away the sleeve arrow hidden in Tang San's sleeve. Is this the so-called protagonist, the so-called son of destiny? It's nothing more than that. Looking at Tang San, who was being trampled under his feet and having difficulty even moving, Zhao Ming said calmly. What do you mean? Tang San frowned, he was not sure what Zhao Ming meant. None of this is important. But there are some things I will let you know. Zhao Ming said playfully. As he spoke, he knelt down and looked at Tang San without blinking. A white light suddenly flashed on Zhao Ming's hand, and bursts of strange energy stirred up tiny ripples in the air. Close your eyes and enjoy it. Zhao Ming said, placing his right palm on Tang San's forehead. In an instant, Tang San's body trembled suddenly. A series of brief light screen images flashed in Tang San's mind. Hello. My name is Xiao Wu. Dancing Wu. My martial spirit is a rabbit, a very cute little white rabbit. What about you? Brother, can you help me comb my hair? My hair is a little messy. The wood of this comb is very good. This was given to me by my mother. It was made by her own hands. It is carved from the finest sandalwood and red sandalwood. Although it does not have any decoration, it is the last thing my mother left to me. Xiao Wu, you are so beautiful. Brother, help me comb my hair. In Tang San's mind, Xiao Wu raised her hand to take hold of her scorpion braid and untied the pink cloth knotted at the bottom. Her eyes were always fixed on Tang San. She held her braid with her left hand and slowly combed it from the roots with her right hand. Originally, the braided black hair slowly spread out under the influence of her 5 fingers, like a black waterfall gradually extending. The light of the stars and the moon shrouded her, and seeing the braid quietly falling down in front of Xiao Wu, Tang San couldn't help but look a little crazy. Xiao Wu was so beautiful at this moment, the stars and the moon seemed to have become her foil, and she was the only one. It is the center of this picture. Xiao Wu took a deep look at Tang San, then slowly turned around as the braid unraveled. When the last knot of the braid was gently opened, her head shook slightly, and the soft black waterfall trembled slightly, completely covering her delicate body. The black satin-like long hair hangs down to the ground, at least a foot caressing the logs under her feet. At this time, Xiao Wu seems to have merged with the night. From the direction of Tang San, only the moving black can be seen. Perhaps because it took too long to comb her hair into a braid, her long hair spread out in big waves, swaying gently as Xiao Wu's body moved slightly. Beautiful. So beautiful. Tang San felt the fragments of light curtain passed to him by Zhao Ming. There were scenes of him and Xiao Wu getting along warmly. So warm, so beautiful. A strange emotion was planted in Tang San's heart along with these memory fragments. Xiao Wu, he murmured, and tears kept flowing out of the corners of Tang San's eyes. Looking at Tang San, whose mood was fluctuating violently, Zhao Ming frowned, feeling a little regretful. Tang San fell in love with him and told him these things. What if Tang San went crazy and wanted to kill him? System, nothing will happen to you. Don't worry, host. I will only pass on to him some good experiences with Xiao Wu that should have happened to Tang San. He will not know anything else. The system explained. I understand all the truth. I'm just afraid that Tang San will go crazy. What if he kills me and chops me with a knife? But he came up with the idea himself, and no matter what happens in the future, he can only swallow it by himself. Host, you must know that in this world, you are the protagonist. Tang San's hidden weapons are very strong, but you are stronger. As time goes by, the gap between Tang San and you will become wider and wider. When the time comes, his hidden weapons are nothing more than useless. Yes, I am the protagonist. I'm afraid of a hammer. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up, and he felt enlightened. These days, although he has gained great talent and strength, he still regards people like Tang San as life and death enemies. Although he seems to be ignoring him, in fact, he still has a sense of awe for these original protagonists. Without the heart of a strong man, how can one strive for hegemony in the world, and how can one possess those rare treasures? This world. Beauty, power, wealth, I want them all. Tang San was just a small stepping stone on this road. Thinking about it, Zhao Mingzi became more determined. Thinking in his mind, he kicked Tang San away. At this time, Tang San was also awakened and looked at Zhao Ming in horror. Zhao Ming, who are you? Why? Why? Give me back my Xiao Wu. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Zhao Ming smiled faintly. Xiao Wu is my girlfriend now. What do you mean by giving it back to you? Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San muttered, Xiao Wu is mine. Although I don't know who you are and what methods you used against Xiao Wu. However, I will definitely take Xiao Wu back. Haha, I welcome you then. I can't help but look forward to it. However, please don't disturb us when Xiao Wu and I are making out. Otherwise, I don't have a good temper. Zhao Ming said lightly. You. Tang San spurted out blood. He clutched his chest, obviously very angry. Okay, I won't tell you anymore. It's time for me to go back to bed. It's time for Xiao Wu to get impatient. With that said, Zhao Ming walked away with big steps. Chapter 21 on the feasibility of the bra industry. Early the next morning, when Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu were entangled, Tang San knocked on Kishi's door with a large quilt. What are you doing here? Seeing Tang San push open the door of Kishi, Wang Sheng quickly stepped forward and stopped Tang San. Wang Sheng knew about the grudge between Tang San and Zhao Ming. Especially yesterday I heard Xiao Wu talk about Tang San having a fight with her and Zhao Ming on the playground. Now he was more alert. When he thought about it, Tang San might have come for revenge now. I am also a work-study student. My dormitory is also number 7. What? Can't I come? Tang San said with a slight smile. This. Wang Sheng was stunned. Tang San's dormitory was indeed Kishi, and he really had no reason to stop him. Tang San? Coming so soon? Zhao Ming looked at Tang San with a smile on his lips. Ah! Stop making trouble. Feeling the hand holding her suddenly start to move around, Xiao Wu scolded in an annoyed voice. But the voice didn't sound angry at all, instead it sounded like she was being coquettish. Xiao Wu's voice attracted Tang San's eyes. Suddenly, Tang San's eyes turned red. At this time, Zhao Ming was sitting by the bed, holding Xiao Wu in his arms, and gently combing Xiao Wu's hair. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was leaning in Zhao Ming's arms like a kitten, squinting her eyes and showing a faint happy smile on her face. The early morning sun shines through the window on their faces. Quiet, peaceful, like a beautiful picture. But the protagonist of this picture is clearly me. Tang San couldn't help shouting in his heart. But nothing came out of his mouth. He can't do anything now. Now he has to find a way to restore his bad impression in Xiao Wu's heart, and then expose Xiao Ming's true face, and then kill him with a hidden weapon. However, Xiao Wu is really cute now, completely different from the gentle and lovely person she will be in the future. Seeing the smile on Xiao Wu's face, Tang San couldn't help but be fascinated. But, why not me? Tang San's every move was naturally watched by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming smiled slightly at Tang San, while Tang San looked at Xiao Ming hatefully. He, who had always remained calm in the past, changed after seeing Xiao Ming. He now wished he could use a hidden weapon to kill Xiao Ming immediately. But he knew that his sleeve arrows could not kill Xiao Ming now. What's wrong? I felt Xiao Ming's hand combing his hair suddenly stopped. Confused, Xiao Ming followed Xiao Ming's eyes and looked out, and happened to see Tang San at the door. Seeing Tang San coming, Xiao Wu immediately got up from Xiao Ming and walked towards Tang San's position. Tang San, what are you doing here? Are you not convinced by my lesson yesterday? If you are not convinced, let's practice again now. Standing in front of Tang San, Xiao Wu put his hands on his hips and said coquettishly. Seeing Xiao Wu's coquettish appearance and wanting to fight with him, Tang San smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am also a work-study student, so Kisha is also my dormitory. Tang San said. Also, I was rude about what happened yesterday. I apologize for what I did before. Tang San thought for a while and said. After saying that, he glanced at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming could tell that it was a provocation. Don't worry, we didn't pay attention to what happened yesterday. We are all classmates, and we meet each other when we look up or down. There is no need to make the relationship so tense. Xiao Ming said nonchalantly. Hearing that Xiao Ming didn't mind anymore, Xiao Wu didn't say anything. In her opinion, Xiao Ming is such a generous boy who doesn't care about small things. But even so, he still waved his fist at Tang San when he let Tang San in. Tang San walked in and spread the bedding beside Xiao Ming and the others. Tang San and Xiao Ming's beds were only 3 feet apart. Xiao Ming knew very well what Tang San had planned. But Xiao Ming didn't mind. If Tang San dared to touch his Xiao Wu, he would definitely tell him what cruelty meant. Walking on the lively streets of Nodding City. People are coming and going on the street, and various small shops line both sides of the street. The Wuhan Palace is not far from Nodding College. However, Xiao Wu and Xiao Ming had been gone for a long time. Xiao Wu, who has a spontaneous nature, came to the street and looked around. Even though she had been here many times, she still maintained a sense of novelty about these things. Especially in those clothing stores, Xiao Wu couldn't resist those beautiful clothes. Xiao Ming responded to Xiao Wu's requests. When Xiao Wu puts on beautiful clothes, he can also feast his eyes on it. However, he sneered at the style of clothes in clothing stores. He is still thinking about opening a clothing store and designing some nicer clothes. A man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. A suitable piece of clothing can enhance a person's overall appearance. Especially some useful clothing. For example, bras. Douluo's current underwear is still the kind of small belly band, which does not protect the chest at all. Once people get older, they are prone to sagging, which seriously affects women's health. Especially for a figure like Zhu Zuking's, it is easy to lose shape without reasonable protection. He has long regarded Zhu Zuking as his wife, and he doesn't want to see this kind of thing. By relying on the corset industry, he might even become a promising young man who could make a fortune selling corsets in Douluo continent. All the women in Douluo continent buy 4 or 5 pieces, with 1 to 10 gold soul coins each. That's huge profits. Then brand management and establish a luxury clothing brand similar to Chanel. Ahem, this seems to be going too far. But these things are not urgent. Chapter 22 Advanced Test. Stop. Children, this is the Wuhan Palace. Don't rush in. As soon as Xiaoming and Xiaowu arrived at the Wuhan Palace, they were stopped by the guard at the door. The Wuhan Palace in Notting City is a huge domed building. The width of the front alone is more than 100 meters, and the height is 20 meters. It is divided into 3 floors. The entire building is brown, and the Wuhan Palace logo on the front door. There is only one long sword in the ambition, which means that the Wuhan Temple in Notting City is the lowest level of Wuhan Temple. The 2 guards at the door looked to be about 20 years old, and their soul power fluctuations were not obvious. They probably did not even reach the level of a soul master. From the level of the Spirit Hall, it can be seen that Notting City's status in the Tiandu Empire is indeed not high. Hello, we are first-year students of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. We are here to test our soul power levels. Xiaoming pointed to the school uniforms on himself and Xiaowu and said to the guard. Testing soul power? The 2 of them were shocked. It's rare for them to see such a young child come to test their soul power. At the same time, they also noticed the Notting College uniforms they were wearing, and their eyes showed envy. Although Notting College is not a high-level soul master college, it is still a dream palace for most ordinary people. Is that so? Then go in. Go to the reception hall on the first floor and find the great soul master Matthew No there. He will help you. Xiaoming nodded and pulled Xiaowu toward the interior of Wuhan Hall. The 2 guards followed him into the Wuhan Hall with envious eyes. One of them said, if I could afford to go to Notting College, I might be able to become a soul master now. Hey, Notting College itself, there should be tools for testing soul power. They only come to us when they advance. Why do these 2 kids come to our Spirit Hall? Who knows? Maybe they broke through the soul master. Pfft! Can such a young child become a soul master? When they grow up, it will be almost the same. One person sneered. Forget it, why are you thinking so much? Just do your own thing with peace of mind. The other person shook his head and stopped talking. The Wuhan Palace in Notting City is very grand, with the main hall being 20 meters high. The dome of the entire hall is covered with murals. Various martial arts graphics are drawn in the small squares. The background color is shiny gold, which looks resplendent yet simple. Xiaoming and Xiaowu were walking in the hall of Wuhan Hall. A female voice stopped them. Why do we still have such young children in our Wuhan Hall? Is it another young lady from a noble family who came to our Wuhan Hall to awaken her martial soul? This is a female soul master. She is tall and plump, and her appearance is considered to be above average. We are students from Notting Academy. We came to Wuhan Hall for an advanced test and to test our soul power. Xiaoming said first. Advanced test? Little brother, are you right? The female soul master asked with wide eyes and a look of surprise on her face. That's right. It's just an advanced test. We are all soul masters. Xiaowu smiled sweetly at the female soul master. Soul master? How old are you? The female soul master couldn't help but ask. 6 years old. 6-year-old soul masters, are you innately full of soul power? The female soul master opened her mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. What do you think? Xiaoming frowned and said angrily. At this time, Sisi realized that she was talking too much. These are the secrets of every soul master, but I shouldn't ask too many questions. By the way, my name is Sisi. I don't mean anything else. It's just that yesterday we also had a child as old as you come here as an advanced soul master, so we were a little surprised. After all, you are all too young. Female soul master said with a smile. I'll take you to the reception desk. Otherwise, it will take some time for you to find it yourself. She led Xiaoming and Xiaowu to the second floor quickly, walked to the door of a room with ease, and pushed the door open directly. This is a bright office. Behind the large desk sits an old man. His neat soul master clothes and the standard three-sword symbol on his body show that he is a battle soul master at the level of a great soul master. The old man frowned and was about to have an attack. When he saw the visitor, his face suddenly relaxed and his face was filled with a smile. "Sissy? Why are you here so early? Didn't you promise to do it in the evening?" The old man chuckled, "Could it be that you can't wait?" "Death!" Sissy said quickly with a flash of red on her face. "Don't talk nonsense. It won't be good if Brother Tao and the others hear it. What's wrong with Su Yun Tao? Isn't he just younger than me? Don't forget that I was the one who got you into the spirit hall in the first place. Otherwise, just a little spirit master like you." "Master Mathunyo, I didn't mean that," Sissy quickly explained. His face was full of annoyance. "Oh my god, there is a story. But can you all resolve the matter privately? It's not good in front of us, right? Sister Sissy, are we going to test our soul power here?" Xiaoming reminded him in time. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Mathunyo's expression changed. Xiaoming and Xiaoming were not tall, so he did not notice the two people behind Sissy. Sissy complained a little, "Master Mathunyo, please stop being so nagging. These two children are here for advanced appraisal, please excuse me." "Advanced appraisal? Are there two more innate souls with full soul power?" Mathunyo was slightly shocked. "Then you go out first. I'll take them for appraisal. The place for advanced appraisal is not here." When the three of them walked through a long corridor and came to the end of the corridor, three tall arches suddenly came into view in front of them. "This is the place for advanced appraisals. The three doors are for advanced appraisals of soul masters, great soul masters and soul masters. But we cannot conduct higher level advanced appraisals here. Those who can only go to the big city, only the market will do." Mathunyo introduced to Xiaoming and the others. While introducing, he led them into the room on the far left. This room is very spacious and very tall, covering an area of 200 square meters. A huge floor-to-ceiling window provides sufficient lighting for the room. As soon as he entered the room, Xiaoming could feel a pulling force pulling his soul power. Soon Xiaoming found out the reason. 5 small black stones were placed around the room. They must be pulling his soul power. Chapter 23 Xiaowu's Happiness. "Okay, let's start now. Display your martial soul and release your soul rings," Mathunyo said with a smile. As soon as Master Mathunyo finished speaking, Xiaowu directly released his martial spirit. Soft Bone Rabbit. Waves of soft pink light appeared in the air, and Xiaowu slowly released his martial spirit. The 100-year-old yellow soul ring under his body was flashing, and the fluctuations of the soul power of the 12th level soul master were undoubtedly released. 100-year spirit ring? It's actually a 100-year spirit ring. Mathunyo looked at Xiaowu's martial spirit in surprise and murmured, "He is actually a genius." Yesterday, he also met a young soul master. Although his talent was good, he was a rubbish martial soul like Lan Yinko. But this lovely person in front of him is not a useless martial soul, but a real genius. He is full of innate soul power, and his martial soul is not bad. Such talent will definitely attract her to our spirit hall. Mathunyo let out a long breath to calm down the excitement in his heart. "Inject your soul power here, and I'll see how many levels you have reached." Mathunyo picked up a yellow crystal ball from the table beside him and walked to Xiaowu and said. Xiaowu held the crystal ball in her hand, and a layer of yellow brilliance shone out. The light is not particularly strong, but it is extremely clear. Is this level 12 soul power? Looking at the light emitting from the crystal ball in shock, Mathunyo couldn't help shouting excitedly. "It seems that your first soul ring is very good. It can improve you so much. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, let me ask you something. Are you willing to join me in martial arts? Matthew Nyo's expression became solemn and he said seriously. I don't want to. Xiao Wu refused verbally before Matthew Nyo finished speaking. The voice was clear and firm. Why? Mathono was stunned. Throughout the entire continent, the Spirit Hall was a behemoth and a place that almost everyone dreamed of. He really didn't know why Xiao Wu still rejected him. At this time, Xiao Wu also realized that she had lost her composure and explained, I am already studying at Notting Academy. I'm afraid I won't be able to join the Spirit Hall. So that's it. Matthew Nyo nodded, understanding what Xiao Wu meant, although it's not our Spirit Hall style to go to the academy to rob people. But for a genius soul master like you, we can also fight with Nyo. It was discussed with Ding Academy. Don't. Xiao Wu said quickly. We are still young now. We should study at Notting Junior College for a few years. Let's wait until we grow up. At this time, Zhao Ming opened his mouth to help Xiao Wu. He knew the grudge between Xiao Wu and Wuhan Palace, and it was impossible for Xiao Wu to join Wuhan Palace. At least not possible now. Facing Zhao Ming's smile, Xiao Wu smiled heartwarmingly. She felt like her heart was melting. Wuhandian is the most powerful organization in the world. He didn't ask me why I didn't go to this place, or when I got my soul ring. He just chose to believe and support me. Is this love? Is this what it feels like to be in love? Love, love, love. It was also at this time that Matthew Nyo realized that there was another boy coming with Xiao Wu. I just saw Xiao Wu's talent and felt a little embarrassed. Then I forgot. You're right. After you finish your studies at Noden Junior Soul Master Academy, I will invite you to join the Soul Hall. Matthew Nyo said with a smile. In his opinion, Xiao Wu is still young and doesn't know how powerful Wuhan Palace is. After she studies at Notting College for a few years, she might come to him directly and ask to join the Spirit Hall. After thinking about this clearly, Matthew No said anything more. He directly signaled Zhao Ming to release his martial spirit. When Zhao Ming released his martial spirit, Matthew No was once again in a mess. Xiao Wu could still use his genius to explain it, but this boy. What does this damn orange soul ring mean? There seems to be no such variety of colors for soul rings. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Mathono rubbed his eyes. After going back and forth many times, he finally confirmed that he was right. But this soul ring is just that. Where is your martial spirit? Where did the martial spirit go? Zhao Ming's puppet, when he does not use soul skills to summon the puppet, is like a ball of air, invisible. Ahem, what is your martial spirit? My martial soul is a puppet. I can use soul skills to summon puppets to fight. Zhao Ming said frankly. Puppet? What kind of martial spirit is this? Never heard of it. Mathono asked doubtfully. Our family has always lived in seclusion in the world, so our martial arts spirit is naturally not known to outsiders. Afraid that Matthew No would continue to ask questions, Zhao Ming thought for a while and said. The hidden family. Matthew No was shocked. From Zhao Ming's words, he analyzed that Zhao Ming was probably a member of the legendary powerful hidden family. Yet. Zhao Ming hummed lightly. Hey! Mathono took a deep breath. He just said that Zhao Ming in their small Notting city might suddenly have so many geniuses, and they turned out to be people from big families. Knowing Zhao Ming's identity, Matthew No quickly gave him a test soul power. Before leaving, Zhao Ming told Matthew No not to expose his identity, including telling Wuhandian. Matthew No also quickly agreed. He didn't have the guts to offend those people from the big families. Especially Zhao Ming, a talented person with a bright future, he would not offend easily. What kind of big family are you really from? Why don't you look like it to me? Xiao Wu said with a smile after leaving the Wuhan hall, holding her stomach. I was fooling Matthew Nyo. Otherwise, if there are two people with innate soul power, and my soul ring is so special, he will definitely report it. By then, we will be exposed to the eyes of Wuhan Palace. It's under the bed. Zhao Ming said with a smile. Listening to Zhao Ming's words, Xiao Wu was shocked. She didn't think so much just now. Now that I think about it, if the people above Wuhan Palace find out about me, I will definitely be exposed. Fortunately, Zhao Ming frightened him. Zhao Ming, why don't you join Wuhan Palace? Wuhan Palace is so powerful. Walking on the road, Xiao Wu lowered his head and looked at his feet and said. Because you won't go. Zhao Ming smiled slightly, touched Xiao Wu's head, and said lovingly. Actually, wasn't it because of that witch Hulina? If she knew that she had gone to the spirit hall, she would still have to think of ways to kill her labor? But he would not say these words to Xiao Wu. Hey! Xiao Wu was stunned. She didn't expect that Zhao Ming didn't join the spirit hall for this reason. I was immediately moved. Is it because of me that I gave up the spirit hall, which is admired by so many spirit masters? Then why don't you ask me why I don't want to join the spirit hall? Idiot, why are you asking this? You must have your own reasons. Just let me support you silently from behind. Because loving someone means trusting them unconditionally. Zhao Ming said softly. Trust? Xiao Wu was stunned. Look at Zhao Ming's face. At this time, the sun was shining, and Zhao Ming had a slight smile on his face, which made Xiao Wu feel a sense of happiness. Zhao Ming, why are you so kind to me? Ever since I was little, only my mother has been so kind to me. Xiao Wu said with mist in her eyes as she cried. Why? Because you are my little baby. Zhao Mingwen wiped the tears from the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes and said. If you don't give up, I will never leave. For the rest of your life, I will accompany you on the road you want to go, and I will accompany you wherever you want to go. Xiao Wu snuggled into Zhao Ming's arms, full of happiness. However, this happy and peaceful atmosphere was quickly destroyed. How could you do such an intimate thing in a public place? An angry voice came from behind Zhao Ming. Please collect it. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 24 The conflict between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Who is it? Zhao Ming was dissatisfied. Xiao Wu's face turned slightly red and she quickly broke away from Zhao Ming's arms. Take a closer look. Tang San was holding a heavy hammer, glaring at Zhao Ming angrily. His eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire, as if he was going to smash Zhao Ming to death with one hammer. Be obedient. This shape is quite unique. Opposite Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu is a blacksmith shop. The doors and windows of the shop are wide open so that passers-by can see the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths. It is also a means for the blacksmiths to attract customers. Following your eyes, you can see a variety of made iron tools hanging on the walls of the shop. There are not only farm tools here, but also various armors and weapons. After all, there are only a few soul masters in this world, and weapons are still needed. And the price of weapons is naturally much higher than that of agricultural tools. At this time, Tang San was naked, his forehead and body covered with sweat. The clothes were tied around his waist, his face was ashen, and he looked at Zhao Ming coldly. Only then did Zhao Ming suddenly realize. In the original work, Tang San became an apprentice in a blacksmith shop because his family was too poor. Earned some money through work study as an apprentice. Moreover, as an apprentice, he can also practice his random cloak hammering technique. The blacksmith's main source of income is selling some weapons or armor to low-level soul masters and ordinary people. After all, the soul masters are the richest. It is most suitable to open this kind of shop between Notting College and Wuhan Palace. Therefore, Tang San, who was working as an apprentice here, happened to run into Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu who were having fun with each other. Tang San. What on earth do you want to do? Seeing that it was Tang San who ruined the atmosphere between her and Zhao Ming, Xiao Wu became even more angry. She walked towards the blacksmith shop angrily, and then stepped in front of Tang San. On the chopping board. In Xiao Wu's view, Tang San was deliberately looking for trouble. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was furious and wanted to settle a score with him, Tang San calmed down. His original intention was not to sour the relationship between him and Xiao Wu. But he really couldn't do it to let himself watch her and Zhao Ming lingering. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Tang San said as gently as possible. If you didn't do it on purpose, then you did it on purpose. Xiao Wu said angrily, eyes burning. I think you just don't accept it. Do you want to be taught a lesson by me again? Xiao Wu, I didn't mean that. Me, Tang San said with a wry smile. Humph, I don't care. I'll be waiting for you at the college playground this afternoon. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Xiao Wu said angrily. Tang San said with a bitter look on his face. He didn't want to make the relationship with Xiao Wu so tense. What are you? Are you scared? A grown man wouldn't even dare to take on a girl in a duel. You're a coward. Xiao Wu said with disdain. I accept. Xiao Wu's words were like a sharp sword thrust into Tang San's chest, making him feel heartbroken. Gritting his teeth, Tang San still agreed. Because judging from Xiao Wu's attitude, if he doesn't agree, Xiao Wu may continue to make trouble. Now he has just found this apprenticeship, and he doesn't want to delay other people's business because of his own affairs. Besides, dueling with Xiao Wu is not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe it can also build a relationship with Xiao Wu. It's time, Zhao Ming thought. How about forget it? Xiao Wu, I think Tang San might really be unintentional. We are all classmates, so there is no need to make the relationship so tense. Zhao Ming walked up to Xiao Wu and explained for Tang San. Zhao Ming, you are still too naive. Look at the way he looks at you, he clearly doesn't hold any grudge against you. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose and shook Zhao Ming's arm. At this time, Tang San looked at Zhao Ming with anger in his eyes. Because Zhao Ming's dirty hands were actually placed on Xiao Wu's buttocks, this made Tang San almost crazy. Tang San, what's wrong with you? I think there's something wrong with your face. Zhao Ming asked, pretending to be concerned. Humph, what does it matter to you? Tang San said coldly. Look, thanks to you for helping him speak up, he still has the same attitude. Xiao Wu pouted and looked at Zhao Mingdao. Oh, Tang San. I know I may have offended you because of something bad when I started school, but I really still want to be good friends with you. We are all classmates and in the dormitory, there is no need to get along with you. Just like enemies. Zhao Ming sighed and said. Friends? Who is your friend? Can we become friends? Tang San said coldly. Normally, with Tang San's character, he might be able to stay rational. But at this moment, looking at Zhao Ming's dirty hands that kept making trouble on Xiao Wu, he was so angry that he felt that his lungs were on fire, so he naturally spoke without hesitation. Humph, Tang San, don't be ungrateful. Seeing Tang San not giving Zhao Ming face, Xiao Wu was angry. Zhao Ming was such a gentle person, but for the sake of his classmates, he was unwilling to make enemies of Tang San. But this Tang San just didn't know what was right, and what he said was so annoying. It was really intolerable. Regarding the grudge between Zhao Ming and Tang San, the attentive Xiao Wu once asked Wang Sheng and the others. On the first day of school, Zhao Ming refused the request of Tang San's teacher, Grand Master, to accept him as a disciple, so Tang San became enmity with Zhao Ming. If Zhao Ming hadn't been unwilling to fight you, would you have been Zhao Ming's opponent? One is humble and generous, the other is unreasonable. One hopes to calm things down, while the other deliberately seeks trouble. In contrast, it is a matter of judgment. In fact, when Wang Sheng and the others informed Xiao Wu about this incident, they did some embellishment to Zhao Ming. One is a master who works for free in the academy that even they look down on, and the other is the boss that they respect. When narrating, it will naturally be biased towards Zhao Ming. But none of this matters. Xiao Wu, me, Tang San was stunned, and then he understood Zhao Ming's intention. Zhao Ming, let's go. Don't pay attention to this person, it will affect your mood. Xiao Wu pulled Zhao Ming and left quickly, leaving only Tang San's back. Zhao Ming held Xiao Wu with one arm and put the other behind his back, giving Tang San an inverted middle finger gesture. Tang San was immediately angry, and after a while, he sighed feebly. Chapter 25 Tang Hao's Attack. Nodding College. By this time it was getting dark. The sky is clear, the stars are high in the sky, and the evening wind is rustling. At this time, on the playground of Nodding College, screams could be heard one after another. Zhao Ming couldn't help but shudder when he saw it. Zhao Ming frowned and watched the fight between the two. Xiao Wu's attack was fierce every time, but Tang San had many concerns and did not want to use his killing move towards Xiao Wu. Under such circumstances, Xiao Wu could naturally defeat Tang San easily. This was already the 5th time Tang San was thrown to the ground by Xiao Wu. However, Tang San had been exercising since he was a child, and his physique was pretty good. At least he is considered very strong among his peers. Come again. Seeing Tang San stand up again, Xiao Wu said happily. Obviously there is something unfinished. Looking at Xiao Wu who enthusiastically beat him up like a sandbag in front of him, Tang San couldn't help but feel depressed. His blue-silver grass martial spirit was completely defeated by Xiao Wu's soft bone rabbit. Although he was able to deal with it through his Tang Sec's unique skills, he was ultimately at a disadvantage. Although he still has many killing moves, how could he possibly use them on Xiao Wu? So the longer the fight went on, the more injuries Tang San suffered. Xiao Wu, let's forget it for today. Zhao Ming stepped forward and acted like a good old man. At this time, Tang San's standing body was already stumbling, and his face was a little swollen. Humph, for Zhao Ming's sake, I'll let you go. But don't bother us again in the future. Xiao Wu waved his little fist, showing 2 little tiger fangs, and said fiercely. For Zhao Ming's sake? Tang San couldn't help but feel bitter. Do you know that Zhao Ming started all this? He did this on purpose. But Tang San couldn't tell Xiao Wu all this. Once he said it, Xiao Wu would also say that he was ungrateful and ruin his impression of Xiao Wu. I really can't tell you how miserable I am. But now I really can't quarrel with Zhao Ming anymore. He finally saw that Xiao Wu was devoted to Zhao Ming now, and he would definitely not be pleased if he had a quarrel with him. His first goal now is to get rid of his bad impression in Xiao Wu's heart, so he needs to please Xiao Wu. What Xiao Wu cares about most now is Zhao Ming, so... Zhao Ming, thank you. I was wrong for what happened before, and I apologize to you for my previous attitude. After thinking about this, Tang San smiling slightly, he said to Zhao Ming. At this time, Tang San seemed to have become more open-minded. Tang San's low posture made Zhao Ming stunned. But Zhao Ming soon understood what Tang San meant. Tang San, are you going to turn into a licking dog? It's okay. What happened in the past is in the past. We will all be good classmates from now on. Zhao Ming smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand and shook Tang San's hand. You guys! Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Before Tang San seemed to have a deep hatred for Zhao Ming, why did he suddenly reconcile now? This Tang San must have some intention. Xiao Wu thought deeply. Xiao Wu, it seems that you woke him up. We all don't know each other without beating him. Zhao Ming said cheerfully, as if he didn't care about what happened before. Xiao Wu frowned. She now felt that her Zhao Ming was too innocent. After all, he was just a child. Although he was gentle and considerate, he had the mentality of an adult. But he had never experienced any human feelings and sophistication, so he couldn't see Tang San's intentions. Tang San, on the other hand, was like a ruthless old man, capable of both bending and stretching. His current disguise is just to give Xiaoming a fatal blow. These are the thoughts in Xiao Wu's heart. If Xiaoming knew about it, he would probably laugh out loud. Tang San would probably be so angry that he vomited blood. So that's it, then I will come to you often to discuss with you and wake you up at the same time. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly at Tang San. She is not a fool like Xiaoming. However, she was very sure that she could protect Xiaoming. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracy methods were not a problem. As long as I pay more attention to Tang San's movements, I can't do anything compared to him. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's body trembled suddenly. This was not the first time he experienced Xiao Wu's jujutsu and over-the-shoulder throws. Xiao Wu had been thrown so many times today that he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. He didn't want to compete with Xiao Wu anymore. But if you think about it carefully, isn't this an opportunity to get along with Xiao Wu? As the old saying goes, hitting means kissing and scolding means loving. Slowly you will be able to work out your feelings. Okay, we can have more discussions in the future, which will be of great help to our strength. Tang San said. The next few days, Tang San never took the initiative to trouble Xiaoming again. Xiaoming was also happy. Xiao Wu often competed with Tang San. But there was one thing, Tang San was wrong. After a period of discussion, Xiao Wu's attitude towards him has not changed, and her heart is still focused on Xiaoming. This was Xiao Wu's daily torture of Tang San. It gets dark relatively early this day. After discussing and communicating with Tang San, Xiao Wu jumped towards the dormitory. But soon Xiao Wu felt an extremely dangerous aura. The terrifying aura overwhelmed Xiao Wu's body, and Xiao Wu's body was like a grass swaying in the wind and rain. This kind of strength? Titled Douluo. Xiao Wu's face changed wildly. She didn't expect that she would encounter a titled Douluo in a small place like Notting City. How is this possible? In order to avoid the perception of those titled Douluo, she traveled across many places and came to such a remote place. There isn't even a soul sect here, how could there be a peerless powerhouse like titled Douluo? 100,000-year soul beast? Haha, I didn't expect that I could meet 100,000-year soul beast in this place. A sudden voice sounded. A black shadow slowly walked out from under a big tree. This person was all shrouded in black clothes, with a black hood on his head, making it difficult to tell the truth. It can only be seen from his appearance that he is a tall man. Who are you? Seeing the person coming, Xiao Wu's face changed wildly. It's really a titled Douluo. And this sense of oppression is definitely not that of an ordinary titled Douluo. You ask me? You just beat my son, who do you think I am? The voice of the man in black came again, his voice low and threatening, rushing towards Xiao Wu. Tang San? Are you Tang San's father? Xiao Wu was shocked. She had never calculated that Tang San was actually the son of a titled Douluo. Looking at it this way, Tang San's motives were obvious. She originally asked why Tang San was willing to be beaten by her every day. It turned out that Tang San wanted to verify his identity as a spirit beast in the battle. There is still a certain difference between soul beast cultivators and humans. This difference lies in the different paths of soul power. The movement of soul power of soul beasts is opposite to that of humans. To truly know whether a soul beast has become an adult, you need to observe the root of its soul power. This can be confirmed by the way it draws on the energy of heaven and earth during battle. Tang San's father discovered and suspected her identity as a spirit beast, but he was a little unsure. Therefore, relying on Tang San to compete with him again and again to observe secretly. Now I'm here to take away my soul bone and soul ring. Scenes of past events were recalled in Xiaowu's mind. She realized it. She finally realized it. It turns out that Tang San's intention was not Xiaoming, but her, the soul ring and soul bone on her body. Chapter 26 Xiaoming is injured. If Xiaoming knew Xiaowu's inner thoughts, he would probably laugh like a pig. Tang Hao is really a magic touch. It's a pity that Xiaoming is still practicing in the dormitory, and he has no idea about Xiaowu's danger. These days, Xiaowu often goes to compete with Tang San, so Xiaoming doesn't accompany her every day. Being caught by the titled Douluo, Xiaowu knew that she had no ability to resist. Even when she was 100,000-year soul beast, she was no match against a titled Douluo with this kind of aura. What's more, now? Looking back at every moment of my life, she feels that she is happy enough in this life. She has a mother who loves her and a boyfriend who loves her. And good friends like Da Ming and Er Ming. But, Mom, I'm sorry, I may not be able to avenge you. And Xiaoming, would you be very sad if you found out that I was missing tomorrow? A teardrop streaked across the corner of her eyes, and Xiaowu slowly closed her eyes. You are a little different from those spirit beasts. Tang Hao looked at Xiaowu, frowned, and said strangely, What? Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Is fear useful? I've seen through the faces of you humans a long time ago. For the soul rings and soul bones of our soul beasts, you will do whatever it takes. Although we soul beasts are regarded by you as a ferocious species. But aren't you humans? More cruel. Xiaowu opened her eyes and looked at Tang Hao hatefully. Hey, natural selection, survival of the fittest. There's nothing to say about that. After hearing Xiaowu's words, Tang Hao was stunned and then said. It's a survival of the fittest. It's unlucky for me to fall into your hands today. Just do it. Stop insulting the dignity of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Xiaowu said disdainfully. Why are you so hostile to us humans? Maybe I won't kill you. Tang Hao asked doubtfully. Human beings don't kill spirit beasts, this is simply the funniest joke in the world in Xiaowu's heart. My mother died in the hands of you humans. Why do you think I am so hostile to you humans? After a brief moment of bitterness, Xiaowu looked at Tang Hao coldly. So you became an adult just to take revenge? Tang Hao asked in shock. That's right. You'd better kill me now, otherwise I won't let you go when I grow up. Xiaowu said with cold eyes. Feeling Xiaowu's cold eyes, Tang Hao said nothing more. The importance of a 100,000-year soul beast to a soul master is self-evident. Especially a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has not yet matured into a human being. If the news that there is a 100,000-year-old soul beast in Notting City that has been reborn as a human being is exposed, it will probably immediately arouse the shock of countless soul masters. They couldn't afford to offend a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but they could beat a rebuilt soul beast. Even if the soul ring cannot be absorbed, the soul bone can still be sold for a sky-high price. As for Tang Hao himself, although he is already a titled Douluo, he cannot absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. But he still coveted the 100,000-year-old soul bone. As long as he can get an extra 100,000-year-old soul bone, he may not be unable to compete with the strong men of Wuhan Palace. Don't worry, I will give you a happy one. Tang Hao said. After saying that, Tang Hao slowly raised his left hand and activated the soul power in his hand. A bolt of soul power shot towards Xiaowu. This soul power training is enough to easily kill a soul master. Xiaowu, no. When he walked out of the dormitory and saw Tang Hao preparing to attack Xiaowu, Xiaoming's expression changed. He didn't expect Tang Hao to come back, so he was careless. When he originally attacked Tang San, he had analyzed that it was almost impossible for Tang Hao to attack him. Xiaoming understood it this way. Tang San and he were as old as kindergarten students. Nodding City was nodding kindergarten. Even if Tang San had a family background, it would be impossible to kill a preschool kid like him. Ahem, this analogy is strange. For example, why do all the children in preschool have girlfriends? This actually happened in previous lives as well. At that time, netizens complained one after another. Even children started holding hands. Why am I still single? Zhao Ming's idea is still very reasonable. Tang Hao has never come to trouble him these days. But Xiao Wu is different. She is a soul beast. She is 100,000-year-old soul beast. In the original work, Tang Hao did not kill Xiao Wu. That's because Tang San and Xiao Wu have a good relationship and are their daughters-in-law. But it's different now. Xiao Wu and Tang San didn't have a good relationship, so Tang Hao was naturally attracted to Xiao Wu's soul bone. Zhao Ming quickly ran towards Xiao Wu's place. The martial soul was released instantly, a ferocious beast breath from ancient times came, and an illusory black ferocious strange bird appeared behind Zhao Ming. Suddenly, Zhao Ming's physical fitness was greatly improved. The ancient phoenix is a powerful beast from ancient times. As a flying spirit beast, its speed is also its strong point. At extreme speed, Zhao Ming suddenly picked up Xiao Wu and turned around to avoid Tang Hao's attack. Unfortunately, Tang Hao's soul power training speed was too fast. Even if it was just a casual blow from Tang Hao, Zhao Ming was still injured. Because Zhao Ming was leaning sideways, the soul power brush cut across Zhao Ming's back. Hiss! Zhao Ming couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The severe pain coming from behind told him that he was definitely seriously injured. Zhao Ming, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. You're bleeding, a lot of blood. Xiao Wu's voice trembled. Tears in his eyes blurred his vision. Xiao Wu now felt as if there was a huge stone pressing on her chest, and she was so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Zhao Ming's back was now a bloody mess. Holding Zhao Ming, her hands were also stained with Zhao Ming's blood. Because I fall in love with you. Zhao Ming touched Xiao Wu's face and wiped away her tears. What simple language! Listening to Zhao Ming's words, Xiao Wu's heart trembled. Tang Hao was also stunned at this time. He had never seen this scene before. It was Ayan who protected him, and it was Ayan who sacrificed his life to save him. Once upon a time, Ayan also fell in front of him like this. But, she is no longer here. If it happens again, he will protect her in this way and prevent her from being hurt. Point of damage. Looking at this scene, Tang Hao clenched his fists. Looking at Xiao Wu, there was no murderous intention in his eyes. At least now he no longer wants to kill her. Tang Hao suddenly took out a medicine bottle, threw it at Xiao Wu, and said, "This is for muscle growth and hemostasis. Sprinkle these on the wound. Otherwise, he will bleed to death. I won't kill you today, but you can take care of yourself tomorrow." Tang Hao didn't want to stay here any longer when this happened. He said lightly and left in a quick step. I don't know why, I've been banned. 30 days. I will not be able to reply to you until September 7th. It's so miserable. Then ask for recommendation votes and 5-star praise. I really don't want to give it 5 stars, so I'd rather give it 1 star. If you can't stand it, you can go to the comment section and scold me. Poor, weak and helpless. The author, a loli who has just entered 5th grade, feels so sad. Chapter 27. Tang San is still dreaming. Seeing Tang Hao leaving, Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The last tense string in his heart was released, Zhao Ming's eyes darkened, and he fainted. Zhao Ming, how are you? Nothing will happen to you. Xiao Wu looked at the blood on Zhao Ming's back, and her eyes instantly turned red. Quickly taking off the clothes on Zhao Ming's upper body, Xiao Wu's tears flowed down as she looked at the shocking wound. Although Xiao Wu kept wiping her tears with her sleeves to avoid affecting her vision, some of her tears inevitably fell on Zhao Ming. Silently, he unscrewed the medicine bottle and sprinkled the medicine powder on those shocking wounds little by little. At this time, Xiao Wu's mind kept replaying the moment before the soul power training came, when Zhao Ming's firm and strong hands pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. In that severe pain, Zhao Ming still held her tightly, his eyes were painful but always firm. "You are so stupid." Xiao Wu stroked Zhao Ming's face and smoothed his wrinkled forehead. Then he aimed at Zhao Ming's forehead and kissed it. Looking at Zhao Ming's sleeping face, Xiao Wu felt unreasonably relieved. Even though his identity was exposed, it was also known to a titled Douluo. But so what? From now on, I will only live for you. Xiao Wu said softly. He picked up Zhao Ming and walked toward the dormitory. One day later. Noon. Zhao Ming slowly woke up as his eyes shone on Zhao Ming's face through the screen window. As soon as he woke up, Zhao Ming saw the delicate face in front of him. The pain in his back made Zhao Ming's expression change. Looking back on everything at that time, he only felt lucky. At that time, it was probably because Tang Hao remembered what happened to Yin that he stopped attacking Xiao Wu. Otherwise, with Tang Hao's strength, it would be easy to kill them. Strength. In this world, strength still has to speak for itself. Without strength, anyone can kill you. Even if you have many cheats, everything is just a bubble until you become an absolute powerhouse. Zhao Ming thought in his heart. The pride of being a high-end traveler was instantly squeezed and disappeared. His mentality gradually calmed down. Zhao Ming, are you awake? Xiao Wu raised her head, her eyes still a little red and swollen. Zhao Ming lay there, tilting his head and looking at her. You can't sleep forever. Are you crying? No. Xiao Wu said, turning around and wiping away the tears in her eyes. Why are you crying? What's the big deal? I'm very lucky and I won't die. Zhao Ming said with a smile. You've become like this, why are you still alive? Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Ming angrily, and then said with concern, by the way, are you hungry now? Let me get you something to eat. I'm really hungry now. Go get me some porridge. I don't want to eat anything else. Zhao Ming thought for a while and said. Xiao Wu left, and all the other members of Kishi gathered around. They didn't dare to disturb Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu when they were talking just now. Boss, why are you injured like this? When Xiao Wu brought you back, you were covered in blood. It almost scared us. Yes, yes. Is it that bastard who hurt you so badly? We asked Xiao Wu, but since she came back yesterday, Xiao Wu has been staying there to take care of you without saying anything. I think it must be that bastard Xiao Chenaiu. The boss taught him a lesson last time, and he must have a grudge. Then he hurt the boss in a sneak attack. The members of Kishi chatted with each other, which moved Zhao Ming a little. The members of Kishi are all work-study students and have endured hardship since childhood. They are both honest in character. At least from Zhao Ming's perspective, they are sincere about their relationship. Although their talents are not good, their character is not bad. I'll have to help them if I get a chance in the future. Zhao Ming thought to himself. Okay, everyone, be quiet. The boss just woke up and needs to rest. Don't disturb the boss. Wang Sheng said. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, everyone's voices also became quieter. At this time, Tang San on the side looked at Zhao Ming who was surrounded by everyone, and for some reason, he felt a little envious. When he was in Holy Soul Village, he was a lonely person. When he got here, he still had no friends. This kind of situation of being the center and holding the moon has never happened to him. He didn't feel anything before, but now that he saw how popular Zhao Ming was, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He was also a little curious and confused about what happened yesterday, but he was mostly happy inside. Although he felt uncomfortable seeing Xiao Wu sad. But at least, in the future, Zhao Ming will no longer be able to disturb him and Xiao Wu. He also has enough time to restore the relationship between him and Xiao Wu. But Tang San couldn't figure out that it was his father who injured Zhao Ming. Moreover, while preparing to kill Xiao Wu, his relationship with Tang San was revealed. It's a pity that Tang San doesn't know anything, not even that his father is a titled Douluo. While Tang San was still rejoicing that Zhao Ming was injured, Xiao Wu had already sentenced Tang San to death in her heart. Now Tang San has become a demon in her heart who covets her soul ring and soul bones. In addition, Tang San's father still had the idea of killing her. Although I don't know why he changed his mind in the end, he still didn't have a good impression of Tang Hao. Therefore, it was impossible for them to even be friends now, let alone the things Tang San wanted. What's more, Zhao Ming was injured because of her, and Xiao Wu's heart was tied to Zhao Ming. How could she have other thoughts? But, Tang San doesn't know yet. He is still dreaming. He is thinking about shit. After a while, Xiao Wu carefully came over with a food box. The food box was still steaming. Why are you so stupid? Isn't it hot? Zhao Ming felt a little distressed when he looked at Xiao Wu's hand which was burned red and said angrily. It's okay. I asked the aunt in the cafeteria to make this freshly. I'll feed you. Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. He didn't care at all about his little hands that were burned by the high temperature. He scooped up a spoonful of meat porridge with a spoon, blew it gently with his mouth a few times, and then fed it to Zhao Ming's mouth after making sure it was no longer too hot. Xiao Wu's gentle look made them envious. Especially Tang San, seeing this scene, he just felt a little sad. Xiao Wu, you haven't eaten yet. After being fed a few mouthfuls by Xiao Wu, Zhao Ming suddenly thought that Xiao Wu had always been by his side, so he must not have eaten anything. I'm not hungry, you can eat. Xiao Wu shook her head. No, how can you not eat? Let's eat together. Zhao Ming said fiercely. With that said, he was about to grab the spoon in Xiao Wu's hand. All of a sudden, the pain in my back hit my heart. Ah! Zhao Ming couldn't help but snorted. No, don't move. Can't I eat? Xiao Wu quickly asked Zhao Ming to lie down and said with some distress. After saying that, Xiao Wu scooped up a spoonful and fed it to her mouth, and then scooped up another spoonful and fed it to Zhao Ming's mouth. 1 spoonful for you and 1 spoonful for me. You and me. The tender look between the two people made everyone in Kishi unable to stand it any longer, and they all found reasons to run away. Tang San's eyes were spitting fire, and he was so angry that he threw his hands away. Ahem, today I watched a video of Xiao Wu growing up. Very nice. The village girl Wu finally turned over. The author is very discerning. He can tell at a glance that Xiao Wu is a potential stock. Chapter 28 Xiao Wu's Thoughts. During this time, Zhao Ming has been staying in the dormitory to recuperate. Xiao Wu also asked for leave from her class teacher Lu Hai and stayed in the dormitory to accompany Zhao Ming. During this period, Director Su from the Academic Affairs Office and class teacher Lu Hai also came to visit Zhao Ming and asked about the reason for Zhao Ming's injury, but Zhao Ming made an excuse to fool him. Right now, all the students in Kishi have gone to class. There were only 2 people in the dormitory, Xiao Wu and Zhao Ming. Xiao Wu fetched a basin of water. Then he used his own basin to get a basin of hot water. Adjust the 2 basins of water to the appropriate temperature. These days, when no one in Kishi is around, Xiao Wu will wipe Zhao Ming's body. Although Zhao Ming's injury has improved a lot now, it is still impossible to take a bath on his own. The wound on the back has scabbed over, but the wound on the back will open again as soon as I bend over. Because Zhao Ming's injury was on his back, Zhao Ming usually lay face down. Xiao Wu carefully wiped the uninjured areas on her back. Xiao Wu was very focused and very sad. Even now, looking at this horrific wound, she still felt a little shocked. I washed the handkerchief and unscrewed it slightly. Xiao Wu slowly took off Zhao Ming's clothes and wiped Zhao Ming's body carefully. Xiao Wu wiped it very frequently, and Zhao Ming's body was not very dirty. It's just that the weather is hot now and it's easy to sweat. After wiping his back, Xiao Wu gently turned Zhao Ming over and began to wipe Zhao Ming's front. After washing the towel in warm water, Xiao Wu wiped his face first, then wiped his face and then his eyebrows. After wiping the face, wiped down the neck, then the chest, arms, armpits, lower abdomen, and waist. The entire upper body was quickly cleaned under Xiao Wu's careful wiping. After all, she already regarded Zhao Ming as her lover. Wiping your lover is no big deal. After wiping, Xiao Wu changed Zhao Ming into a set of washed clothes. Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work. After wiping it off, a thin layer of fragrant sweat appeared on Xiao Wu's forehead. Zhao Ming was a little moved. If you think you've given me a hard time, then get better quickly. Xiao Wu chuckled, making Zhao Ming stunned. Then forget it. It's so comfortable to lie down like this, and there are still people taking care of you. There is no such benefit after the injury is healed. If conditions permit, I would like to lie down for a few more days. Zhao Ming joked half-jokingly. You know how to talk nonsense. Xiao Wujiao said angrily as her face turned red after being told by Zhao Ming. I'm not talking nonsense. Our Xiaowu is already good at serving others at such a young age. Will it be better when he gets older? Zhao Ming continued teasingly. But after hearing Zhao Ming's words, Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed. What's wrong? Zhao Ming, I have something to say to you. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu raised his head and looked at her with a solemn expression. Zhao Ming. What? Actually I am not a human being. Xiao Wu said this with some anxiety, and Zhao Ming could clearly feel her voice trembling. Zhao Ming was shocked when he heard Xiao Wu's words. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to tell him her identity so quickly. Looking at Zhao Ming's surprised eyes, Xiao Wu lowered her head and choked with sobs. Actually, I am a soul beast, 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. I am a reincarnation of 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is precisely because of this that I have the innate talent of full soul power. Last time, the person who was planning to kill me was also a titled Douluo. He discovered my identity. Xiao Wu kept telling her story, tears streaming down her face. I didn't want to tell you originally. I was afraid that you would dislike me. I'm 100,000 years older than you, and I'm a soul beast. You're a human, and we shouldn't be together by nature. Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. He looked down, his eyes downcast. This was the first time that Zhao Ming saw Xiao Wu like this. He knew she had a knot in her heart now. Love is humble. When love reaches a certain level, it will start to make people worry about gains and losses. This is the case for Xiao Wu. Although she is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, this status scares her, and she is afraid that Zhao Ming will alienate her because of her status. Now she would rather not have the identity of a 100,000-year soul beast. As long as he can stay with Zhao Ming silently, what does it matter if he is an ordinary person? Grab Xiao Wu's little hand and hold it firmly. Xiao Wu, I love you. What I love is you. No matter you are a human or an animal, a god or a ghost. This love will never change. In this life, the love I want is you, one heart and one mind, for the rest of my life. It's just this, nothing else. Zhao Ming stared straight into Xiao Wu's eyes and said affectionately. When their eyes met, Xiao Wu's body trembled suddenly and she quickly looked away. At the same time, the knot in my heart also let go. Humph. I believe the rest. You are the only one who is single-minded. Do you think I will believe it? Xiao Wu felt better after receiving Zhao Ming's promise. Oh, woman. 1 second she was crying, the next second. Ahem, Zhao Ming smiled, not knowing how to talk. Actually, I've known for a long time that you are a pervert. But, I can't help it. Who told me to fall in love with you? As long as there is a part of me in your heart, I will be very satisfied. Xiao Wu knew Zhao Ming's nature. Since I can't keep her alone, so why not let go? In this way, even if he has many women in the future, he will still feel the greatest guilt for such a considerate woman. In this way, my status in his heart will definitely not be low in the future. I know. You don't call me a scumbag. You just want to give a warm home to all the beautiful girls in the world. Well said, well said. Xiao Wu, I love you so much. Zhao Ming's face turned red with excitement. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to have such a broad mind. If he hadn't been too injured to move, he would have held Xiao Wu in his arms and pampered her. Chapter 29. Tang San was angry. Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu. At the door of Kishi, Tang San leaned against the wall, feeling the movement inside. His eyes were cold, and there was unspeakable pain in the coldness. Xiao Wu, the person you should love is me. I am your true lover. Tang San felt like his heart was cut by a knife. There seemed to be a sharp knife constantly scratching in my heart. With each stroke, the pain in his heart increased. He knew that all of this was because of Zhao Ming. He took away his Xiao Wu. He deserves to die. He clenched his fist hard, letting his fingernails sink into his palm, and a trace of blood flowed out. But he felt no pain at all, because the pain in his heart completely overshadowed the pain in his hands. He heard it. He heard it all. He heard Xiao Wu's shy words, and he heard that Xiao Wu could even allow Zhao Ming to find other women. Xiao Wu, are you still the proud Xiao Wu I know? What tricks did Zhao Ming use to make you follow him so wholeheartedly? You even allow him to not only belong to you. Tang San felt that he was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. Not only hurting herself, but also heartbroken that her Xiao Wu was held in someone else's arms. I feel even more heartbroken for Xiao Wu, that proud and outgoing Xiao Wu was so influenced by Zhao Ming. After calming down, Tang San continued to put his ear against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation between Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu. In the room, Zhao Ming continued to speak warmly to Xiao Wu. As someone who has experienced the cultural influence of the 21st century, it is too easy to deceive girls' dreams by saying a few beautiful sentences. Zhao Ming talked eloquently, and sometimes said a few beautiful love sentences that made Xiao Wu's eyes shine with stars. From time to time, he would tell some jokes and make Xiao Wu laugh. Sticking to the wall and listening, Tang San had to admit that Zhao Ming was indeed very talented in languages. Although he was not interested in these things, he knew very well how tempting Zhao Ming's words were to a girl, especially those girls who had illusions about love. He somewhat understood why Zhao Ming could do so much to make Xiao Wu fall in love with him. But this also aggravated the sense of crisis in Tang San's heart. Originally, I thought that Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu had only known each other for a few days, and that I still had enough time to restore my relationship with Xiao Wu and finally win Xiao Wu back. But, now it seems that he was wrong. Things have developed out of control. If you think about it carefully, Xiao Wu and Zhao Ming are developing at an astonishing speed, and they are still moving in a good direction. And myself and however, Xiao Wu's relationship continues to deteriorate. In the past few days, he clearly felt that Xiao Wu didn't even want to talk to him anymore. This is not simply because Xiao Wu feels bad because of Zhao Ming's injury these days. Although Xiao Wu was in a bad mood these days, she was still polite to Wang Sheng and the others. But I can only describe myself as indifferent. This made Tang San himself feel a little baffled. This was also the main reason why Tang San chose to skip class today to eavesdrop. He wanted to figure out what the problem was. It turns out that Xiao Wu really likes to beat him? Why don't you even want to beat him now? In the room. Zhao Ming, I want to tell you, let you pay attention to someone. Lying gently on Zhao Ming's chest, gently drawing circles on Zhao Ming's chest, Xiao Wu said with a solemn expression. Who is it? Tang San. Pfft. Zhao Ming almost didn't mention it in one breath. Who are you talking about? I heard you right. That's Tang San. Let me tell you, Tang San is no ordinary child. He has a very deep mind. His father is like that, Xiao Wu explained. Seeing that Xiao Wu was about to tell Tang Hao, Zhao Ming quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth. Shh. Tang San is eavesdropping right next to the wall. Don't let him know. Zhao Ming asked Xiao Wu to come over and whispered into her ear. Xiao Wu was startled, and raised her soul power to sense her surroundings. Sure enough, she found traces of Tang San, and her face suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect that Tang San would be so bold, skipping class to eavesdrop on their conversation. Being so sneaky, combined with the previous events, made Xiao Wu immediately feel that Tang San must have some conspiracy. This conspiracy must be against Zhao Ming, or herself. She wasn't afraid that Tang San would attack her, but she was afraid that Tang San would attack Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming is lying on the bed now, his injury has not healed yet. If Tang San had some evil thoughts, what should Zhao Ming do? He couldn't always be by Zhao Ming's side. What if Tang San secretly attacked Zhao Ming while he was buying food for Zhao Ming? What would he do? She knew Tang San's methods. He can do anything. Should I kill him now? No. His father is a titled Douluo. If he kills him, the titled Douluo will definitely be furious. It doesn't matter if he dies then, Zhao Ming will be implicated. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, I have clearly seen Tang San's character now. I will be wary of him. With my methods, it might not be that easy for him to kill me. Zhao Ming whispered. The sound was so low that only Xiao Wu could hear it. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded. But there is an extra thought in my heart. She decided to pay more attention in the past few days and be careful about what methods Tang San would use. At this time, Tang San leaned against the wall dejectedly. Xiao Wu's words just now were still replaying in his mind. Xiao Wu, am I this kind of person in your heart? Poof. Looking up at the sky, Tang San couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Do I still have a chance? Zhao Ming. It's all you. The reason for all this is because of you. As long as you die, Xiao Wu will change his mind. At that time Xiao Wu was mine and mine alone. Tang San clenched his fists. At this time, he suddenly realized. As long as the root of Zhao Ming's problem is cut off, won't all problems be solved? Tang San touched the sleeve arrow in his hand, and his heart was already ice cold. At this time, Zhao Ming was already a dead person in his eyes. However, Tang San never expected that his decision would make it impossible for him and Xiao Wu. Instead, it embarked on a path of complete opposition. Chapter 30 San Wu breaks up. Noon. At this time, the sun was shining brightly, and Zhao Ming was lying on the bed alone. At this time, Xiao Wu had just left the room. A series of gentle footsteps came over. This sound was different from Xiao Wu's footsteps. There was a hint of murderous intent in the silence. Zhao Ming opened his eyes suddenly and saw Tang San standing in front of him with an expressionless face. Tang San? What are you doing here? Aren't you in class now? Zhao Ming was shocked when he saw Tang San, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Tang San and said. What do you think I'm here for? Tang San sneered, looking at Zhao Ming with eyes full of hatred. Oh? You must be here to visit me. You said that we are all in the same dormitory and can't see each other without looking up. What else did you bring? Zhao Ming said. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Tang San's right hand behind his back. His intuition told him that there must be some big killer weapon behind Tang San. Pfft! Do you think I might come to see you? Tang San said coldly. If you didn't come to see me, then you couldn't come to kill me, right? Zhao Ming said while mobilizing the soul power in his body. He knew that Tang San was not a fool, and he was probably prepared this time. You guessed it right. I'm here to kill you. Tang San said fiercely, suddenly raising his right hand, and 3 sharp arrows with cold light were exposed in front of him. Tang San, why? Why do you do this? Oh, why? Why do you think you took away my Xiao Wu? Originally, I don't like nonsense when killing people. But you are different. Killing you so quickly is too easy for you. I want you to slowly feel this death's pain. If you want to live a decent life, you must have a little green on your head. Brother Tang, I am doing this for your own good. Zhao Ming said sincerely, trying to save Tang San who was about to fall. Listening to Zhao Ming's words, Tang San frowned, not understanding what Zhao Ming meant. Tang San, he was just an ancient person, how could he understand Zhao Ming's modern and civilized terminology? Humph, nonsense. Now that I am so close to you, even if you summon your puppet martial spirit, it will be too late. And even if you summon your puppet martial spirit, it is impossible for her to completely take over the 3 hidden weapons in my hand. Suffer death. You. Tang San growled, and suddenly pulled up his sleeve, completely revealing the hidden weapon tied to his right hand. Stop! Just as Tang San was preparing, a frightened and angry voice came through. Xiao Wu appeared at the door without knowing when. It turned out that Xiao Wu had been wary of Tang San since that day, fearing that he would take action against Zhao Ming. When she just went to buy food for Zhao Ming, she noticed a figure suddenly flashing past. She knew it was Tang San. So Xiao Wu ran back in a panic and saw this scene at a glance. Fortunately, she came back in time, otherwise if something unexpected happened to Zhao Ming, she would really not forgive herself. Xiao Wu? Are you here? Tang San panicked. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to come back so quickly. But soon his eyes hardened, and he decided to kill Zhao Ming first and then explain to Xiao Wu. But Zhao Ming is not a vegetarian. He had long predicted that Tang San would take action against him, and his soul power had already begun to be mobilized silently. Xiao Wu's sudden interruption gave Zhao Ming a chance. The majestic soul power surged out. Release the martial soul and release the soul skills, all in one go. In just an instant, Yan Lingji appeared next to Zhao Ming. Fire Charm Technique. Yan Lingji is Zhao Ming's soul skill, and she has the same mindset with Zhao Ming. Obtaining instructions from Zhao Ming's heart, he instantly released the Fire Charm Technique. Yan Lingji gave a soft drink, and a glimmer of light flashed in her lifeless eyes. There were ripples throughout the dormitory. Tang San was stunned by Yan Lingji's sudden use of the Fire Charm Technique, his eyes were dull, and he regained his clarity after a while. At this time, Yan Lingji had already kicked away the hidden weapon hidden in Tang San's sleeves. Seeing that the hidden weapon in Tang San's hand was kicked away, Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Hidden weapons are hard to guard against. Not to mention him, even those great soul masters and even soul masters might fall victim to them if they are not careful. At this time, Xiao Wu had quickly arrived at Tang San's side and wrapped her long scorpion tail braid around Tang San's neck. Both legs kicked towards Tang San's calf. Tang San was instantly thrown to the ground. A red light flashed in her eyes, and Xiao Wu had murderous intentions. Xiao Wu, don't kill him. Zhao Ming quickly stopped her. He wanted to kill Tang San, but the Tang Hao behind Tang San was not easy to deal with. If they really killed Tang San, they might not end well. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, the red light in Xiao Wu's eyes disappeared, and she looked coldly at Tang San, who was holding his stomach. As expected, I knew you would attack us. Xiao Wu said coldly. Tang San was also stunned at this time. He didn't expect that his plan would fail, and that he would be caught on the spot by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I. What are you doing? What else do you have to say after all this? I didn't expect you to be so heartless that you would attack your own classmates. It's okay to attack me. After all, I have a special status. But Xiaoming is just like you, how could you do this? Xiao Wu shouted fiercely at Tang San. Xiaoming almost suffered serious injuries in front of her again, which made her almost crazy. Moreover, Xiaoming encountered danger twice because of the person in front of him. Seeing Xiao Wu's eyes filled with hatred for him, Tang San's expression changed. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to have this attitude towards him. Xiao Wu, you don't know. Xiaoming is a liar. He is not a good person. Tang San panicked a little, got up from the ground, grabbed Xiao Wu's sleeve and said in panic. Haha. Maybe I still don't know what kind of person Xiaoming is. But I can see clearly what kind of person you are. Xiao Wu said coldly, forcefully shaking off Tang San's hand holding her. Xiao Wu, listen to my explanation. Xiaoming is a devil. Originally, it was me who should be with you again, you know? The one you should really love is me. Tang San gasped and said in a panic. Do you still remember? At that time, you followed me and called me brother every day. We slept together at that time, and you asked me to comb your hair. Tang San said incoherently. You, how could you slander a girl's innocence? Xiao Wu was so angry that Tang San was shaking all over. When did I let him comb my hair? And sleep? This is nonsense. What if Xiaoming misunderstands this? I'm not that kind of woman who is flirtatious, and I didn't do any of these things. She didn't expect that Tang San would be like this and not forget to throw dirty water on her and slander her innocence. This person is simply extremely evil. Thank you to the author for the 588 book coins he gave me as a reward. Thank you to the author. Crazy hint. Chapter 31 I Can Summon a Yin. He looked at Tang San in front of him bitterly. Angry, she kicked him up again, sending Tang San flying and hitting the guardrail of the bed. When he fell, Xiao Wu stepped on Tang San's face fiercely. She really couldn't allow Tang San to continue talking nonsense. Although she knew that Xiaoming would not believe Tang San's lies, she was also very uncomfortable. Xiao Wu stepped on his mouth and Tang San could no longer make a sound. I could only wave my hands eagerly and make a woo-woo sound. Xiaoming, don't listen to this bad guy Tang San's nonsense. He just wants to sow discord between us. Tai. The first person I met at Notting College was you. He and I had absolutely nothing to do with each other. After doing all this, Xiao Wu explained to Xiaoming. I believe you. Xiaoming shook his head and said softly. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Slowly moved off the bed and walked to Tang San step by step. Xiaoming's eyes were full of confusion. Tang San, why did you do this? Tang San saw Xiaoming, his face flushed with anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If he could, he would kill Xiaoming now. Tang San, I think I'm not kind to you. As long as you find trouble, I will try my best to tolerate it. Why do you push yourself so hard? You let me down so much. Xiaoming had a look of regret on his face, as if he had seen something wrong. Got people. Xiao Wu also looked at Xiaoming sympathetically. She thought everything else about Xiaoming was pretty good, but he was too kind. He ignored Tang San's provocations again and kept helping him speak. Xiaoming was too simple and could not see the hypocrisy behind Tang San. When Tang San heard Xiaoming's words, he struggled even more violently. Under Xiaoming's instruction, Yan Lingji took part of the fire energy and injected it into Tang San's body, causing Tang San's soul power to become disordered in a short time. Under this situation, it was impossible for Tang San to mobilize his soul power to resist. Even when Xiao Wu stepped on her feet, it was difficult to even break free. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Maybe I was wrong before. Zhao Ming shook his head, put his arm around Xiao Wu's body, and touched Xiao Wu's body. Feeling Zhao Ming's mischievous little hand, Xiao Wu's face turned red and she wanted to hide away. But when I think about it, Zhao Ming's injury has just improved. This happened again today. Just ignore it and let Zhao Ming do whatever he wants. Zhao Ming deliberately turned sideways to leave some space between Xiao Wu and him. Through the gap between the two of them, Tang San could just see Zhao Ming's movements. Tang San watched with his own eyes as Zhao Ming's hands kneaded Xiao Wu's tender waist and perky buttocks. Burning with rage, a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. But he couldn't break free, and he couldn't help but despair. Looking at Tang San, who was behaving strangely, Xiao Wu thought he was still unconvinced. Tang San, let me tell you. Don't think that there is someone. Xiao Wu paused, remembering Zhao Ming's explanation, and said, don't think that because someone is supporting you, you can do whatever you want. If you offend your aunt, I'll ruin you. Feeling Xiao Wu's dismissive and resentful tone, Tang San's body trembled suddenly, and tears flowed down his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a random summoning card. Just when Zhao Ming was about to continue humiliating Tang San, two notification sounds sounded in Zhao Ming's mind, reminding him that the task was completed. Mission accomplished? Zhao Ming felt happy and looked down at Tang San, who was crying alone with his eyes closed, and gained some understanding. Perhaps it was Xiao Wu's resentful attitude towards him that made Tang San completely collapse. His mind sank into his mind. What does this random summoning card from the system mean? The random summoning card means that when the host uses the summoning card, it will randomly summon someone. Whether it is strong or weak, this system does not guarantee it. Pfft, what are you making a fuss about? I worked so hard to get something like this. Zhao Ming said with a dark look on his face. If he is lucky, that's it. If he is unlucky, if he summons a character who is weaker than himself, then he is still playing with a hammer. Of course, the system can turn it into a designated character summoning card. But this still needs to be drawn by the host. Well, let's do that. Zhao Ming nodded helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge roulette wheel about 2 meters in size appeared in Zhao Ming's eyes. Hulk, Spider-Man, Xiao Yan, Lindong, Zhou Yuan, Pangu, Sun Wukong, Wen Qingxian, Luo Li, Minjiu Xin, Chu Wei, Yun Yun. Thousands of characters made him feel overwhelmed. Good boy, you've made a lot of money. If we could get some kind of Monkey King summoning card, Xiao Yan summoning card, or Pangu summoning card, it would be incredible. Extract it. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ming said with a trembling voice. Following Zhao Ming's instructions, the pointer in the center of the roulette wheel in the sky began to rotate slowly. After a few seconds, a voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Blue Silver Emperor Yin summoning card. Holy shit! Looking at the final lottery results, Zhao Ming couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Isn't Blue Silver Emperor Yin dead? How can you still summon her? This is too impressive. The power of the system is higher than all the energy in the world. This Yin was obtained by this system traveling into the past. The host can eat it with confidence. Zhao Ming understood after listening to the system's explanation. After all, the system itself is a failure, and it is acceptable to be a little more perverted. Although Yin, the Blue Silver Emperor, is not so powerful, he is still very useful. Can it be used to directly threaten Tang Hao? Now that Yin is in his hands, he doesn't believe that Tang Hao can make any more waves. Chapter 32 Summoning Yin, 1. Open the system panel. Zhao Ming said with fiery eyes. Yin herself is a great beauty. It's not a loss for him to be able to summon her. As the saying goes, Gentle Township, Tomb of Heroes. In the original work, the two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both interested in Yin. If this card can be played well, Haoshan sect will no longer pose any threat to him. If you can use Yin to get rid of Tang Hao, this titled Douluo is such a bargain. Killing Tang Hao is now a top priority. Tang Hao gave up killing them last time because he remembered Yin, but that doesn't mean he will never kill them. And if he knew that they were still murdering Tang San, he would probably rush over immediately. Originally, he thought of using the Wuhan Palace's sword to kill Tang Hao, but after thinking about it carefully, he gave up this decision. After all, if the news about Tang Hao is really reported to Wuhan Palace, there will definitely be a titled Douluo of at least level 95 showing up. Xiao Wu might be in danger by then. Moreover, the appearance of Tang San and the others will also cause Wuhan Palace to start investigating the situation near Nodding City. If we find out that there are still 2 innate souls with full soul power, we won't be able to explode. By then, both himself and Xiao Wu would be exposed to the sight of Wuhan Palace. If you want to kill Tang Hao, you still have to rely on yourself. And I have to rely on Yin. While thinking about it, the system interface had already appeared in my mind. Host, Xiaoming. Soul Power, Level 12. Martial Spirit, Puppet, Ancient Phoenix. Soul Bone, None. Puppet, Yan Lingji, Vitality, 3. Item, Yin Summoning Card. Sign in, no sign-in location has been released yet. Mission, kill Tang San, the Son of Destiny, no time limit. Xiaoming clicked on Yin's summoning card, and suddenly information from Yin came out one after another. Yin. Gender, female. Identity, 100,000 years Blue Silver Emperor rebuilt. Level, 57. Martial Spirit, Blue Silver Emperor. Soul Ring, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Character Experience, the 100,000-year-old soul beast Blue Silver Emperor transformed into a human. When he was mature, he met Tang Hao and Tang Xiao who were wandering the continent. Later, his identity was exposed and he was hunted down by Qian Sunji, the then Pope of Wuhan Temple, and he sacrificed himself for Tang Hao. Turned into Tang Hao's 9th soul ring, leaving behind a seed and a right leg soul bone. Attachment, because Yin suffered a sacrifice and lost an important right leg bone, his body and strength suffered heavy losses, and his actual strength dropped significantly. After taking back the soul rings and soul bones, you will return to the 7-ring soul saint cultivation level. Xiaoming looked at Yin's profile carefully and had some understanding of Yin's strength. Although Yin's strength has declined too much, that's right. Do I need her strength? And it's more real this way. Tang Hao, just prepare to receive the lunchbox. Does the host need to activate the summoning? The voice of the system came. No, I'll find a quiet place to summon him later. Xiaoming shook his head and his thoughts returned to the outside. Xiaoming, are you okay? Xiao Wu looked at Xiaoming in surprise. I don't know why Xiaoming showed these strange expressions just now. It's okay. I just thought of some past events. Xiaoming shook his head. Just teach him a lesson. Let him go now. Xiaoming looked at the somewhat lost Tang San and knew that he could not pose any threat to him for the time being. As for the future, once I deal with Tang Hao, I will have no worries. It's ready for Tang San to cook. Humph, I'm giving you an advantage. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San angrily, then moved her feet away. Without Xiao Wu's restraint, Tang San stood up tremblingly. He gave Xiaoming a deep look and walked directly out the door without saying anything. Xiaoming, I'm going to find Teacher Lu tomorrow to get Tang San away. Can't he live with that master? I'm not worried about him living in the same dormitory as us. Xiao Wu said, watching Tang San's retreating figure. The voice was loud, as if it was said to Tang San on purpose. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's body trembled as he walked away. He turned around, took a deep look at the two of them again, and said, "Don't worry. I will leave on my own." After a pause, Tang San said something with inexplicable meaning. "Xiaoming, you win." After Tang San left, Xiao Wu frowned. "Xiaoming, what did Tang San mean when he said you won? Did you make any bet?" "It's nothing. By the way, I think we have to move," Xiaoming said, pinching Xiao Wu's nose. "Ah? Are you moving out of Kijhe? Why?" Xiao Wu opened her eyes wide and said in surprise. "It's not convenient for a girl like you to stay in Kijhe. And I care about it very much," Xiaoming said with a slight smile. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Xiao Wu felt warm in her heart. "Then let's go now." Xiao Wu became interested and said happily. "I'd like to. How do I get there now?" Xiaoming pointed to his back. "I almost forgot. Is your injury okay?" Xiao Wu patted his head. Only then did she think of Xiaoming's injury and asked with concern. "It's nothing serious anymore. I think it will be fine if I just lie down for another 3 or 4 days." Xiaoming recovered so quickly from his injuries, thanks to his ancient phoenix martial spirit. The phoenix possesses the attribute of immortality and its self-healing ability is very strong. These days, it's not just Xiaoming. Even Xiao Wu, who came to take care of him every day, could see with the naked eye that his wounds were healing rapidly. In the following days, Tang San never came to Kijhe again. "I practiced silently by myself." Xiaoming is slowly recovering from his injuries. "Boss, are you really going to leave?" Wang Sheng asked with some reluctance. "Don't worry. Even if I leave Kijhe, if anything happens to Kijhe, I will still help. Xiao Chinayu and those guys shouldn't bully you." Xiaoming shook his head. "Boss, I'm not afraid of Xiao Chinayu, I'm just a little reluctant to leave you." "What's the point? There's no such thing as a banquet that never ends. Besides, we are still in the same college." Xiaoming Dao said, "You must practice hard in the future. If we don't meet next time, you won't make any progress at all." "Boss, we will definitely work hard to practice." More than a dozen people all said in unison. "Okay, let's go first." Xiaoming turned around and left. Chapter 33 Summoning a Yin. The house Xiaoming and the others rent is not far from Notting College, but it is relatively hidden. It was an elegant 3-story building. Its location was not next to the main road, but on a branch street. The surrounding environment seemed a bit deserted. This 3-story building is not very big, but the surrounding environment is very good. The surrounding green trees protect this small building. On the giant tree, the canopy is spread out, and a layer of light blue flowers blooms, exuding a light fragrance like musk and orchids. It is simple and elegant, giving this street a tantalizing fragrance. The interior of the building is made of solid wood carvings. It doesn't have a luxurious feeling, but it has an indescribable elegance. The layout on the top floor is more exquisite. Through the window, you can see the flowers on the canopy of the tree in full bloom. The gentle breeze blows, and the faint fragrance of flowers is refreshing. Hee. I still have discernment. This house is big and beautiful. The place is also quiet, it's perfect. Xiao Wu boasted with golden eyes. Yes, the most important thing is that the sound insulation is also good. Xiaoming smiled and nodded. Since the last time Xiao Wu and I saw this house, Xiao Wu has fallen in love with the environment here. But after asking about the price, he was frightened and pulled Xiaoming to leave. But Xiaoming, who was not short of money, just waved his hand and spent 300 gold soul coins to cover the entire building for a year. After having a meal outside with Xiao Wu, the two separated. The two of them slept together before, but Xiao Wu didn't have a quilt. Now that I live in such a big house, I naturally won't sleep with Xiaoming anymore. But Xiaoming was also happy. Right now, I still have many secrets that I cannot expose. It's not that we should be on guard against Xiao Wu, but there are some things that we really can't help, and there's no need to even let Xiao Wu know. System, I want to use the Ayin summoning card to summon Ayin. Zhao Ming said after returning to his room and closing the door. At this time, he was looking forward to seeing what Ayin looked like. Is the host sure? The system asked aloud. Sure. Zhao Ming said without any hesitation. Ding, the system is summoning. Ding, Blue Silver Emperor Ayin was summoned successfully. In about 10 seconds, the system summons has ended. A blue-gold silhouette appeared in the room. That is an extremely beautiful figure. The blue-gold dress covered her whole body, and her luxurious and elegant temperament set off her extraordinary beauty. Her azure eyes were as flawless as sapphire crystals. Golden ribbons curled up around the hem of the skirt, and a faint fragrance rippled in the air. 3,000 waist-length hair dances in the wind, and the fragrance is fragrant. Her eyebrows are trimmed, her nose is straightened, her cheeks are pink and she smiles. She is absolutely beautiful. The scattered sunlight shines on her face through the screen window, making her skin even more crystal clear and as soft as jade. Beautiful. Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the person who brought Tang Hao's love back to life, he is indeed a man of great beauty. Zhao Ming's voice also caught Ayin's attention, and he immediately walked towards Zhao Ming slowly, bowed slightly, and said delicately, Master. Master. Zhao Ming was stunned. Immediately I understood something. Zhao Ming, who has read countless summoning novels, naturally understands that this must be because the system cleared Ayin's memory during the summoning and implanted in her the absolute idea of putting herself first. The host is right. Ayin has been transformed by me. At this time, her implanted identity is the host's personal maid. She is responsible for the host's daily life. The system explained. Is that so? This maid is really exciting. He felt a little evil in his heart for having such a beautiful lady as his personal maid. Master. Seeing Zhao Ming staring at her intently, a blush appeared on Ayin's face. She looked at him with a shy look, and gave a sweet cry. Ayin, how many years have you been with me? Zhao Ming said calmly. Master, who is Ayin? My name is Zhi'er. Ayin looked at Zhao Ming in surprise. Master, you don't have a fever, right? I've only been separated from you for a few days, Master, why are you confused? Ayin covered Zhao Ming's forehead in panic. Hearing Ayin's words, Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the memory implanted in her by the system is very profound. At least that's how it appears. Zhi'er, thank you. Zhao Ming smiled slightly, grabbed her hand and said affectionately. This is what a doctor should do. Being held by Zhao Ming, Ayin felt a little flustered, a blush appeared on her face, and she retracted her hand in panic. But no matter what, I should thank you. Zhao Ming smiled slightly. Ayin couldn't help but wonder, what happened to the young master? Why is today so unusual? Did he fall on his head? Young master, nothing really happened to you, right? How about I take you to a doctor? Ayin said with some concern. Oh, I'm fine. Don't think too much. Zhao Ming shook his head. You go down first. Unexpectedly, Ayin's eyes widened even more when he heard Zhao Ming's words. Still saying it's okay. The young master before was not like this. What's wrong? Zhao Ming frowned and looked at Ayin, who seemed a little nervous and seemed to have something to say. Master, I am your personal maid. Previously I am the one who serves you to bed. After a moment of doubt, Ayin said resentfully. Poof. Zhao Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who are you talking about? Go to bed? By the way, personal maids seem to have such a responsibility. However, this is too. Okay. You go and warm up the bed before you leave. I'm going to practice for a while first. Zhao Ming said sarcastically. Yes. Yin responded happily. Chapter 34 Tears flowed down. Master, it's time to get up. In the morning, as the first ray of sunlight shines on the ground, a new day begins. Zhao Ming was woken up by Yin. Drowsily, Zhao Ming could feel a pair of gentle and soft little hands rubbing his face. Opening his eyes, a gentle woman appeared in front of his eyes. At this time, she was leaning on Zhao Ming's bed, holding her chin with one hand, and moving her right hand around Zhao Ming's face, muttering, "Young master can really sleep, the sun is almost hitting your butt, why don't you still awake?" Ah! Just after she finished speaking, Yin's eyes suddenly noticed that Zhao Ming had woken up and was staring at her with a smile, and her face suddenly turned rosy. It's like being electrocuted. Yin quickly retracted his little hand that was stroking Zhao Ming's face. The body quickly bounced up on the bed, and then stood obediently beside the bed. "Master, Master, I'm here to clean your room." Yin raised his handkerchief and waved it towards Zhao Ming. Then the pretense started to clean the windows. "Is your explanation useful? Cleaning the room? Cleaning the windows? Cleaning the windows is all on my face," Zhao Ming said, pretending to be angry. "Master, I was wrong. I just wanted to see you." Yin pouted and said unhappily. But Zhao Ming would not let Yin off just because she acted like a baby. "If you dare to touch yourself now, will you be able to do it again in the future? Treat the child," Zhao Ming said seriously without changing his face. "Ah? Master, what's wrong?" Looking at Zhao Ming's increasingly serious expression, Yin panicked a little. "Humph, the state has national laws, and families have family rules. According to the rules, what should I do if I offend the young master?" Zhao Ming thought for a while and said. "Family law." Yin's body trembled visibly when he heard this word. "What? Stop talking," Zhao Ming continued to say in a calm voice. "Spank, spank," Yin said in a low voice with his hands behind his back, trembling. "Poof!" Zhao Ming couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of old blood. What exactly did this dog system do to Yin? Why is this rule so stupid? This rule will be abolished in the future, Zhao Ming said quickly. "Why? Master, didn't you make these rules?" A puzzled and surprised look flashed in Yin's eyes. "Did I order it? I am wronged. I didn't do anything." "System, what did you do to Yin?" Zhao Ming couldn't help but cursed in his heart. How did that gentle and peerless woman become like this? Ahem, this system is wronged. Yin now only has the host as a close person in his memory. It can even be said that there is only the host. Of course, he will be close to the host involuntarily. This kind of intimacy or dependence is the instinct of every living thing. Is this what I'm asking you? What does that family rule say? I never said that. Ahem, well, I'm not doing this for the sake of the host, the system said with a lewd smile. You are a wretched system. Although I also like it better, but... Wow, how could a warm-hearted man like me, with firm eyes, have such dirty thoughts? This is all because of the system. You have influenced me too deeply. Although he said this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but glance at Yin's body. Peach butt. Round. S-line figure. Zhao Ming slowly walked towards Yin step by step. Yin looked at Zhao Ming with a bitter look on his face. He was a little overwhelmed with his hands behind his back. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he tilted his mouth angrily, put his hands on his knees, and raised them up on his own initiative. Pfft! Looking at these beautiful lines, Zhao Ming couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Tears couldn't help but flow down his nose. Security, where is the security? Zhao Ming took a deep breath. Right hand raised up. Hey, Zhao Ming, who are you talking to? Why does there seem to be a woman's voice in the room? Click, the door opened, and Xiao Wu's little head poked in. Eyes wide open. Blinked his eyes. Ah! Xiao Wu couldn't help but scream. How could there be such a beautiful woman in Zhao Ming's room, and she was posing in such a shameful manner? It's so irritating to the eyes. Could it be? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered some small cards posted on some walls and trees on the streets of Notting City. No. Xiao Wu pushed Ayin away and said loudly. Ayin was dumbfounded. She didn't expect someone to suddenly appear and screamed as well. Zhao Ming was even more dumbfounded, his hands hanging in the air, a little at a loss. Pushing Ayin away, Xiao Wu quickly walked to Zhao Ming's side, spreading her hands to protect Zhao Ming. It's not healthy. You can't do that, you'll get sick. Xiao Wu shook her head and said with a serious look on her face. Xiao Wu, please listen to my explanation, Zhao Ming explained quickly. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Wu covered Zhao Ming's mouth and muttered, I know. But she can't do it. It's unhealthy. What? What's unhealthy? Zhao Ming said without knowing why. Look at your nosebleeds, it must be her. You don't know that those people are unclean and have diseases on their bodies. Xiao Wu lowered her head and said. What kind of nosebleed? This is snot. Zhao Ming wiped away the red liquid left along the nasal cavity and said. Humph, do you think I'm a fool? This is obviously a nosebleed. Xiao Wu said angrily. Wait, I won't tell you any more, let me introduce you. This is my personal maid, her name is Jir. The person who served me since childhood is not the kind of person you imagine. You think, so beautiful, how could that girl be the kind of person you imagined? Zhao Ming pointed at Ayin. Ayin also came over at this time, hugged Zhao Ming's arm, and called Zhao Ming, Master. Jir, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Wu. Zhao Ming introduced Xiao Wu to Ayin again. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Xiao Wu came back to her senses and realized that she had misunderstood. She knew about Zhao Ming's family background. They had spent no less than a few hundred gold soul coins these days. Zhao Ming didn't even blink, so he must have an extraordinary family background. Moreover, Zhao Ming's martial arts talent is so outstanding, the place that can cultivate him must be of great importance. The woman in front of her is extremely beautiful, and her strength definitely doesn't look weak. Such a person is just a maid? In Xiao Wu's opinion, even the family that trained Zhao Ming is very powerful. There can't be many such women. This must be the child bride prepared for Zhao Ming by Zhao Ming's mysterious family. Although Zhao Ming, who is simple-minded, does not know these things yet. But judging from her 100,000 years of experience, this must be the case. Chapter 35 I'll kill you. Sister Jir, it turns out I wrongly blamed you. I'm sorry. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and apologized to Ayin obediently. Looking at Ayin's curvy figure, she felt a little envious. It turns out that she was able to have such a figure when she transformed into a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but unfortunately now she can only wait to grow up. It's okay. You must be the young master's girlfriend. So cute. Ayin said with bright eyes. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded and looked at Zhao Ming, her face full of sweetness. Okay, let's talk later. Let's go eat first. Zhao Ming said with a smile after seeing Xiao Wu and Ayin getting acquainted. Walking on the streets of Notting City, two beauties, one big and one small, attracted a lot of attention, while Zhao Ming in the middle received special attention from them. All kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful looks were cast on Zhao Ming. It was a credit to Zhao Ming that he asked Ayin to cover his face with a veil before going out, otherwise, many people would probably come to talk to him. But even so, Ayin still received special attention from passers-by. After finding a hasty meal somewhere, Zhao Ming was already thinking about how to send Ayin away. Although it is a wonderful thing to have a beautiful woman serving him, Zhao Ming values his own life more. Yin is definitely a time bomb in his own place now. Tang Hao might come one day and discover Yin. At that time, Tang Hao would definitely slap himself to death. Tang Hao's power is beyond his reach for the time being. Zhao Ming estimated that he would have to wait until he was 20 before he could abuse Tang Hao at will, but it was far from feasible now. Based on Tang Hao's feelings for Yin, as long as Yin opens his mouth, he will definitely be able to get his soul ring and soul bones back from Tang Hao easily. When the time comes, Yin will return to the level of soul saint. And Tang Hao might be seriously injured. It is easy to absorb something like a soul ring, but it is even more difficult to take it away. According to the normal situation, the soul ring will be born after the death of the soul beast. And the soul ring must be produced, which means that the soul beast is dead and cannot die again. Yin's situation is a bit special. She was resurrected by the system. There may be only one example of this kind of creature on the continent that is alive but has lost its soul ring. In the original work, when Tang San resurrected Xiao Wu, he only peeled off the spirit ring first and then resurrected Xiao Wu. The difference between the two is not just a different order. According to the system, the soul ring is the energy essence of the soul beast, and the soul beast itself is admired. When Yin takes back his soul ring, Tang Hao's cultivation level will drop drastically, falling back to the 89th level soul Douluo level. When the time comes, let Yin deal with Tang Hao, and then go to Haoshan sect to lurk and stabilize Tang Xiao. In the end, Tang Hao's death was framed by Wuhan Palace. Then let Haoshan sect and Wuhan Palace completely turn against each other. Then he went to Shrek to get the 7 treasures glazed sect through Ning Rongrong, and then reached out to the Star Luo Empire through Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai. At that time, the world will naturally enter his pocket. Moreover, in 2 years the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire will become Qianrongxiu. Apart from those in Wuhan Hall, only he knew this. Hehe, it would be even better if we could win Qianrongxiu. Holding the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire in hand, he watched the Haoshan sect and Wuhan Palace fight. After Wuhan Palace took care of Haoshan sect and Blue Lightning Overlord sect, he took the opportunity to attack Wuhan Palace and caught him off guard. Looking at it this way, these overlord forces in Douluo continent are nothing more than this. Zhao Ming thought about it and felt a little excited. He lay directly on the bed and asked Yin to bring him a plate of grapes. He lay on Yin's lap and asked Yin to peel them for him to eat. Feeling the warm jade pillow on the back of his head, Zhao Ming felt a sense of comfort. Yin had only been here for a day and was about to send her away. To be honest, Zhao Ming was really reluctant to let her go. Zhi'er. Zhao Ming called softly. Master, what's wrong? Don't you want to eat? How about I go get some oranges? Yin replied without looking up, peeling the grapes carefully. There is something I want to tell you. Looking at such a well-behaved Yin, Zhao Ming suddenly couldn't bear it. What's going on? Yin asked excitedly. I have a task that I want you to perform. This task requires you to leave for a while. After thinking about it, Zhao Ming said it anyway. Bang! Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Yin was stunned. His mind went blank, and the plate in his hand fell to the ground due to loss of strength. Yin's tears immediately came out, and she said with a tearful tone, "Don't you want the young master to treat the child? Zhi'er will be very obedient in the future and will never offend the young master again." "No. How could I not want you? I just want you to help me complete a task. When the task is completed, you can come back." Zhao Mingdao wiped away the tears on Yin's face. "Really?" Yin said with wide eyes and a pout. "Of course it's true. If it weren't for our Zhi'er being the only one to complete this task, I wouldn't be willing to let you go." Zhao Mingdao. Then he informed Yin of some details of the mission. This is a mysterious mountain range. Surrounded by mountains, the lush forest is filled with rippling sapphires, and deep in the forest, a magnificent waterfall flows from the sky to the ground. Deep in the waterfall, there is a strange cave. Perhaps because of the waterfall outside, the cave is very humid. The hole is about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, extending inwards. It's dark inside. As the cave went deeper, the inside slowly became brighter. This is a stone room of only about 10 square meters. There is a stone hole at the top of the stone chamber, allowing sunlight to shine down at will. There is no furnishings in the stone room, it is empty, but there is a small earth bag directly under the stone hole above. On the earth bag, a slender blue-silver grass swayed in the wind. The blue-silver grass looks longer than ordinary grass blades, and the most peculiar thing is the golden fine lines on the grass blades. It's a pity that this grass is now a little yellow and looks like it is going to wither. Ayin, Ayin, what's wrong with you? A man knelt on the ground and shouted unbearably. This man is Tang Hao. After leaving Nodding City last time, he came here to visit Ayin. This is a seed left by Ayin to him, and it is her last hope in life. 6 years ago, Tang Hao planted this seed here. But now the grass is turning yellow and some leaves are withering. This proves that Ayin's life is passing by. Ayin, Ayin, I'm sorry for you. I planted you to death, I deserve to die. Tang Hao shed tears. A generation of Haoshan Douluo, his face was filled with tears at this time, tremblingly stroking the grass blades with one hand, letting his tears fall into the soil. This is all my fault. If I had come to look at you earlier, you might not be like this. Tang Hao gently stroked the yellow grass blades and said a little decadently. He hates himself now, not only because he asked Ayin to sacrifice, but now he has no last hope. First of all, thank you, Sister Lan for 200, Speedy Circle for 300, Goddess of Light for 100, Fantasy Dreams, Chen Yang for 1888, Lingji for 500, 390 for 400, 739 for 200, Clan a reward of 100 book coins. And thank you to all the wolf friends for your recommendation votes. I originally planned to add more updates, but these days I am taking my uncle to the hospital to check his illness. While he is in the hospital, there is no computer, and it is inconvenient to use a mobile phone in the hospital. Therefore, I can only update twice a day. Then, don't ask me who the heroine is. Everyone I know will accept it. If you don't know it, you don't know. I would rather make 1,000 mistakes than let one go. Chapter 36. Ayin is here? Tang Hao knelt quietly in the stone room, his eyes empty. His clothes were dirty and covered with mud, and his hands, which were also covered in mud, were covered with dozens of wounds. Blood spilled from inside. His messy hair was even more exaggerated by the snow-white color. In just a few hours, Tang Hao was exhausted mentally and physically. It is hard to imagine that the youngest titled Douluo in history, Haoshan Douluo, who once fought many titled Douluo with his own strength, would become like this. In front of Tang Hao, there was a blue-silver grass that had completely withered. This blue-silver grass has completely withered, from the leaves to the rhizome, everything has withered and turned yellow. And all this happened in just a few hours. Tang Hao witnessed all this with his own eyes. Ayin, I'm sorry for you. Tang Hao, who was exhausted mentally and physically, spat out a mouthful of his hard work and poured it on the leaves of the blue-silver grass. It's all my fault. Ayin, it's all me who hurt you. Tang Hao cried heartbrokenly. At this moment, he even hated himself a little. I hate myself for not seeing her for so long. I hate myself for not being able to find a better position for Ayin. Gently stroking the withered grass blades, Tang Hao felt heartbroken. Wait, that's not right. Tang Hao's sad face suddenly solidified. At this time, his martial spirit was released uncontrollably. Tang Hao raised his right hand, and suddenly, a black light condensed in his palm and turned into a huge clear sky hammer. At the same time, a total of 9 soul rings quietly appeared on him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. These soul rings quietly stagnated in different positions of Tang Hao's body, completely covering his body. But his last soul ring, the 100,000-year soul ring, was extremely active at this time. The 10,000-year soul ring danced up and down Tang Hao's body, as if he was out of control. At the same time, waves of familiar yet unfamiliar feelings appeared in his heart. It was a familiar scent, so familiar that he was fascinated by it. Yin. After saying these words, Tang Hao's tall body stood up instantly. The originally empty eyes became clear in an instant. He could feel Yin's aura. Yin, is it you? I feel your breath. Tears welled up in Tang Hao's eyes. Yin, is that you? Are you resurrected? Why don't you come out to see me? Tang Hao trembled and took out a black box from somewhere on his body. Gently opening the black box, a powerful chain of energy was released. Although the energy was powerful, it was surprisingly gentle. The moment the box was opened, the whole world was rippled. The surrounding vegetation was trembling slightly and cheering. There is a strange skeleton in the box. Its entire body is a crystal clear blue-gold color, with little stars twinkling inside. The most peculiar thing is that it gives people a feeling of life, as if this bone actually has life. If anyone with discerning eyes were here, they would definitely be shocked. Because this is a soul bone. And only 100,000-year-old soul beast can have such a majestic life form. The quality of this soul bone is obviously more than 100,000 years old. At this time, this soul bone flickered on and off, shining with countless dazzling blue-gold lights, as if it was cheering for something. Yin, is it you? Are you alive? Although I don't know what happened to you. But I can clearly feel your presence. Touching the bright blue soul bone in his hand, Tang Hao allowed himself to tears kept ticking on it. After talking for a long time, Tang Hao stopped. Looking at the extremely active soul bone in his hand, Tang Hao suddenly felt very happy in his heart, and his dead heart gradually became more active. He had a hunch that Yin must be alive. Although he didn't know what caused Yin to come back to life, he was thankful enough that Yin could be resurrected. How can you manage so much? His eyes returned to the withered blue-silver grass, and the sadness in his eyes was no longer there. He finally understood why he planted the seed Yin gave him here, and it would die. It turned out to be because Yin came back to life. This seed was originally the seed of life given to him by Yin. Now that Yin is alive, it has lost the meaning of living. After thinking about this clearly, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel relieved. He could sense Yin's existence through the soul ring that Yin sacrificed to him. Put that withered blue-silver grass into a gentle box. Tang Hao strode out. All the way to the west. He could feel Yin's direction through his soul ring. Nodding City. Xiaoming was not aware of Tang Hao's arrival at all. At this time, he was still explaining some things to Yin. Do you understand everything I told you? Xiaoming asked. Yeah. I understand everything. Yin nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Well. Then let me test you first. If Tang Hao asked you how you were resurrected, what would you say? Xiaoming Dao. I was rescued by an expert, who did not reveal his name. Yin thought for a while and said. In fact, when the system injected memory into Yin, it already had the memory of his own resurrection. It was Xiaoming's parents who allowed her to be reborn, and from then on, Yin became Xiaoming's personal maid. Then if you meet Tang Hao, how will you take back the soul ring and soul bones? Xiaoming continued to ask. I will say that only by taking back the soul ring and soul bone will my life continue to last, and then I will be truly resurrected. Then what happens after you get the soul ring? I will take advantage of his unpreparedness and sneak attack on him. Yin thought for a while and continued. Then what if Tang Hao wants to sleep with you? Zhi'er belongs to the young master. If anyone dares to have evil intentions towards Zhi'er, Zhi'er will not let him go. Zhi'er will not let anyone do that kind of thing to Zhi'er. Hearing Zhao Ming's words at these words, Yin's face turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and tears were about to flow out. Okay, okay. The young master said the wrong thing. Zhao Ming patted Yin's back and comforted him. Remember, in this world, only my words are true. Everyone else is lying to you. Especially Tang Hao, you must not believe him. He took away your original soul ring and soul bones. Let's go. Zhao Ming continued to brainwash. Zhi'er knows. Tang Hao took away my soul ring and soul bones, and I won't let him go. Chapter 37 The Feeling of First Love. System, nothing will happen to me. I feel something is wrong. What if Tang Hao deceives Yin with sweet words? Zhao Ming asked, looking at Yin. Ahem, host, you are so shameless. You were clearly the one who deceived Yin, why did you put the blame on Tang Hao? This system can't stand it anymore. The system's contemptuous voice came. Why do you mean I'm cuckolding Tang Hao? Well, I seem to be cuckolding you, but it's all your fault. You deceived Yin, I just helped you smooth over your confusion. Zhao Minji looks like he was wronged. You actually put your hat on this system. This system doesn't even bother to associate with you. Ahem, okay, okay. Don't talk about this issue anymore. I want to ask, Yin won't be persuaded by Tang Hao, right? Zhao Ming coughed lightly and asked. No. If Yin is an ordinary person and was resurrected through ordinary means, then she can easily discover her identity through self-analysis and observation. After all, Yin's soul ring and soul bones are in Tang Hao's body. With Tang San's presence, Yin can quickly believe what Tang Hao said. However, this Yin was resurrected by this system. Then she is incomparable with ordinary people. When this system resurrected Yin, she gave her 2 instructions of loyalty and trust. This gives her a sense of ownership over the host. Absolute loyalty and trust. To what extent does this kind of loyalty and trust reach? Even if the host asks Yin to die immediately, she will not have any doubts and will die for the host immediately. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the system's explanation. In the afternoon, the 3 of them had a farewell meal at home. As gifted students of Notting College, Xiao Wu and Zhao Ming have certain rights to independent learning. For both of them, the administration of the college was extremely lax. They only need to test their soul power at certain intervals to reach the soul power target set by the academy. Sister Zhi'er, are you leaving today? You've only been here for a day, and I can't bear to leave you. Xiao Wu said sadly. Yin's martial spirit is the blue-silver emperor, which naturally makes all living creatures feel close to her. Coupled with her gentle personality, Xiao Wu fell in love with this big sister after only 1 day. What's more, in Xiao Wu's mind, she has regarded Yin as the child bride cultivated by Zhao Ming's family for Zhao Ming. Naturally, I won't be too repelled by Yin. Yes. But I will be back soon. Yin glanced at Zhao Ming and said a little depressed. At the same time, his dissatisfaction with Tang Hao, whom he had never met, deepened. If it weren't for him, how could she leave the young master? After eating, Zhao Ming asked Yin to leave. And Yin also lived in Notting City according to Zhao Ming's instructions. Zhao Ming did not stupidly ask Yin to go directly to the Holy Soul Village to find him, but just waited and waited. After all, Yin has lost his memory now. If we go directly to Holy Soul Village, wouldn't that be exposed? Tang Hao will definitely be more vigilant by then. At this time, Tang Hao was still on the way. He tapped his toes on the ground, and his body ran forward like a phantom. Going faster is like a phantom. The endless stream of majestic soul power of the titled Douluo maintained his consumption. He had been advancing at this speed for more than 3 hours, and he still showed no signs of fatigue. As he continued to hurry, the distance between him and Ayin became closer and closer. At the same time, the perception of Ayin in his heart became stronger and stronger, and his heart kept trembling, which made him even more convinced that Ayin was alive. "Ayin, wait for me. I'm coming to find you." Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao speeded up again. This time, he increased his speed to the extreme. There is no concern that this may expose his identity. In his heart, Ayin's things are more important than his life. Now that there is news that Ayin may be alive, how can he still remain calm? Now he couldn't wait to release his martial soul to speed up his journey. Although she had news about Ayin, she could still confirm Ayin's current condition. If he didn't stay with Ayin, would she be in any danger? And after experiencing the sacrifice, he lost his soul bone. He didn't need to think about it to know that even if Ayin was resurrected now, he would not be in good condition. Maybe he is still seriously injured. If it is serious, he may not be able to use his soul power. Under this situation, even if Ayin is not discovered by Wuhan Palace, it is still very dangerous. He knew Ayin's beauty, and if something unexpected happened in this situation, he would never be able to forgive himself. Having already lost Ayin once, he will never allow himself to lose Ayin again. "Ayin, last time you stood in front of me and protected me. Now it's my turn. Now I'm a titled Douluo. This time you stand behind me. I will resist all dangers in front of me." Nodding City. After rushing without any rest, Tang Hao finally arrived at this place. A gust of wind blew, and he could even smell Ayin's unique smell in the air. "Ayin, it's really you, I didn't feel wrong. This must be you." Tang Hao couldn't help but burst into tears. He had been living with severe guilt every day for the past 6 years. This guilt kept him breathless. Now that he knew that Ayin was still alive, he felt that the shackles in his heart were broken. Following the guidance of his mind, he slowly walked over. He straightened his clothes nervously and used his soul power to shake off the dirt on his body. After passing a fork in the road, he finally saw Ayin. At this time, she was sitting next to a wooden chair under a big tree, wearing an elegant purple dress, with her legs folded and her hands folded on her own legs. Elegant and noble. A purple gold dress made her pure and elegant. 3,000 azure waist-length hair was tied up casually with 2 light blue ribbons, leaving a few broken bangs diagonally in front of her forehead, adding a touch of uniqueness. Beauty. A face as soft and plain as a snow lotus, glowing with a luster like warm jade. His eyes were closed tightly, and his long and dense eyelashes were trembling gently, which was endearing. Perhaps because she was afraid that her stunning appearance would disturb others, she put on a white, slightly transparent veil to cover her stunning appearance. The breeze blew by, and Ayin's long hair fluttered in the wind. The veil covering her cheeks was also blown up. Tang Hao also saw the rest of her covered face. A straight nose bridge, a slightly tilted nose tip, and beautiful nose wings that quiver slightly. Delicate the tender lips have perfect arcs and are slightly white, as if they are recovering from a serious illness, making people want to pity her. The curious big eyes were looking around curiously, full of curiosity about everything. This is Ayin. This is the feeling of first love. With a gentle smile slowly on his face, Tang Hao's heart and even all the cells and organs in his body seemed to be softened. This scene reminded him of the first time he met Ayin. She was as beautiful then as she is now, as beautiful as an elf. Thanks to Guiya for the 400 book coin reward, and thanks to Chi Fendu for the 500 book coin reward. Chapter 38 Meeting. He took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. Tang Hao quickly walked towards Ayin's position. "Ayin, I miss you so much." He suddenly opened his hands and was ready to hold Ayin in his arms. But how could Ayin let him get his wish? He leaned away and avoided Tang Hao's embrace. Tang Hao, on the other hand, fell face down because of his imbalance. What do you want to do? Ayin frowned. Today she has discovered several waves of people who want to do evil to her. But with her strength, it's just too easy to deal with those people. Noting City is just a small city, and the strongest among them is not as strong as the Soul Sect, not even the Soul Sect. How could it possibly pose any threat to her? But, this person in front of me. She can only be described as unfathomable. With her strength, she could not sense the strength of the incoming person. Her spiritual perception disappeared into the vast sea of soul power as soon as she entered the incoming person's body. At least it's a Contra, or even a titled Douluo. Ayin frowned, feeling a little apprehensive in his heart. She didn't expect that such a dirty-looking man in front of her would have such strength. Ayin? What's wrong with you? I'm Tang Hao. Tang Hao got up from the ground, looked at Ayin with hot eyes, and said affectionately. In his opinion, Ayin must not have recognized him just now. Tang Hao? Are you Tang Hao? Ayin's eyes lit up when he heard Tang Hao mention his name. Because this was the person Zhao Ming asked him to perform. Looking at Ayin's unfamiliar eyes, Tang Hao's expression changed. Could it be that Ayin didn't recognize him? Ayin, what's wrong with you? Don't you remember me? Tang Hao breathed heavily and asked in disbelief. I don't know. Also, my name is Zhi'er. Ayin frowned, thought for a while, and shook his head. After receiving Ayin's answer, Tang Hao felt even more sad, as if dozens of knives were scratching his heart. Every time it passes, the pain in my heart increases. Ayin doesn't remember himself, nor the happy times we had together. Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a little bitter at the corner of his mouth. Ayin, do you really not remember me? Look carefully and look at my face. Tang Hao said while pulling Ayin's hand. But Ayin retracted his hand directly and refused to let him touch it. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao only felt a little sad. They used to be so close, but now they are so strange. Looking at Ayin's indifferent eyes, Tang Hao suppressed the grief in his heart. Now, Ayin is back, which is a great thing. In time, Ayin now has some problems, lost his memory, and forgot the happy and sweet experience with him, but he will definitely be able to find a way to make Ayin recover. Even if they can't recover, they can still love each other again. If you think about it this way, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, although Ayin forgot him, he also forgot those unpleasant experiences. Thinking of this, Tang Hao felt a little less painful. Zhi'er, let's go to the hotel for dinner now. Let's chat while eating, okay? After thinking about it, Tang Hao said. Yeah. Ayin nodded slightly. This time Tang Hao didn't pull Ayin's hand. He knew that Ayin was a conservative person. Now that he has lost his memory, he is just an ordinary person in Ayin's eyes, and he will never hold hands with ordinary people. He walked in front, Ayin followed behind. The two came to a hotel in Nodding City and asked for a private room. I ordered some food according to Ayin's taste. Looking at Ayin who was chewing slowly, Tang Hao spoke. Zhi'er, actually your name is Ayin. Do you know? I am your husband, and the first time I met you. Stop talking, I don't want to hear it now. Ayin interrupted Tang Hao directly. At the same time, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. She was obviously the young master's person, how could she have anything to do with this sloppy man? Moreover, she is still a virgin. How could it be his wife? Sure enough, the young master is right. This man is not a good person, and nothing he says is true. A trace of disgust flashed through Ayin's heart, but there was no change in the expression on his face. Tang Hao was stunned when he was interrupted by Ayin. It turns out that Ayin would never interrupt him. It seems that she must have suffered a lot in this resurrection, even her temperament has changed so much. By the way, resurrection. Who resurrected Ayin? Also, even if someone resurrected Ayin, how did Ayin find this place? Tang Hao suddenly realized this problem. Okay then. I won't talk about our stories today. Ayin, I want to ask you. How did you resurrect? Also, you lost your memory, how did you know me? Who asked you to come to me? Tang Hao asked several questions in succession. However, Zhao Ming had long known that Tang Hao would have such for these doubts. Ayin had already prepared the answers, and by the way, he dug a hole directly for Tang Hao. Following the instructions given to her by Zhao Ming, Ayin began to perform. The expression is in place. I don't remember those things before. I only know that when I woke up, there was a very beautiful woman standing in front of me. She saved me. She told me that she was the god of life. My blue-silver the royal aurum matches her life attributes very well. I hope I can inherit her status as the god of life in the future. Ayin showed a look of reminiscence. I see, that's it. Only the power of God can resurrect you. Tang Hao nodded excitedly. He did not expect that Ayin would not only be resurrected, but also have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of God. This can be described as a double happiness. The only flaw may be Ayin's lost memory. However, there is nothing perfect in this world, and he is very satisfied with this. Then why are you here now? Tang Hao paused. Did she want you to come? Yet. Ayin said, she told me that my current resurrection is only short-lived, and I will still die in a month. Why? Didn't she ask you to inherit her throne? Tang Hao stood up from the chair, his face turned pale, and his mood suddenly fell from the clouds to the bottom of the sea. She called me here to get back the soul ring and soul bone. For the soul beast, the soul bone is the essence of energy accumulated over time since its cultivation, and the soul ring is the essence of its life. Only by getting these two things back, I will truly be resurrected. Is that so? Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Guiya for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to Qing Shui hibiscus sword dance under the moon. Those with the last number 482 will be rewarded with 100 book coins each. Thanks to the 354 book coins with the tail number 390 for the reward. Chapter 39 The Soul Ring returns. Take a deep breath to calm down your excitement. Tang Hao quickly walked towards Ayin's position. Ayin, I miss you so much. He suddenly opened his hands and was ready to hold Ayin in his arms. But how could Ayin let him get his wish? He leaned away and avoided Tang Hao's embrace. Tang Hao, on the other hand, fell face down due to his imbalance. What do you want to do? Ayin frowned. Today she has discovered several waves of people who want to do evil to her. But with her strength, it was too easy to deal with those people. Noting City is just a small city, and the strongest among them is not as strong as the Soul Sect, not even the Soul Sect. How could it possibly pose any threat to her? But, this person in front of me. She can only be described as unfathomable. With her strength, she could not sense the strength of the incoming person. Her spiritual perception disappeared into the vast sea of soul power as soon as she entered the incoming person's body. At least it's a contra, or even a titled Douluo. Ayin frowned, feeling a little apprehensive in his heart. She didn't expect that such a dirty-looking man in front of her would have such strength. Ayin? What's wrong with you? I'm Tang Hao. Tang Hao got up from the ground, looked at Ayin with hot eyes, and said affectionately. In his opinion, Ayin must not have recognized him just now. Tang Hao? Are you Tang Hao? Ayin's eyes lit up when he heard Tang Hao mention his name. Because this was the person Zhao Ming asked him to perform. Looking at Ayin's unfamiliar eyes, Tang Hao's expression changed. Could it be that Ayin didn't recognize him? Ayin, what's wrong with you? Don't you remember me? Tang Hao breathed heavily and asked in disbelief. I don't know. Also, my name is Zhi'er. Ayin frowned, thought for a while, and shook his head. After receiving Ayin's answer, Tang Hao felt even more sad, as if dozens of knives were scratching his heart. Every time it passes, the pain in my heart increases. Ayin doesn't remember himself, nor the happy times we had together. Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a little bitter at the corner of his mouth. Ayin, do you really not remember me? Look carefully and look at my face. Tang Hao said while pulling Ayin's hand. But Ayin retracted his hand directly and refused to let him touch it. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao only felt a little sad. They used to be so close, but now they are so strange. Looking at Ayin's indifferent eyes, Tang Hao suppressed the grief in his heart. Now, Ayin is back, which is a great thing. In time, Ayin now has some problems, lost his memory, and forgot the happy and sweet experience with him, but he will definitely be able to find a way to make Ayin recover. Even if they can't recover, they can still love each other again. If you think about it this way, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, although Ayin forgot him, he also forgot those unpleasant experiences. Thinking of this, Tang Hao felt a little less painful. Jir, let's go to the hotel for dinner now. Let's chat while eating, okay? After thinking about it, Tang Hao said. Yeah. Ayin nodded slightly. This time Tang Hao didn't pull Ayin's hand. He knew that Ayin was a conservative person. Now that he has lost his memory, he is just an ordinary person in Ayin's eyes, and he will never hold hands with ordinary people. He walked in front, Ayin followed behind. The two came to a hotel in Notting City and asked for a private room. I ordered some food according to Ayin's taste. Looking at Ayin who was chewing slowly, Tang Hao spoke. Jir, actually your name is Ayin. Do you know? I am your husband, and the first time I met you, stop talking, I don't want to hear it now. Ayin interrupted Tang Hao directly. At the same time, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. She was obviously the young master's person, how could she have anything to do with this sloppy man? Moreover, she is still a virgin. How could it be his wife? Sure enough, the young master is right. This man is not a good person, and nothing he says is true. A trace of disgust flashed through Ayin's heart, but there was no change in the expression on his face. Tang Hao was stunned when he was interrupted by Ayin. It turns out that Ayin would never interrupt him. It seems that she must have suffered a lot in this resurrection, even her temperament has changed so much. By the way, resurrection. Who resurrected Ayin? Also, even if someone resurrected Ayin, how did Ayin find this place? Tang Hao suddenly realized this problem. Okay then. I won't talk about our stories today. Ayin, I want to ask you. How did you resurrect? Also, you lost your memory, how did you know me? Who asked you to come to me? Tang Hao asked several questions in succession. However, Zhao Ming had known for a long time that Tang Hao would have these doubts, and had already prepared answers for Ayin, while directly digging a hole for Tang Hao. Following the instructions given to her by Zhao Ming, Ayin began to perform. The expression is in place. I don't remember those things before. I only know that when I woke up, there was a very beautiful woman standing in front of me. She saved me. She told me that she was the god of life. My blue-silver the royal aurum matches her life attributes very well. I hope I can inherit her status as the god of life in the future. Ayin showed a look of reminiscence. I see, that's it. Only the power of God can resurrect you. Tang Hao nodded excitedly. He did not expect that Ayin would not only be resurrected, but also have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of God. This can be described as a double happiness. The only flaw may be Ayin's lost memory. However, there is nothing perfect in this world, and he is very satisfied with this. Then why are you here now? Tang Hao paused, did she want you to come? Yeah. Ayin said, she told me that my current resurrection is only short-lived, and I will still die in a month. Why? Didn't she ask you to inherit her throne? Tang Hao stood up from the chair, his face turned pale, and his mood suddenly fell from the clouds to the bottom of the sea. She called me here to get back the soul ring and soul bone. For the soul beast, the soul bone is the essence of energy accumulated over time since its cultivation, and the soul ring is the essence of its life. Only by getting these two things back, I will truly be resurrected. Is that so? Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 40 Dalan, it's time to take medicine. 1. Early the next morning, Tang Hao took A Yin to Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao and the others live on the west side of Holy Soul Village. At the head of the village, the 3 adobe houses can be said to be the simplest in the entire village. On the large roof in the middle, there is a wooden sign about 1 meter in diameter with a painting on it, holding a simple hammer. This is where you live. A Yin looked at this small dilapidated house in surprise. The house is just a few walls built with earth and then covered with some thatch. It can be said that simple things cannot be more simple. Moreover, right in front of A Yin, there was a small pool of water. A Yin looked up and saw that there was a hole in the thatched house, and some accumulated water slowly dripped down the hole. Well, yes. Tang Hao responded awkwardly. Since A Yin left, he has been staying here all day to get drunk. How could he possibly take care of the environment in which he lived if he didn't even take care of his son? Looking at Tang Hao's embarrassed eyes, A Yin's favorable impression of Tang Hao became even lower. Thinking back to the wretched and slovenly look he had when I first met Tang Hao yesterday, and how dirty the place where I live now is. A Yin is not the kind of person who cares about other people's family circumstances. All women have misophobia, especially beautiful women. She doesn't care whether your family is poor or not, but it's definitely not pleasing to her if it's too messy. Moreover, they don't even repair the broken house, and they don't want to throw away the mountains of wine bottles at home. Moreover, she could smell a musty smell mixed with alcohol even outside the room. It's really enough. A Yin couldn't help but complain in her heart. Lazy, dirty, frustrated, vulgar. This is A Yin's true impression of him. This is in sharp contrast to the great image of Xiaoming in his heart, which is kind, simple, intelligent, and intellectual. Since A Yin was summoned by the system, there are only 3 people who have been deeply impressed in his memory: Xiaoming, Xiao Wu, and Tang Hao. Among them were only 2 men, Xiaoming and Tang Hao. A Yin couldn't help but compare Xiaoming and Tang Hao in his mind. If you don't compare, you don't know. If you compare, you will be shocked. In comparison, the 2 of them are like one in the sky and the other in the earth. The gap between the 2 is as big as clouds and mud, simply incomparable. Tang Hao is not even qualified to compare with the young master. A Yin thought a little guiltily in her heart. Comparing Tang Hao with Xiaoming, she only felt that Xiaoming was blasphemed. A Yin, come in. We'll return the soul ring to you right here. Tang Hao took a chair from the room that was slightly moldy due to moisture and said. Forget it. The air here is quite fresh. Let's just stay outside. Looking at the moldy chair, she felt goosebumps and quickly declined. Okay then. Let's go over there. No one will bother you there. Looking at A Yin rejected, Tang Hao said quickly. At this time, I felt a little annoyed. He knew that A Yin had misophobia. I should have come back early yesterday to clean up the house first. Now that A Yin has seen this scene, she may have some bad effects on herself. The only solution for today is to take the initiative. Take the initiative to return the soul ring to her. Let her see that you care about her. Tang Hao and A Yin came to a small hill. It is surrounded by tall trees and is very secluded. A Yin and Tang Hao sat cross-legged. Adjust your breath to maximize your energy and energy. A faint layer of precious light appeared on A Yin, and a layer of pale golden brilliance appeared on the surface of the skin. A touch of dark black also appeared on Tang Hao's body, and the black shadow of the clear sky hammer appeared in the air. The whole person's energy and spirit have reached a terrifying height. Soul rings appeared on Tang Hao one after another. When the last 100,000-year soul ring appeared, both of their bodies trembled. Yin had a very strong sense of the 100,000-year-old soul ring, and the 100,000-year-old spirit ring felt the aura belonging to Yin, and was constantly floating on Tang Hao's body, as if cheering. Slowly, the 100,000-year soul ring became more and more active. Tang Hao had already clenched his fists at this time, and every piece of blue-silver emperor that Yin transformed was trembling slightly. Not long after, Yin's body emitted a blue-gold light, covering Yin and Tang Hao. This golden light has a strong and gentle aura. Affected by this light, the two quickly calmed down. Even the 100,000-year soul ring calmed down. Tang Hao's body jerked violently, and immediately, the 100,000-year soul ring on his body flew high into the sky, floating above his head. The pain of losing his soul ring in an instant made Tang Hao spit out a mouthful of blood. The pain caused by the instant involvement caused a thick mist of blood to rise from his extremely tough body. But Tang Hao's eyes became even more persistent. Because he knows that Yin is more important than anything else. The 100,000-year soul ring separated from Tang Hao and quickly floated in the direction of Yin. Slowly integrated into Yin's body. Yin's body is constantly emitting blue light. The intense blue light enveloped Yin's body like a big cocoon. A cocoon also formed on Tang Hao's body. It was a blood cocoon, formed by the scabbing of blood mist on Tang Hao's body. The aura on Yin's body continued to surge, and he quickly reached the level of Soul Saint. After Yin split another 10,000-year soul ring, Yin's aura really continued to rise. He didn't stop until he reached the 73rd level of Soul Saint. Originally, Yin's cultivation before the sacrifice was close to that of Contra. However, after going through a round of sacrifice and soul bone separation, the body was greatly depleted. Even if the soul ring and soul bones were recovered, the body was still extremely depleted. It is extremely difficult to recover to this level. Compared to Yin's surge in cultivation, Tang Hao's breath was weak at this time. After losing his 9th soul ring, his body was no longer loaded after cultivation, and the physical wear and tear caused by stripping off the soul ring caused him to quickly fall to the level of an 88th soul Douluo. But, he laughed. He smiled happily. Laughing unbridled. He knew that although he suffered heavy losses, he once again won Yin's favor. With Yin's temperament, she will definitely be moved by him. Even to create his own miserable scene. He also deliberately injured part of his meridians when peeling off the soul ring. This made Yin feel unbearable. At least half of the wounds on his body were caused intentionally by himself. But he didn't feel the pain on his body and was even a little complacent. Because he knew that next, he would be cared for by Yin. Chapter 41 Dalan, it's time to take medicine, too. Why are you injured so seriously? He slowly stopped his exercise and gathered his breath. Yin stood up and looked at Tang Hao in surprise. I don't know either. Tang Hao shook his head and coughed heavily under Yin's gaze, coughing out 2 balls of blood foam. I didn't expect that I would be so seriously injured after stripping off the soul ring this time. Looking at Tang Hao, who was covered in blood and had weak breath, Yin frowned. This was completely different from what she expected. Originally, she was still thinking hard about how to get rid of Tang Hao, but now it seems that this task is much simpler than she imagined. However, Yin's performance made Tang Hao excited. She feels distressed. She must feel sorry for herself. Looking at Yin's frown, Tang Hao couldn't help but cheer. He now wished he could make himself even more miserable. You're so seriously injured, I'll send you home to lie down. Yin thought for a while and said. Although Tang Hao seems to be seriously injured now, it is still mostly a skin injury. With Tang Hao's current strength, he can suppress his injuries in a short period of time, and by then it is estimated that he will still be able to exert the strength of an 84th or 5th level Contra. He has no way to fight against this kind of strength now. Therefore, after a little thought, Yin was still ready to implement the plan prepared by Xiaoming for her. Okay. Tang Hao immediately became excited, but then realized that he seemed to be a little too excited, and quickly returned to his miserable look. Yin, I may not be able to walk due to my current injury. I'm afraid I'm going to trouble you. It's okay, it's not troublesome at all. After listening to Tang Hao's words, Yin shook his head and said to Tang Hao as if nothing had happened. After saying that, he left. A moment later, Yin returned to Tang Hao's position again, but this time she brought 2 wooden boards and some vines. After tying Tang Hao to the wooden board with vines, Yin directly pulled Tang Hao and walked down the mountain. The mountain road is very bumpy. From time to time, there were some ravines and small boulders that caused Tang Hao to fly into the air and fall. Staggering, Tang Hao was dragged by Yin. Fortunately, Tang Hao was strong and physically fit. Otherwise, an ordinary person would probably die on the spot. However, even so, Tang Hao still felt happy. Even if it was being dragged along by Yin like this. As soon as he saw Yin's back, he felt inexplicably happy. There is no reason for this. If there is one reason, it is love. Under the influence of love, Yin's actions were so beautiful on Tang Hao. Although Yin now is not as gentle and demure as Yin before, he still loves Yin with this cold look. He loves Yin, no matter what she becomes. Back to Holy Soul Village, the room that belonged to Tang Hao. After placing Tang Hao on the bed, Yin began to get busy. Putting on a pair of white gloves, and finding several bottles and jars under Tang Hao's guidance, Yin began to mess around. Tang Hao was moved when he saw Yin tinkering outside and making medicine for himself. He knew that even if Yin lost his memory, his kind nature would not change. Although cold on the surface, he is actually hot on the inside. The mouth of the knife is like the heart of tofu. Look, isn't this? Yin began to boil medicine for him. It seems that Yin still cares about him. He now likes Yin's cold appearance but silent dedication. Seeing Yin busy, Tang Hao fell asleep happily. Stripping off the soul ring would take a huge toll on him, and he was almost exhausted today. Not long after, Yin's medicine was finally ready. Yin filled a bowl and brought it to Tang Hao's bedside, shaking Tang Hao awake. At this time, Yin was no longer as cold as before, and said with a hint of concern, Tang Hao, wake up, it's time to take medicine. Tang Hao woke up in a daze and saw Yin sitting next to him, smiling lightly, holding a bowl of hot medicine that had just been cooked in his hand. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao's heart trembled, and the tears in his eyes couldn't help but well up. His Yin is back, his Yin is back. The former Yin who cared about him meticulously is finally back. Holding the bowl in his hand against his lips, and about to drink, Tang Hao suddenly remembered something, put down the big bowl, and said to Yin tenderly, Yin, thank you for your hard work. In this world, you care so much about me. I'm afraid it's just you. Then you damn thing should drink. Yin's eyes widened, and he felt a little uneasy when he saw Tang Hao, who was about to drink the medicine, put down the bowl again. Could it be that he discovered it? You'd better drink the medicine first. The wound will heal faster if you drink the medicine. Yin showed a gentle smile. It's better to wait for it to cool down before drinking it. It's a bit hot. Tang Hao shook his head and looked at Yin with a longing look on his face. Looking at Tang Hao who kept writing ink, Yin's eyes turned cold. Then let me feed you. As soon as Yin finished speaking, Tang Hao's eyes lit up. That's what he was thinking about just now. Let Yin feed him medicine in person, and then he can take the opportunity to develop a relationship with Yin. Tang Hao tasted the medicine Yin gave him bite by bite. Although the taste was a bit bitter, Tang Hao felt sweet in his heart. Sip after sip, Drink. Tang Hao felt sleepy coming over him. The Ayin in front of him slowly became blurry, and his gentle appearance seemed to have returned to his cold and frosty state. Pfft! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and only then did Tang Hao realize that something was wrong. Looking at Ayin in horror, she seemed to have drugged herself. How is this possible? How could Ayin take action against herself? But soon, he became even more horrified. Because Ayin suddenly walked to the door and said to the door, "Master, the mission has been completed. Zhir, you did a good job. I will reward you later." Xiaoming said excitedly and stepped into Tang Hao's door. He didn't expect that Ayin would progress so smoothly. Sure enough, love will lower people's IQ. Is it you? Tang Hao looked at Xiaoming with a horrified expression, obviously he had recognized him. Tang Hao, Haoshan Douluo, tisk tisk, long time no see. Xiaoming found a seat and sat down on his own, and said to Tang Hao. Who are you? Why do you do this? Why? There is no reason. Xiaoming shook his head, you blocked my way. And you hurt me last time. I am a vengeful person. Zhir, you go down first. I have something to say to him. Xiaoming said to Ayin behind him. Oh, master, I'll wait for you outside. Ayin said and left directly. Okay, I can die, but what about Ayin? What did you do to her? Tang Hao roared at Xiaoming in a hissing voice, spitting out traces of blood as he spoke. Ayin? Sorry, her name is Zhir now, and she is my maid. Xiaoming said playfully, by the way, she is personal. You, I'm going to kill you. Tang Hao sat up from the bed, startling Xiaoming, but Tang Hao's blow was too slow in Xiaoming's eyes. The medicine Ayin gave him was called San Hunsan, which Xiaoming found from Hulina's ring. It can dissipate the soul power of a strong person for at least more than an hour. Originally, this kind of medicine could not have much effect on a strong man like Tang Hao. But today Tang Hao was really exhausted, and he was too smart to injure himself, resulting in serious damage to his meridians. The Sanhun powder continued to penetrate through Tang Hao's damaged meridians, dissipating all of his soul power. Haoshan Douluo, you can go with peace of mind. Ayin, I will help you take care of him. By the way, I remember that you also have a son with twin martial arts spirits, right? I will let him come to accompany you soon. Xiaoming said lightly. His right hand attached to the top of Tang Hao's head and struck down with a fierce palm. However, Tidal Douluo's physical fitness was somewhat beyond his expectation. After Xiaoming struck twice with his palms, he still called Ayin over and finally killed Tang Hao. Thank you for the 688 from Asking June He Wrinkle, 100 from Broken Bridge Misty Rain, 100 from Speedy Circle 855 from Caramel Girl, 100 from the tail number 716, and 200 book coins from Feng Qing. Chapter 42 Tang San is gone? After Tang Hao was killed, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Hao is a guy with extraordinary talent and strength that makes people speechless. Even without too many cheats and even losing 3 soul bones, it still developed. In Douluo continent, the only person Xiaoming likes is this person. As a native, without any plug-ins, he showed a talent comparable to that of a time traveler. It can be said that even without Tang San, he still has the ability to become a god. Moreover, Tang Hao was very innocent and had almost no scandals. Although he was drunk all the time after Ayin's death, in Xiaoming's opinion, he was still a good husband. Although Xiaoming cannot do this, it does not hinder his appreciation of these people. If he hadn't been destined to become an enemy, Xiaoming might not have made a move against Tang Hao. What a pity, he is such a tragic character. Xiaoming shook his head and slowly closed Tang Hao's wide eyes. Zhir, go and take off the soul bone from his body. Xiaoming ordered. Looking at Ayin who neatly peeled off the soul bone from Tang Hao's body, Xiaoming thought to himself, From now on, there will be no Ayin in the mainland, only the Maidjir. While Ayin was peeling off the soul bone, Xiaoming was also groping around on Tang Hao's body. A black ring was found on his chest, with a faint flicker of light on it. It was obviously a storage soul guide. Slowly injecting soul power into the ring, the space inside appeared before Xiaoming's eyes. This storage soul guide has an area of about 50 cubic meters. Compared to the huge area, there are very few things inside. Xiaoming found some Tang Hao's personal clothes and a Haoshan sect token inside. This token is entirely black, with patterns inlaid with gilt on both sides. It should be made of good cold iron, and Xiaoming could feel a hint of coldness when he touched it. Tang Hao's name was engraved on the front of the token, and the pattern of the clear sky hammer was engraved on the back. This should be Tang Hao's token in Haoshan sect. It seems that even though the Haoshan sect was forced by Wuhan Palace to expel Tang Hao from the sect, it still did not expel Tang Hao from the Haoshan sect. Among the current strong men in the Haoshan sect, the current leader is Tang Xiao, Tang Hao's brother. Besides that, there was Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chen from the Killing City. Thinking about it this way, their Haoshan sect is really talented. Master, the soul bones have been peeled off. There are 2 pieces in total. Xiaoming's thoughts were called back by Ayin. At this time, Tang Hao's body was dripping with blood. The left leg and right arm were completely amputated. Ayin holds 2 soul bones in his hands. On the left-hand side is a reduced version of the right arm bone. It is completely black. The deep black brilliance is restrained, but the strong and violent energy fluctuations are enough to frighten anyone. On the right-hand side is a reduced version of the left leg bone, which is dark green all over. The energy fluctuation is no lower than that of the previous right arm bone. Soul bones are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. Generally speaking, the more complete the soul bones are in the same position, the greater the energy fluctuations will be. It proves that its quality is better and it comes from a higher level soul beast. Although Xiaoming has never absorbed soul bones, he can still tell that the quality of the 2 soul bones prepared is not bad. But think about it. These 2 soul bones were given to Tang Hao by Tang Chen when Tang Hao was still in Haoshan sect. It is the inherited soul bone of the Haoshan sect. The quality of soul bones that can be passed down from generation to generation by the Haoshan sect will naturally not be too bad, but if it can be said to be any better, it will not be that bad. System, how about helping me take a look at these 2 soul bones? The first one is a 30,000-year-old black devil tiger right arm bone, and the second one is a 35,000-year-old green underworld snake left leg bone. The 2 soul bones are of good quality, but they are not recommended for use by the host. The system said. 2 30,000-year-old soul bones? Xiaoming was a little disappointed, but also mentally prepared. These 2 soul bones were basically given to him by Tang Chen before brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao went out for training. At that time, his cultivation was not high enough and he could not absorb soul bones that were too old. Xiaoming had no interest in these 2 soul bones, but he still carefully packed the 2 soul bones in boxes. He just doesn't need these 2 soul bones. He can sell them on the black market or give them as gifts in the future. Take care of the body and let's go back. Xiaoming said. Ayin responded and used blue-silver grass to purify all the blood stains around the house. As for Tang Hao, Xiaoming put him into a space ring to destroy his face, and then found a place with many wild animals and threw him away. After returning to Notting College, the first thing Xiaoming did was to look for Tang San. Tang Hao is dead, and Tang San has no need to live. For someone like Tang San who had Tang sex cheats and was extremely lucky, Xiaoming wanted to kill him quickly. If he kills him too late, it will be really difficult to deal with it when Tang San's wings are full. You must know that those children of destiny will always have some magical power. Being able to turn disaster into good fortune for them, people like Xiao Yan, Lin Dong, Shi Hao and others are all very lucky. But when Zhao and Ming returned to Notting College, they unexpectedly learned that Tang San had dropped out of school. Teacher Lu Hai? Why is Tang San so good at dropping out of school? Zhao Ming looked at Lu Hai, the head teacher in front of him, with confusion. He? Who knows? It's probably the master who took him away. Lu Hai shook his head and looked at Zhao Ming with a satisfied look on his face. Master is gone too. Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask. Yes, I've been gone for several days. But you and Xiao Wu haven't been in the academy these days, so I don't know. Lu Hai replied. Then why don't you keep him? Zhao Ming frowned. Why should I keep him? He is ignorant all day long and often fights with you. The most important thing is that he has become a master, so he is no longer a student of our academy. I wish he could leave. Wu Jiwu, naturally I will also hate Wu Jiwu. As much as Lu Hai was satisfied with Zhao Ming, he was dissatisfied with Tang San. Not to mention, Zhao Ming has been leading Lu Hai to have bad emotions towards Tang San. Therefore, Lu Hai naturally did not try to retain Tang San. Damn it, is this the son of destiny? I didn't leave early or late, but I left at this time. Zhao Ming felt a little resentful in his heart. Host, who told you not to go to school these days? You also moved outside with Xiao Wu, otherwise you would have known that Tang San was leaving. The system said from the side. Moreover, you have made it difficult for Tang San and Master and his disciples in the academy these past few days, especially Tang San. Even the guard often makes trouble for him. Can they not leave? Seeing the system making sarcastic remarks, Zhao Ming felt a little depressed. Actually, host, even if you don't do this, you won't be able to kill Tang San for a while. Tang San is the son of luck in this world. He is favored by heaven and has had the aura of luck since he was born. No. You can probably kill him casually. But, will Tang San go to Shrek Academy now? Zhao Ming thought. No. The admission standard for Shrek Academy is at least 20 level soul power. And the most important thing is that the master will not let Tang San go to Shrek Academy so early. Because Yu Xiaogang has always been criticized for his martial arts. But he couldn't hold his head high in the martial arts world. Now he only wanted to let Tang San become a powerful person in the martial arts world. If Tang San went to Shrek Academy now, then even if Tang San really became a powerful person in the future, the label on him will not be that of Yu Xiaogang, but that of Shrek Academy or Flanders. This is not what he wants to see. Thank you for the 588 book coins reward for bald donkeys and poor Taoists who dare to rob the teacher. Thank you for the 1000 from the 7th day tea. The 554 is a bit poisonous. I am here to protect you for the 100 book coins reward. Give Tang San another chance to find a girlfriend, and then he. Then is the second puppet Huandil Lulan or Tishan Yaya. How about Huandil Lulan? The body of 10,000 poisons will be able to detoxify Duguyan when the time comes. What do you think? Chapter 43 Sign-in Task. After listening to the systematic analysis, Zhao Ming felt that it was quite reasonable. Yu Xiaogang is now counting on Tang San to make a name for him. Tang San would definitely not be allowed to go to Shrek Academy so early. Tang San was probably taken to some unknown junior college by Yu Xiaogang to study. In the original work, Yu Xiaogang asked Tang San to go to Shrek Academy, largely because he was no longer able to help Tang San continue to obtain spirit rings of level 30 and above. Now that Tang San is still young, he naturally wants to train himself independently. Forget it, leave him alone. It's just Tang San, how can he change the world? His father was already killed by me. I'll kill him again next time we meet. Zhao Ming curled his lips and said disdainfully. The current Tang San could only create some trouble for him, which was nothing to be afraid of. Zhao Ming felt a little regretful about the task of the system. If you kill Tang San, the son of destiny, the reward for him will definitely be very generous. After getting rid of Tang Hao, Tang San left Notting College again, and Zhao Ming's study life began to enter peace. This made Zhao Ming feel a little nostalgic for Tang San. After all, there used to be something to relieve my boredom, but now there is nothing. Zhao Ming and Xiaowu basically didn't go to class. Xiaowu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast cultivator, and a lot of the knowledge of human soul masters is of no use to her. And Zhao Ming has a system plug-in, so you can just ask the system at any time while practicing. Soon, a year passed. In 1 year, Zhao Ming's cultivation level reached level 15. 1 year was not considered fast for Zhao Ming to upgrade from level 11 to level 15. This is because Zhao Ming has no intention to practice. After all, as a time traveler, he used to be someone who couldn't listen in class and was distracted all day long. Although it was a little better in Douluo continent, he still had this problem. In system terms, it is too many distracting thoughts. But Zhao Ming didn't take it seriously. In the past, when reading fantasy novels, Zhao Ming saw that many big guys did not have any distracting thoughts and devoted themselves to cultivation. Zhao Ming did not want to be such a person. He has no desires, and he still practices ball. Isn't he just practicing to become stronger and satisfy his own desires? But what disappointed Zhao Ming the most was that a year had passed and Yan Lingji still showed no sign of waking up. This made Zhao Ming want to curse. It was clear that Yan Lingji's vitality had reached 10 points, why was it still the same? In the end, he got a sad answer, the full vitality is 100. But it doesn't have to be 100 points for Yan Lingji to recover. According to the description of the system, when the puppet's vitality reaches 20 points, the heart will beat. This is the beginning of the recovery of life. Then every 10 levels, the breath of life will become stronger. During this period, Zhao Ming asked the system more than once about how to quickly increase the puppet's vitality, but was blocked by the system. According to the system, before the vitality reaches level 20, there is no special way to improve the puppet's vitality. The puppet can only awaken itself over time. After several inquiries to no avail, Zhao Ming had no choice but to give up. We can only wait until Yan Lingji's vitality reaches 20 points before asking the system. Ding! The sign-in mission is released, the far north. Time limit is 2 months. Mission reward, Puppet Tishan. Lying on the chair and shaking his legs, Zhao Ming, who looked bored, suddenly became energetic. The system has not distributed tasks to him for too long. Wait, Tishan? Isn't this the controlling sister? Zhao Ming felt happy and quickly opened the system panel. Host, Zhao Ming. Soul Power, Level 15. Martial Spirit, Puppet, Ancient Phoenix. Soul Bone, None. Puppet, Yan Lingji, Vitality, 10. Sign in, the far north, limited to 2 months, reward, Puppet Tishan. Mission, kill Tang San, the Son of Destiny, no time limit. Clicking on the 4 words Tishan, a series of information about Tishan appeared in front of her eyes. Tishan. From the plane of the Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. 9-tailed Sky Fox, leader of the Demon Alliance. Tishan has a powerful cold demon power, and became Tishan's #1 combat force after her sister Tishan Honghong left. Although he looks arrogant and cold, he is actually very arrogant. Ability. Law of Heaven and Earth, a spell that can make oneself huge. Yaya once used this spell to support the golden-faced Vulcan's fireball to gain some breathing time. Ice spells. Yaya has always practiced ice magic, but after Honghong disappeared, Yaya specialized in ice spells for 500 years. In the end, her power has reached the highest level of ice spells, Absolute Zero. She once used this spell freezes the most powerful magic weapon in the world, Tears of the Void, on the first day of the first month of the month. For thousands of years, no demon has ever cultivated cold-natured demonic energy to such an extent. Endless wine gourd, Tishan Yaya's special wine gourd for drinking. After drinking alcohol, your demonic power will increase greatly. It's really Yaya. This puppet is quite powerful. Arrogant on the inside, cold on the outside, and outstanding in strength. Perfect. Under the same soul power state, Tishan Yaya will definitely be able to exert stronger strength than Yan Lingji. After all, the plane of the fox demon is stronger than Tianxing Zhuge, and Tishan Yaya is still at the top of the fox demon matchmaker, so her combat effectiveness is definitely much stronger. But now when I go to the far north, it seems that I am not strong enough. A few days ago, he had just asked Yin to lurk in the Haoshan sect. Going to the far north by himself would be a death plan. However, the mission didn't say that we were going to the core circle of the far north. We could just go to the outermost periphery and finish the mission before running away. But what should I tell Xiao Wu? The holiday is coming soon now, and Yin is going to Haoshan sect. It seems a little inappropriate to leave Xiao Wu alone. But it's impossible for him to take Xiao Wu with him when he goes to the far north. In the evening, Zhao Ming sat on the balcony outside with Xiao Wu in his arms, looking at the stars. Xiao Wu, we have known each other for a year, right? Zhao Ming said with some emotion. Yeah, it's been a year. I still remember the first time I saw you. Xiao Wu snuggled into Zhao Ming's arms, thinking about the time when she first met Zhao Ming, and smiled sweetly. I have a gift for you. Think of it as a witness to the first anniversary of our acquaintance. Zhao Ming said warmly, and took out a delicate small box from his pocket. The box was tied with a silk ribbon to look like a bow. What is this? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up and she became curious. Wouldn't you know if you open it and take a look? Okay. Xiao Wu was impatient and directly tore off the strap and opened the box. But when she saw what was inside, Xiao Wu's eyes softened. Ring? You actually gave me a ring. Looking at the pink ring, Xiao Wu said in surprise. Yes. This ring was passed down from my ancestors as a blessing. After I became sensible, my mother put this ring on my hand. She warned me that once I meet the person I can spend the rest of my life with, I gave this ring to her, so after confirming my relationship with you, I stopped wearing this ring because I knew it had an owner. Zhao Ming said softly, which made Xiao Wu particularly moved. I've always wanted to hand it over to you. But I've never found the right opportunity. Now, I think it's time to hand it over to you. Zhao Ming said affectionately. Slowly put it on Xiao Wu's hand. The movements were very gentle, as if he were afraid of hurting the girl next to him. Looking at Zhao Ming's careful and serious look, Xiao Wu felt sweet in her heart. Chapter 44 Signing in, Tu Shan Yaya. This ring was naturally the one that Zhao Ming snatched from Hulina, but Zhao Ming would not say this. Women are all emotional creatures. When two people fall in love, some white lies are necessary. Otherwise, if you tell her directly that this was used by another woman, is that okay? This is what straight men do. For a warm-hearted man like Zhao Ming, giving the ring a meaningful name and adding some unforgettable stories can move Xiao Wu. It pleases both of them, so why not? Next, Zhao Ming made up a story for the ring, which is common on earth, about tooth loss, but even so, it still Xiao Wu was so moved that she snuggled into Zhao Ming's arms and wiped her tears. By the way, Xiao Wu, I have something to tell you. Zhao Mingdao saw that the time was almost up. What's going on? Xiao Wu was like a kitten in Zhao Ming's arms, squinting and saying with a smile. I may have to leave Notting City for a while, and I'm afraid I can only leave you alone in Notting City during this period. Zhao Ming sighed. Why? Are you going home? After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Xiao Wu sat upright and looked at Zhao Ming without blinking. Yes, I just want to go home. As you know, my second martial soul needs to obtain a soul ring. This soul ring can only be obtained within the family. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up and he followed Xiao Wu's words. If you get a million-year soul ring by then, you can explain it to the non-existent family. Xiao Wu knew about Zhao Ming's second martial spirit. These things are not secrets, Zhao Ming told Xiao Wu directly. You want to get a soul ring for the second martial soul? Why? You can wait until you break through the soul Douluo or titled Douluo before you get a powerful soul ring. It would be very awkward for you to add a soul ring to it now. A good deal. Xiao Wu said in surprise. Well, our family's situation is somewhat special. Okay then. Can't I follow you home? Xiao Wu pouted and said. Be good, I will take you back with me next time. Zhao Ming rubbed Xiao Wu's little head and said softly. Yes, Xiao Wu hummed softly and stopped talking. Early the next morning, Zhao Ming set out. The nodding city where Zhao Ming is currently located is in the south of the Tiandu Empire, while the far north is in the north of the Tiandu Empire. The journey is long. Zhao Ming asked a dealer in Nodding City for a horse and a map with detailed markings, and then set off. Zhao Ming was not very fast, and from time to time he went to appreciate the customs of various places in the Tiandu Empire. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Ming had entered the northern region of the Tiandu Empire. The surrounding air also started to get colder and colder. The cold weather forced Zhao Ming to stop and go to surrounding cities to buy some cold-resistant clothes and equipment. Although the surrounding weather was cold, Zhao Ming didn't feel bitter at all. It was so cold that I couldn't stand it anymore, so I let Yan Lingji out to keep warm. After all, Yan Lingji is of the fire element and can fully meet Zhao Ming's needs. What Zhao Ming paid was the soul power that was quickly sucked away. At the northernmost tip of the Tiandu Empire, there are no longer any cities here. The severe cold weather here is completely unsuitable for human habitation. So after entering here, Zhao Ming basically rested in the wild. Among his supplies was a small foldable tent made of ice bear skin. Ice bears are soul beasts that can live in the far north. Their fur is extremely thick and can effectively insulate them from the cold air outside. The tent is not big, only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. But it was more than enough to accommodate him alone. Zhao Ming's biggest feeling these days is that water can really turn into ice here. I have never experienced living in such a cold place before. Even on Earth, he lives in the south, where it is difficult to see even heavy snow, let alone this kind of environment. Therefore, when he really started to live, he exposed many embarrassing problems. What he remembers most is that he urinated in such a freezing environment. The urine turned into ice as soon as it was spilled, and the ice cubes also condensed in an arc towards his little brother. This frightened Zhao Ming, and he quickly summoned Yan Lingji to defrost it. After experiencing this incident, Zhao Ming had a shadow. When going to the toilet, take Yan Lingji with you no matter what, just in case. After traveling for another day, Zhao Ming finally arrived at his destination. In this snowy place stands a black stone monument. There is a line of small words on it. The far north is a restricted area for humans. Soul beasts are infested. Danger, danger, danger. The last 3 dangers are marked in red letters. The far north is a forbidden area for humans. No joke. Not to mention ordinary people in this place, even soul masters with slightly lower cultivation levels cannot withstand such bad weather. Even those ice and water type soul masters would not come here to obtain soul rings without certain strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the puppet, Tishinyaya. Zhao Ming didn't feel excited when he heard the system's beep. Zhao Ming only has level 15 soul power now, so even if he obtains this puppet, he won't be able to use it. If it weren't for the timeliness of this sign-in task, Zhao Ming would really not be willing to come so early. Moreover, after staying in such a cold place for a long time, Zhao Ming felt that he had almost no desires. If he were an adult now, he would definitely curse. This place is so cold that he doesn't even want to have sex. Host, why don't we go inside now, maybe we can also solve your first soul ring. The system suddenly encouraged from the side. Turn around, I don't want to die so early. With my current strength, any ice soul beast can probably kill me, let alone Tianmeng. Xiaoming said angrily. That's what I said. But I'm afraid you can't leave now. The system chuckled, with gloating in his voice. Regarding the system, Xiaoming had a bad feeling. However, soon, he knew what the system meant. Chapter 45 is your blessing. Human child? Are there actually humans here? Just when Xiaoming was confused, an unexpected voice sounded in his ears. Hearing this voice, Xiaoming was startled. He is not a fool. In this desolate northern land, the only ones who can make human voices are high-level soul beasts. Only high-level soul beasts have wisdom comparable to humans and can speak human words. Except for a very small number of very powerful soul beast races, ordinary soul beasts may only be able to do this after 100,000 years. In other words, he probably encountered 100,000-year soul beast. Fuck. I just wandered around the border of the far north and didn't go in much. It's not that bad. After all, he is a high-level soul beast. What are you doing here at the outermost area? Checking the sentry. Xiaoming couldn't help but I complained in my heart. Hey, kid, I'm not some rubbish 100,000-year-old soul beast. I am the only million-year-old soul beast in the entire continent. As if he knew what Xiaoming was thinking, the soul beast said disdainfully. As this voice came, cracks suddenly began to appear on the ground in front of Xiaoming. The cracks gradually became larger and turned into cracks. A faint golden white light can be vaguely seen shining from the crack. A trace of icy chill emanated from the cracks in the ground. The surrounding temperature began to drop significantly. The area where the cracks appeared became larger and larger. In a short time, it actually reached a diameter of 5 meters. And the golden white light finally revealed its true appearance. It was a round head that looked fleshy, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. It squirmed and crawled out slowly, and its length was more than 7 meters. This soul beast actually looks like a silkworm baby. It's just that it's many times larger than an ordinary silkworm baby. The whole body is white jade color, crystal clear. Although it was drilled out of the soil, there is no dirt on the glorious skin. There is a halo of light flowing under the skin, and there is a pair of small golden eyes on the head. The most peculiar thing is that starting from half a meter away from his head, there is a surrounding golden pattern at regular intervals. From beginning to end, there are a total of 10 golden patterns. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm? These 4 words came to Xiaoming's mind. He didn't expect that before he could go find Tianmeng Bingshen himself, this guy actually found him by himself. But isn't it a bit early now? Xiaoming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm belongs to the Ice Silkworm clan at the bottom of the food chain in the far north, and its strength is low. When the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was young, it accidentally fell into an ice crevice to avoid natural enemies. It encountered a large amount of 10,000-year-old ice marrow and was eaten by force to become a million-year-old soul beast. It is precisely because of this that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's body can be said to be the best tonic. As a race with strong cultivation but little fighting power, it is natural that the powerful soul beasts will care about them. In the far north, he was chased by the Ice Jade Emperor and the Scorpion Ice Emperor, one of the 3 kings. After going to the Star Do Forest, he directly became a tonic for many ferocious beasts. The reason why Tianmeng Ice Silkworm appears here now is probably because he is afraid that he will be discovered by the Ice Emperor when he goes to the core area of the far north, and he will be dead by then. Hello? You must have been frightened. Seeing Xiaoming's silence, Tianmeng Bingxi thought that Xiaoming was frightened by its domineering aura, and suddenly became a little proud. Yes. Your Excellency is really tall, mighty, and mighty. Zhaoming Dao. Human boy, you are very discerning. Tianmeng Bingxi never thought that one day he would be associated with words like tall and mighty, so he suddenly felt a little complacent and looked at Zhaoming with a more satisfied look. Your talent is also very good. You can become a 15th level soul master at the age of 7. You must be full of innate soul power. Looking at Zhaoming carefully, Tianmeng Bingkan was a little surprised, but soon his eyes became dim. Your martial spirit is of the fire element. I can feel the fire energy in your body. Tianmeng Bingxi said with some regret, it's a pity, even if there are other martial arts without attributes, when I meet a genius like you, I will take the risk and give it a try, and add it to your soul ring, but you are a fire-type martial soul. Over the years, Tianmeng Iceworm has been looking for people who have the chance to become gods. As long as it can become his soul ring, Meng himself can be liberated when he becomes a god. After all, no matter where he goes now, he will be regarded as a tonic. If he hadn't relied on the powerful mental power of his million-year-old soul beast to avoid danger time and time again, he would have died long ago. Zhaoming became excited after hearing what Tianmeng Bingkan said. Listening to this, Tianmeng intends to become his soul ring? That's right, in the original work of Tianmeng Bingkan, he actively became Huoguo's soul ring. Now that his talent is much better than Huoguo's, and he seems to have a better chance of becoming a god, Tianmeng naturally has other thoughts. If Tianmeng could take the initiative to become his soul ring, it would save him the trouble of doing it later. I do have a martial spirit that is of the fire element. Zhaoming replied, deliberately exposing the talent of his twin martial souls. Is there a martial spirit with a fire element? Are you a twin martial spirit? Tianmeng's voice was full of disbelief after hearing Zhaoming's words. At the same time, I felt a little sad in my heart. In his opinion, the other party possesses the talent of twin martial souls. If coupled with the assistance of his million-year-old soul beast, as long as his luck is not too bad, he will definitely have a chance to become a god. Twin martial souls are useless, ice and fire are opposites. If I attach a soul ring to you, the fire soul power in your body will immediately conflict with my ice power. Then the two of us will they all have to die. If I could find a way to prevent your ice energy from colliding with my fire energy woolen cloth. No conflict? Are you kidding? Ice and fire are in conflict with each other. This is a truth that has existed since ancient times. Let's forget it. Tianmeng Bingsha shook his head. Tianmeng? It's you? Humph, it's your blessing that Senior wants you to become his soul ring, and you still dare to resist. Just when Zhaoming didn't know what to do, a pleasant female voice came over. The woman's voice was very soft, but after hearing this voice, Tianmeng Bingkan showed a horrified expression on her face. She shrank back and sank toward the crack, as if she was a little afraid of the incoming person. Chapter 46 Bridget is transformed. Tianmeng Bingkan's horrified expression only lasted for a while and then relaxed. The retreating footsteps also stopped. However, his face was still solemn as before. Baiji, why are you here? Didn't Dishan and the others follow? Tianmeng Bingxi asked solemnly, staring into the distance. Ditian? They are all still in the Star Forest. The woman's sweet voice floated over from afar again. However, Zhaoming still could not find the figure of the speaker in the endless ice and snow. Thinking about it, the place where the sound came from should be some distance away from here, but the person who made the sound has strong cultivation, so they can hear it so clearly. But, Bridget? Is it the soul beast from the Stardow forest that has cultivated for more than 500,000 years? Why did she come here? Are you here to catch the Tianmeng ice silkworm? It shouldn't be. Although Bridget is a 5 million-year-old ferocious beast, her Emerald Swan clan specializes in healing, so they are weak in battle. Although they are not as incompetent as Tianmeng ice silkworms, they are not a fighting race either. Moreover, Bridget has a good reputation among the ferocious beasts in Star Do, so Tian will not let her come. After all, there are soul beasts like Red King and Lord Xiong in the Star Do forest, so there is no need to let Bridget take risks. Hearing Bridget's words, Tian Meng Bingxi breathed a sigh of relief, and the look of being as if facing a formidable enemy also relaxed. Instead, she said relaxedly, "Bridget, without Dishan and the others coming, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to bring me back. Star Forest. After all, your Emerald Swan's combat power is not very high. Although it is not as miserable as my Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, it is at most equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beast. If I wanted to run away, you wouldn't be able to stay. Haha, I didn't expect you to run back to the far north again. I heard that you were chased by the Ice Emperor before you ran into our Star Forest. Are you not afraid that the Ice Emperor will find you when you come back now?" Bridget chuckled twice. "Road. Humph, that woman can't do anything to me." Tianmeng Binkan said unconvinced, but there was a hint of fear and helplessness in her eyes. "Forget it, I won't tell you any more. I didn't come here to catch you. After all," he continued. The voice gradually became clearer, followed by a woman in green. The woman has a soft appearance, and compared to other beauties Xiaoming has seen, her skin is definitely excellent. But what caught Xiaoming's attention the most was her slender and beautiful neck, which can be said to be a fragrant jade neck. Not only is she beautiful in appearance, but she also has an excellent temperament, which can be said to be unique. She is wild yet dignified, her slightly pensive eyes reveal aura, and there are a large number of emerald green and transparent feathers on her clothes. Even though they are soul beasts, Bai Ji's beauty is no less beautiful than A Yin's. From Xiaoming's point of view, everyone has his or her own merits. After watching for a while, Xiaoming quickly looked away. Bai Ji is a ferocious beast who has been cultivated for more than 500,000 years, so he doesn't dare to have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, if Bridget becomes angry, 9 lives will not be enough for her to die. But Xiaoming stopped looking at her, and Bai Ji started to stare straight at Xiaoming, and then a green shadow flashed past, directly in front of Xiaoming. The breeze blows, and the fragrance lingers, refreshing. But this is not the time to admire beautiful women. Seeing that Bai Ji seemed to be going to attack him, Xiaoming's expression suddenly changed and he felt a little at a loss. He didn't expect that Bridget's target this time would be him. He is a child, is there anything that can attract her? Just when Xiaoming was racking his brains to think of countermeasures, things once again exceeded Xiaoming's expectations. He never expected that Bridget not only did not attack him, but stood respectfully in front of him. I saw Bridget bowing her body slightly and calling out. "Bai Ji, the leader of the Emerald Swan clan, pays homage to your lord." The respectful voice and gesture made Xiaoming stunned. "Grown-ups? Did she call me sir? Damn it, do I have some hidden identity that hasn't been discovered yet? What the hell, system, what's going on? If you don't decide on internal affairs, drink Shenbao. If you don't decide on external affairs, ask the system." Xiaoming quickly asked the system. "How do I know? I'm confused too." The system was stunned and said in confusion. But it soon gave an explanation. "Is it because of the ancient phoenix spirit in your body? The ancient phoenix was one of the top beings in the spirit beast world in ancient times. Maybe it's because of it that she calls you sir so respectfully. If that's the case, then Bridget must have regarded you as an ancient phoenix, and perhaps in her eyes she thought you were a soul beast." The ancient phoenix spirit? Xiaoming was stunned. This is the only possibility. Since she regards herself as an ancient phoenix, she must not reveal her secret. Emerald Swan? 570,000 years of cultivation is pretty good. Xiaoming looked calm and said in an indifferent tone. Xiaoming's words reached Bai Ji's ears. It immediately caused an uproar. Being able to see her cultivation level at a glance is terrifying. Guided by Guyuina's dragon scales, she has been searching for the whereabouts of the ancient phoenix. It wasn't until recently that she discovered the whereabouts of the ancient phoenix. Because the dragon scale has been pointing at Xiaoming's body. At first, she was still a little confused. After all, whether Xiaoming is a human or a soul beast, she can still see clearly with her cultivation. But later, she became convinced that Xiaoming was the ancient phoenix. Before leaving, Silver Dragon King Guyuina once told them about the characteristics of the ancient phoenix. 1. Strong strength, unparalleled in the world. Strong strength means extremely talented. This point can be fully reflected in Xiaoming. A 7-year-old with level 15 soul power, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary human being to have such a talent for cultivation. Only their powerful soul beasts can be so powerful. 2. Extremely lustful. Xiaoming completely agrees with this. These days, in her observation, Xiaoming possesses 2 martial spirits, although the second martial spirit is the ancient phoenix. And his first martial soul, the puppet, is all kinds of beauties. In Bridget's eyes, these must be the wives and concubines of the ancient phoenix in its previous life. Now rebirth brings them with him again. However, even Baiji did not expect that the ancient phoenix was even more lustful than the Silver Dragon King described. He even made puppets out of his previous wives and concubines and carried them with him. 3. The methods are secretive. He refined his wives and concubines into puppets and turned them into his own soul skills. There is also the miraculous method of rebuilding soul beasts. If it weren't for Guyuina's dragon scales, even with her 570,000 years of cultivation, I might not have discovered that Xiaoming is not actually a person, but a group of people. A soul beast. 4. The spirit is extremely high. From her point of view, Xiaoming, as a fire-type soul beast, came to the far north, perhaps because he wanted to devour the Tianmeng ice silkworm, which was the first soul ring of his body. I want a 1,000,000-year soul ring for my first soul ring. I have to say that a powerful soul beast race like the ancient phoenix is truly extraordinary and worthy of being a powerful person in their soul beast race. Thanks to Caramel Girl for the 300 book coins reward. Well, we have a group. Group name, Douluo Driving Team. Group number, 109-226-8599. Driving steadily, we can discuss some plots together inside. Chapter 47 The Mighty One Who Explodes the Sky. Sir, your skills are indeed extraordinary. You can see my true cultivation level at a glance. After calming down, Bridget complimented me. Looking at Baiji indifferently, Xiaoming said slightly, "How do you know my identity? And? Are you following me?" Xiaoming's indifferent tone revealed a bit of disdain, and his calm voice seemed to have an aura of concealment. Xiaoming seemed furious, which put great psychological pressure on Bridget. She knew that powerful soul beasts like Xiaoming were arrogant and conceited at heart. Now that I know I'm following him, I'm afraid. You know, when the mighty is angry, millions of corpses will be laid down, and blood will flow for thousands of miles. Thinking of this, Bridget couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Bridget cannot afford to offend an ancient power like the ancient phoenix. Even the Douluo forest cannot afford to offend. Sir, I have been ordered by the Lord to protect your safety. Baiji did not want to offend Xiaoming, an ancient power, nor did she want to become a sinner in the Douluo forest or even the entire soul beast race, so she quickly explained. Lord? The only one who can be called the master by Bridget is the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Could it be that she felt the aura of her ancient phoenix? That's right, only spirit beasts like the dragon god, who have lived for millions of years, would know the existence of the ancient phoenix. The Silver Dragon King possesses half of the dragon god's body, so he will naturally have the dragon god's memory. Hehe, my analysis is not wrong. I guess Bridget may have thought you were reborn as an ancient phoenix. The blood of the ancient phoenix is absolutely noble in the soul beast world, so Bridget is so respectful to you. In her mind, the system's obscene voice sounded. Not bad. If your system family has a praise system, I will definitely give you a 5-star review. From now on, you will be my top dog-headed strategist. Bah, you're just a loser. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, the system's smile suddenly stopped and he said angrily. The consciousness returned to the outside world happily. Now that he knows Bridget and the others' intentions, he doesn't panic at all now. He can even use this identity to act cool. Looking at Bai Ji, who was a little frightened and uneasy, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel satisfied. This is a ferocious beast that is 570,000 years old. The existence of the mainland's ferocious beasts can be ranked in the top 5. Seeing such a powerful beast in front of him looked so panicked. Zhao Ming smiled playfully. Could it be that the lord you are talking about is the silver dragon who is hiding in the star forest to recuperate from his injuries? Senior, do you know about the existence of the lord? Baiji couldn't help but swallowed her saliva. She didn't expect that Zhao Ming would know about the existence of the lord. Is the ancient phoenix so powerful? He had just recovered and already sensed the presence of the lord. Sure enough, such ancient powerful beings are unfathomable existences. Humph, not only do I know her existence, I also know that she is not having a good time now. When the dragon god made a big fuss in the god realm and was defeated by the gods, God Shura split it in half with a sword. Only half of it escaped. This half is the silver dragon king, Zhao Ming said inscrutably. Being familiar with the plot of the original work, he simply didn't know much about these things. But Bridget doesn't know these things. She also learned about the existence of Silver Dragon King Guyuina through Emperor Tian, and later she slowly came into contact with Guyuina. But Guyuina never told them such taboo things. Now I heard that there are many people who are interested in the gods of the divine world. Angry and shocked by these taboo things. But more than anything, he was in awe of Zhao Ming. Biji, what's going on with you? Why are you treating a human like this? The way Tianmeng looked at Zhao Ming now changed completely. He had spent a long time in the Stardow forest and knew Bridget's identity very well. Although its combat power is not particularly high, as a high-level soul beast that can save lives and heal the wounded, it has a good relationship with almost all the powerful ferocious beasts in the Stardow forest. In the Star Forest, it can be said that Dityan is the most prestigious one. But now such a powerful soul beast can be so respectful to a person and call him sir. This is simply unbelievable. Moreover, I just heard them talking about Dragon God. Silver Dragon King. Could it be that there is a Silver Dragon King in the Stardow Forest and he has the blood of the Dragon God? The information that was suddenly received was too huge and unbelievable. Presumptuous. How could you be a human being? You are just a soul beast. You, Tianmeng Bingshu, dare to speak rudely to you. Don't you want to live? Bridget looked at Tianmeng Bingshu with an unkind expression. Normally, she would not be so angry. But next to her was a super soul beast that even Silver Dragon King Guyuina had to be careful about. If Tianmeng pisses him off and brings down the entire soul beast race, then he, Tianmeng Bingxi, is the sinner of the soul beast race. Rebuilding the soul beast? Tianmeng Bingxi's eyes widened in shock. What kind of soul beast could Bridget treat like this? But soon after Baiji got Zhao Ming's permission, she began to answer Tianmeng Iceworm's questions. Bridget said so many things that Zhao Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't even know he was so awesome. It's like fighting against the sky. Unparalleled in the world. All beasts are coming. All kinds of ridiculous words were thrown at Zhao Ming as if they were free of charge. Some of them were heard from Guyuina, and some were deliberately boasted to Zhao Ming. In short, in Bridget's description, Zhao Ming, as a powerful ancient phoenix, possesses the boundless power to swallow the sun and the moon with his mouth and the mountains and rivers with his anger. It is the strongest existence of the soul beast race. After listening to Bai Ji's explanation, Tianmeng looked at Zhao Ming with eyes full of respect. Although he is just a member of the Ice Silkworm clan with weak blood, he also has a strong sense of racial honor. In today's era when humans are rising and soul beasts are declining, Zhao Ming was like a beam of light shining in his heart. It turns out that their soul beast clan has not completely declined, and they still have boundless powerful beings. Knowing that Zhao Ming was such a strong practitioner, Tianmeng already had some idea in his mind. That is to become his soul ring. Although he didn't know what method could be used to offset Bing Huo's restraint, Tianmeng believed that since such a powerful person said he had a method, he would definitely be able to do it. Originally, he just thought that he could find someone who could become a god and catch a ride on becoming a god to get rid of his miserable situation. But he has a better choice. Such a powerful person could easily become a god. No, for them, becoming a god may be an insult to them. With such a powerful person, who else in the soul beast world would dare to use it as a tonic? Furthermore, having become the soul ring of such a powerful person can be regarded as having done something for the entire soul beast race. He believes that in the future, among the soul beasts, he, Tianmeng Iceworm, will be respected by thousands of soul beasts. Chapter 48, Capture the Ice Emperor to be your sister-in-law. Sir, shall we start now? Tianmeng Bingxi said solemnly. Yes. Zhao Ming nodded, and then said in an unquestionable tone, after rebuilding my strength now, I am still weak. I am afraid that absorbing your soul ring will be exploded by your energy. Therefore, you need to use yourself. My power is sealed for now, and I will make plans after I regain some strength. Sir, don't worry about this. Even if you don't tell me about these things, I will seal my power. Tianmeng quickly promised, I will definitely seal myself tightly. I will never. It will be a little loose. As if to ensure his loyalty, Tianmeng Binkan started to take action directly. A strong white light flashed across Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's body, and the 10 golden halos on his body seemed to come alive, moving rapidly. Not long after, 9 of the golden halos were tied up layer by layer with white energy vines. The huge fat body shrank a lot under the tight binding of the vines. Sir, you see, I have almost sealed my energy now. You see, not only is my power sealed, but I am now having difficulty even moving. Tianmeng Bingxi said with a smile. In order to prove the strength of the seal, he also tried to break the shackles of the seal, but the seal did not loosen at all. The white energy vines seemed to be binding tighter as Tianmeng Ice Silkworm exerted his strength. Well done! Zhao Ming praised. As long as I can help you relieve your worries, these things are nothing. Tianmeng Binkan looked righteous. Don't worry. You are the first one who is willing to show your loyalty to me like this. I will not treat you badly in the future. Zhao Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master from this world. By the way, I remember that the guy chasing you is a little scorpion from the far north. Zhao Ming said calmly, describing the powerful existence of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion as a small scorpion. This made Tianmeng Iceworm and Bai Ji beside him couldn't help but be impressed by Zhao Ming's spirit. If it is an ordinary person, even if it is De Tianchuo, they would all sneer at such words. But when Zhao Ming said this, they couldn't find anything wrong with it. In their eyes, in Zhao Ming's eyes, maybe even Silver Dragon King Guyuina is just a little bug. This is the ancient phoenix. This is the spirit of the ancient phoenix. Sir, it was indeed the Ice Emperor who attacked me first. Having found a strong backer, Tianmeng Bingxi was confident and replied excitedly. What do you think of her? Actually, she's pretty good. Although she has a bad temper, she's pretty good. Just as he was about to say something bad about the Ice Emperor, Tianmeng Binkan suddenly realized that Zhao Ming seemed to be trying to stand up for him. Wouldn't it be bad for Ice Emperor? Although he has been hunted by the Ice Emperor in recent years, he has also developed some inexplicable feelings for the Ice Emperor. He didn't want any accident to happen to the Ice Emperor because of him. Let's do this. When I reach perfection in my cultivation, I will catch that little scorpion and give it to you. Then you can punish her however you want. Even if you let her be your wife. Catch the Ice Emperor and make me my wife. Tianmeng Bingxi became excited after hearing Zhao Ming's words. He felt that he was following the right person this time. As long as you follow Zhao Ming, not only the Ice Emperor, but also Snow. Capture the Ice Emperor to be your wife? You have a pretty good idea, and being your sister-in-law is more than enough. Zhao Ming thought angrily as he looked at Tianmeng Bingxin's sudden appearance of a pig brother. Okay, let's start the sacrifice now. Qi Shen changed and appeased Tianmeng Bingxi, and Zhao Ming stopped talking. Bridget, you are here to protect us. Yes, sir. Zhao Ming sat cross-legged on the spot, adjusting his soul power. When his condition was adjusted to an excellent level, Zhao Ming released his ancient phoenix spirit. Behind Zhao Ming, a strange bird burning with black flames kept flapping its wings. An extremely hot breath actually made the area feel warm in a short time. But Bridget and the two didn't feel warm, but had a bone-chilling chill. That is the ferocious aura of a ferocious beast from ancient times. As if feeling the aura of Baiji and Tianmeng, the phoenix looked at them with fierce eyes, with the slightest disdain. Looking into Phoenix's eyes, Bridget quickly lowered her head. But Tianmeng Bingxi felt a hint of fear. After all, the ice silkworm is an ice soul beast, and is itself restrained by the phoenix. In addition, the bloodline of Tianmeng ice silkworm can be said to be the lowest among the soul beast race, so Zhao Ming's sense of oppression against him is naturally even stronger. But Tianmeng iceworm did not flinch, but was a little excited. The stronger Zhao Ming is, the more benefits it will bring to him. Upon seeing this, Tianmeng iceworm started to take action. 10 golden halos quickly enveloped Zhao Ming's body, while the Tianmeng ice silkworm itself turned into streams of white halo and poured into his body. The first thing that entered Zhao Ming's body was the majestic spiritual power. Tianmeng ice silkworm has two attributes. The main attribute is the spiritual attribute, and the secondary attribute is the ice attribute. It can be said that for Tianmeng iceworm, the best target for his sacrifice is the spiritual soul master, so that he can achieve his best effect. However, he also gave in when facing real geniuses. It's like you are a jungler who wants to increase your points, trying every possible means to find a good support. But in the end, you find a wild king who can lead you to kill randomly, so you have no idea of looking for help. Doesn't he enjoy being a bastard? At this time, golden rays of light penetrated Zhao Ming's mind. These golden rays of light gathered into 10 huge golden halos suspended in Zhao Ming's mind. 9 of the golden halos were sealed by white energy, and 1 golden halo was constantly shining, and the majestic spiritual power was injected into Zhao Ming's body. Tianmeng is a million-year-old soul beast, and each of these 10 golden halos represents 100,000 years of spiritual power. Whenever a ray of light shines down, countless spiritual powers are integrated into Zhao Ming's body. Unlike Dou Er's Huogua, Zhao Ming has a spiritual martial spirit like Ling Mu, so can he withstand the infusion of Tianmen's spiritual power? The answer is yes. Although Zhao Ming is not a spiritual soul master. But don't forget, Zhao Ming is not just one person. Zhao Ming still has a puppet. Chapter 49 Death of Tianmeng. There is a special connection between Zhao Ming and the puppet. After all, the puppet's attack relies on the soul power provided by Zhao Ming. So in general, Zhao Ming's body is like a large pool, and it is connected to the puppet through a water pipe. This pipe is not said to be only capable of transporting soul power. The majestic spiritual power that Tianmeng Iceworm injected into his body could completely transfer part of it into Yan Lingji's body. Some people may ask, spiritual power is relative to soul masters. Is it useful to non-soul masters like Yan Lingji? In fact, all laws are interlinked, and a world like Yan Lingji who cultivates internal power can still cultivate God. Moreover, Xiaoming learned from the system that soul power, internal power, demon power, and other energies can be converted into each other. When Yan Lingji, Tishanaya, and other puppets attack again, Xiaoming will convert the soul power into internal power and demon power and transport it into their bodies. The energy conversion completely obeys the law of energy conservation. Infused with the spiritual power of Tianmeng Iceworm, a small pool suddenly appeared in Xiaoming's mind, and it was still expanding outwards. But this is not water, but liquefied spiritual power. Also called the spiritual sea. Although Xiaoming is not a spiritual soul master, his spiritual power is very important to Xiaoming. It is still very important to say. It may not be obvious in the early stages of training, but once Xiaoming breaks through to the soul saint or even the titled Douluo, he will feel the benefits of having strong mental power. With the saturation of mental power, the fire soul power of Xiaoming and the ice energy of Tianmeng ice silkworm began to officially collide. The ancient phoenix possesses immortal fire. This kind of flame can be said to be the absolute ultimate fire. In the interface of Douluo continent, it is absolutely impossible for any martial spirit or spirit beast to be able to produce more extreme flames than it. The Tianmeng ice silkworm is a spiritual soul beast. Although it has ice attributes, it is not strong. Therefore, when the ice energy of Tianmeng ice silkworm poured into Xiaoming's body, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. It curled up in Xiaoming's meridians and crawled, with no resistance at all. Soon these energies became covered with black flames. Tianmen's ice didn't even have the strength to touch Xiaoming's body, and was directly overwhelmed by the black flames. At the same time, Xiaoming's soul power surged rapidly. If the soul power in Xiaoming's body was just a stream before, now it is evolving in the direction of a stream. Ah! A shrill scream sounded in Xiaoming's ears, making Xiaoming unable to help but get goosebumps. Looking up, it was Tianmeng ice silkworm. With the expansion of the spiritual sea, Tianmeng ice silkworm has appeared in Xiaoming's spiritual sea. However, his situation seems to be very bad at the moment. Tianmen's originally huge white body had been covered in black flames. The black flames burned crazily on Tianmen's body, making a shishi sound. In order to get rid of the burning flame, Tianmeng rolled crazily in the sea of spirits while constantly trying to use ice energy to extinguish the black flames. The immortal fire can be extinguished by this kind of ice? Even ordinary ultimate ice won't work. Now, Tianmen's sacrifice to Xiaoming has been more than half done. It's not up to him alone to decide how much energy he can mobilize. Moreover, Xiaoming had previously asked him to seal most of his own strength. Now it is difficult to get rid of the burning of the immortal fire. Sir, help me quickly. Tianmeng Binkan asked Xiaoming for help, his voice was very weak. It seemed that the immortal fire had done a lot of damage to him. Help you? How? Xiaoming shrugged, expressing his inability to do anything. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Tianmeng Binkan's expression changed. Sir, didn't you say that you could find a way to overcome Bing Huo's restraint? My lord, are you kidding me again? I can indeed solve the restraint of ice and fire. Look, am I not standing here properly? Xiaoming smiled slightly. But me? Tianmeng Binkan's face changed drastically, and he thought of a very bad result. What I said was to help me get rid of the interference of your ice attribute on me. I didn't say that I could help you solve the restraint of my fire attribute energy on you. Xiaoming showed a playful smile on his face. From the beginning, he had no intention of keeping Tianmeng Iceworm alive. He is not Huo Yuhao, who can allow others to make a home in his mind. Putting aside the security issue, Xiaoming would not be able to keep him because of the privacy issue alone. After all, if he was making out with his wife, he could watch the live broadcast in his mind, which would make anyone unhappy. Everything Xiaoming did before was just to confuse him. After all, a million-year-old spiritual soul beast, and one that could repeatedly escape from the Ice Emperor and the vicious beasts of the Star Dough, was definitely not a fool. The reason why Zhao Ming was able to successfully trick Tianmeng into offering sacrifices was because he had the right time, place, and people. The soul beast Tianmeng is really too tragic. It is regarded as a tonic in the spirit beast world, let alone the human world. A spirit beast that can produce a million-year spirit ring and has low combat effectiveness, which strong person wouldn't love it? There is no place for him in the entire continent. That's why he is so eager to find someone who can become a god to help him out of trouble. Originally, after seeing that Zhao Ming was a fire attribute martial spirit, Tianmeng was not going to place his hopes on Zhao Ming. But Bridget's assist was just right. The words spoken by a soul beast that was 570,000 years old and had high prestige made Tianmeng convinced of Zhao Ming's identity. If it weren't for Baiji, Tianmeng wouldn't believe it even if Zhao Ming's words were ridiculous. Finally, Zhao Ming deliberately aroused his desire. All living things in the world have a strong desire for something. What Tianmeng wants is love and status, and Zhao Ming promised these things to him under the guise of the identity Baiji created for him. Under strong desire, naturally you won't think too much. Ice and fire are in conflict with each other, how does Zhao Ming know how to solve them? The reason why Zhao Ming was able to deal with the influence of Tianmen's ice attribute energy was because Tianmen's ice could not restrain the immortal fire at all. One is ordinary ice and the other is ultimate fire. How to defeat them? Therefore, Zhao Ming can easily solve Tianmen's ice attribute problem. But Tianmeng's situation was just the opposite of Zhao Ming's. How easy it is for Zhao Ming, how hard it is for Tianmeng. Tianmen's body shrank by more than half under the burning of the black flames. At this time, he was speechless and could only look at Zhao Ming with wide eyes and hatred. You can go in peace. I will take care of you, Hyokui. Thanks to young Dragon Emperor for 100, I am a man 100 and it will be fine in a while. 200 for Zion Hulinchens 588, for 100 for liking stallion text, for tail number 390 for 200, for Erdong Xiaotus 100, and for Bingling Vi's 100 book coins reward. Chapter 50. This soul skill is incredible. Tianmeng is dead. Under the burning of the immortal fire, Tianmen's body turned into a pool of white pure energy and flowed into Zhao Ming's spiritual sea. However, these white pure ice energy did not merge into the spiritual sea, but instead condensed into a ball. Although Tianmen's ice energy is not the ultimate ice, he is a million-year-old soul beast. The quality is not enough, the quantity must be made up. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The burning of these ice energy by the immortal fire is still going on. But soon Zhao Ming was horrified to discover that as the immortal fire burned, although the amount of white ice energy was decreasing, it seemed to be becoming more pure. Especially its temperature is gradually getting lower. Damn it! There shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Ming's expression changed. If these ice energy evolve into the ultimate ice, and add the immortal fire, will it cause chaos? System, what's going to happen to me? Are you tricking me? Zhao Ming looked at the white energy that was gradually becoming colder and couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect this thing to have evolution. It is indeed a million-year-old soul beast. It's awesome. Stop sighing there. Give me a trick. Zhao Ming frowned, and there was a faint feeling of ice and fire in his body. Well, just let nature take its course. Besides, as the old saying goes, everyone is destined to die. Death is heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Fuck. Zhao Ming's eyes widened and he was speechless. Ahem, just kidding. Don't panic, host. The system brother is standing behind you. If it doesn't work, I can trick you. The system coughed twice. Zhao Ming said no more because he was speechless at this time. At this time, his body experienced alternating feelings of extreme cold and extreme heat. The two energies of ice and fire alternated in his body. That's really a world of ice and fire. One moment it was so cold that it made him shiver, and the next moment it was so hot that all the ice beads on his body evaporated. The energy and blood in his body also began to surge like a tide. When it's extremely cold, the whole person seems to be frozen, but when it's extremely hot the next moment, the blood in the body boils again, and fine blood beads ooze out from the surface of the skin. From extreme cold to extreme heat, and then from extreme heat to extreme cold, the drastic changes in body temperature made Xiaoming extremely painful. If it was just cold, Xiaoming could barely resist it, but there was also the extremely flaming energy of the immortal fire, and the pain it brought to Xiaoming was not simply 1 + 1 = 2. It's like if you go directly to the fire after playing in the snow, your fingers will feel terrible pain. An ordinary person would probably faint when faced with this kind of pain. But after a round of spiritual baptism, Xiaoming's ability to bear these pains became much stronger. The keen perception brought by his mental power also allowed him to carefully observe the changes in his body. The energy of ice and fire appeared alternately in his body, and it seemed that there was no fighting situation as he imagined. Not only did the ice and fire energy not cause any damage to his body, on the contrary, under the tempering of this ice and fire, his physical fitness seemed to be gradually getting stronger. Xiaoming's muscles, bones, and internal organs all underwent tremendous changes under the tempering of ice and fire. Slowly, the painful feeling of alternating ice and fire in Xiaoming's body slowly subsided. They seemed to have reached some kind of balance, although Xiaoming could still feel their presence. "Is it over?" Xiaoming murmured. Observing the changes in his body carefully, he was quickly horrified. Isn't this the two-dimensional eye of ice and fire? But this is somewhat similar to Tai Chi on Earth. In his spiritual sea, the two colors black and white actually formed a pattern similar to Tai Chi. Tai Chi on Earth emphasizes the mutual generation of yin and yang, yin generates yang, and yang generates yin. Perhaps it is precisely this that creates a delicate balance in this ice and fire energy. But for now, it seems that this pattern is still mainly black. After all, this is still the home of the ancient phoenix. Host, congratulations! I didn't expect you to have such a good fortune. The system's voice of admiration sounded. Good fortune? Xiaoming was stunned. The so-called yin and yang. Now there is a delicate balance of ice and fire in your body. Under the pressure of the immortal fire, the ice energy is still evolving. Maybe in the future, ice that is not weaker than the immortal fire can be formed. The system explained. You mean, it will continue to evolve? Xiaoming said with some surprise. Of course, this balance must continue to be maintained. The immortal fire will force it to evolve. Hey, it is indeed a vicious beast that has been around for millions of years. In addition, Tianmeng has also brought you two powerful soul skills. You can experience them yourself slowly. As soon as the system's voice fell, waves of mysterious information were transmitted to Xiaoming's mind. The first soul skill, Ice and Fire Eyes. The left eye is inflamed and will never die. The right eye is made of ice, extremely cold. The Ice and Fire Eyes can emit powerful ice and fire energy, and the enemy being attacked will feel like the sky is full of ice and fire. Ice and Fire Eyes? Xiaoming felt happy. He just felt the terrifying alternation of ice and fire. It feels so good to think about this kind of soul skill being used on others. From extremely hot to extremely cold. It's like falling suddenly from the highest place. That feeling is not something that ordinary people can bear. After absorbing Tianmeng Iceworm's soul ring, his soul power has now reached level 21, a full 6 levels higher. And with his 20-level soul power, if he uses this soul skill, it can be said that everyone in the soul sect will be greatly affected. The second soul skill, the polar realm of ice and fire. Xiaoming was shocked when he saw the introduction of the second soul skill. Because it turns out to be a domain soul skill. Domain soul skills, as the name suggests, a field will be generated. In this field, you are the master, and your strength will be greatly improved. Others who enter the field will be sanctioned by the field and will not be able to exert their full strength. Like the Snow Emperor's Emperor Hantian in the original work, Huoguo's Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain, Tang San's Blue Silver Domain and the God of Death Domain, etc. are all their ultimate killing moves. And Xiaoming was able to obtain such a heaven-defying soul skill with his first soul ring. And it's still the realm of ice and fire. This domain is definitely more powerful than the Snow Emperor's Dehanshan and Tang San's Blue Silver Domain. It is estimated that Huoguo's Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain can rival it. After all, that was the realm created by the fusion skills of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. However, with the slow evolution of Xiaoming's ice energy, this field will definitely be more powerful than Huoguo's field. After all, Huoguo's Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain is two kinds of extreme ice. His is the ultimate ice and immortal fire.